Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time. It's time for the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. We've got our gaming partner Logitech, our fantasy partner Fanclash, and most importantly, I've got my man, the top dog, O-Dog, joining me for Neon versus Renewal. How's it going, bro?
Hey Vivek, thank you so much for that introduction. Welcome guys. Welcome back to Sky Esports Championship 4.0. What Vivek has just said, we have partners, gaming partners, AMD, Logitech, and then we have fantasy partner, Fanclash. I am doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you guys are doing well as well. Today's game is going to be something very exciting. We have Renewal versus Neon, and this is something that we all have in our heads. I mean, these both of these teams are like pretty big in SEA, if I'm not wrong, Vivek.
Yeah, Neon's an org that's been around since at least 2016, 2017. They have a very loyal fan base, a very active fan base on social
Mhm.
media. And yeah, they're very loyal to the team. There are some known players. They
Mhm.
officially locked their roster late in the night yesterday. The social media post just went out in a hurry.
Mhm.
But I mean, I don't want to give away too many spoilers as to what this team is capable of. I think the game would be best to portray a picture of what Neon is capable of. Renewal, on the other hand, a lot of names that I honestly don't recognize. I mean, I'm seeing, we're in the lobby, Odog, and I'm seeing spellings in Cyrillic and some other very obscure texts and languages that I'm not familiar with. So I don't
Mhm.
even know how I'm going to say these names. Uh, but yeah, I think once we jump into the game, and there's always chat, right? Like if
Yeah.
we're wrong, uh, and even if you're not wrong, chat and Reddit has the sole power to correct all of us and correct us if need be. So please go ahead and yeah, we could do with a tip or two because I know the org renewal, I know the Southeast Asian org, but I'm not able to
Mhm.
pick up these names in the lobby, not when their name's written with an R backwards and a K upside down and all of that.
Well, that's completely okay. I mean, I can tell you the team from the players from the team Neon. So we have Fortune Soul, we have Valky, Enru, uh,
Andrew,
Sukimoto,
yeah.
and Hated. Yeah. So these are the names that I can find from Neon Esports. And then we have Team Renewal, which are definitely the new names. I'm gonna introduce them once we get into the game. So we have some weird names. So we have the format coming up, guys, on your screen next. So we have Neon Esports versus Renewal. That's going to be day number one. Then there's going to be another match, which is going to be Whitecast versus the Reaper hashtags. This is going to be only for day number one, but we will be having more matches coming up on day number 2 and 3. And as you can see on your screen, there is Neon Esports for the zero wins. Of course, we have just started the tournament. This is the group stage, and this is round robin. So, I mean, this is actually the exciting part because round robin, definitely gives you an advantage over the other teams. And Vivek, what do you feel about all these four teams and then the round robin and how Sky Esports have put up this format? What do you feel about the group stage?
I mean, this format, more than the graphic that we see on our screens right now, is
Mhm.
kind of important and it's pretty
Yep.
huge for India as a Dota playing country. This tournament is very unique because uh, for what's probably been the third time in our history, like, I mean, there's ESL, one Mumbai, and a couple of other tournaments. Since then, for the
Mhm.
first time, a tournament organizer has gotten teams from Southeast Asia, and those teams from Southeast Asia, which you see on our screens, Neon, Renewal, White Cat, Reaper, hashtag, they're going to be playing their own qualifier. So two
Mhm.
out of these four teams will be moving forward. Two teams will not be moving forward. And then there's a India qualifier. The India qualifier, if I'm not mistaken, is single elimination. I
Yeah.
believe we have 16 teams duking it out there. So two teams
Mhm.
from Southeast Asia, two teams from India meet eventually on land, and eventually is not that far away. So
Yeah.
that exchange of information, of playstyle, of having a format where you get India's best versus Southeast Asia's best is really, really good for the scene overall. And
Mhm.
what's also important to take note of is today's schedule because these are the games that we're going to be streaming. I believe both these games are running at the same time. Uh, At least that's what I'm aware of. I don't know
Okay.
if it's one after another, and production can always clear us out. There are also a lot of helpful admins and moderators on chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, for now, the focus is on Neon versus Renewal, and then we're going to be jumping into the next game of the day. And yeah, I think it's too early, but nonetheless, would you like to make a prediction for this matchup?
Oh, I'm gonna be a biased caster if I make a prediction, I believe. But well,
I mean,
uh, yeah, I get your point. What you're saying. I mean, prediction is, after all, just a prediction. Um,
yeah,
I mean, we have heard a lot about Neon Esports. I mean, definitely, this is a whole new lineup coming out from them. Um, the the team Neon, I think they are a huge name in Philippines, and it is definitely a big deal for them. We have Fortune Soul, Valky, Enru, Fearless La, and Hated. I mean, so I can see this organization is definitely a Filipino organization, so we will have a lot of Filipino fans coming up. So, I mean, with the big name, I think I would just say I would go with Neon Esports, but then, I mean, they are fighting against Team Renewal, and these are some new names. Definitely, to me, they are some new names, and you can see the lineup from Team Renewal as well. This is SKK. We have Kazima. We have Skrata. We have Young Metro and KIR. So, I mean, I'm just going with the Neon for now. But what is your prediction with
Neon,
Team Renewal coming out on the stage, Vivek?
Neon. My prediction is Neon. But
Hmm.
having said that, let me give you guys a disclaimer, right? Um, this tournament is one of the first tournaments to be happening after TI.
Hmm.
So it's going to be a little interesting to see how cohesive these teams are because we're in the post-tier shuffle phase and rosters are being locked and rumor has it that Topson is going to be going to Liquid.
Yeah.
Yapsor is not making it onto the secret roster. So just like Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and America, uh, likewise in Southeast Asia, there are a lot of shuffles going on. The four
Mhm.
teams in this tournament so far seem to have locked a new roster, and I'm sure scrims have already started. But the kind of prep or cohesiveness that one might expect, I don't know. So if you ask me about the prediction, which is where my long discourse comes from, I'm leaning towards Neon, but it's not going to be a simple, straightforward win.
Mhm.
I'm expecting there to be a lot of tense moments and moments that they're going to look back at and facepalm maybe if they ever go through the replay because these are newly formed rosters. So, sure,
Yeah.
there is comfort. They play in pubs, they speak the same language uh, or similar languages, but they're still
Mhm.
not played together for that long to have an established play style.
Mhm.
We can jump into the draft, everybody's most favorite part of Dota 2, where we find out is Primal Beast still going to be first ban material? And yup, there you go, first ban.
Yep. Yeah. So, well, a new patch came out, which is also quite interesting right before the tournament started, which is 7.32D, and there are a hell lot of changes. There are a hell lot of changes. One of the biggest changes that I really want to talk about is going to be Wraith Pact, which means
Yep, yep.
offlaners are going to be affected a lot. The other thing is Pipe of Insight has got a buff. So we will be able to see these aura items, which were a little less because uh, we had Ethereal Shroud that just came over the Pipe of Insight lately because people just wanted to go a single turn utility and not the aura. But then now Pipe of Insight got a buff. We have Drums of Endurance got a buff because the recipe cost was reduced, and then the Crimson Guard as well. So let me take you guys back to the draft. So we have a Broodmother getting banned. We have a Primal Beast getting banned. Primal Beast, again, I think if I talk the mechanical skill about the Primal Beast, you would just walk into a lot of people like playing it on the mid lane because you do not draw the aggro of the tower and you would just click down your enemy on that mid tower. And I mean, you won't take any damage. Plus, you're a strength hero. Then you can also tank a lot of damage, and picking up the side runes, having a bottle is definitely going to be helpful. So we can already see first bans coming out from Team Renewable, which is going to be Primal Beast and Broodmother. Of course, you can control a lot of the map, Vivek, if I'm not wrong. Uh, by the webs that Broodmother throws out, and then they would gonna instantly pick up a silencer. I'm not very sure on what position Renewal wants to play the silencer, but then going up to Neon Esports, what do you feel about the bans coming out from Neon?
The bans coming out from Neon pretty standard. I think the Marcy ban is obviously it goes without saying how strong this hero is and how strong this hero can be. We saw it at TI 11, especially with Resolution, uh, and it's also a hero that can be flexed. You can play it as a 3, you can play it as a 4. Uh, it's something that did gain a lot of popularity back then. It's still popular and is still very much played in the pubs. But the next two bans, the Broodmother ban and the Nature's Prophet ban, those quite don't make sense to me. This ban though, the Nyx Assassin ban, very simple, very straightforward. The mana burn can do good damage versus the Leshrac, but most importantly, it's a Spike Carapace which can easily just set up for a stun under the Leshrac. Banning out
Mhm.
Nyx is also really smart because most mid laners like Quap, Lena, Ember, all of them really, really suffer because of Spike Carapace. And yeah, it is a smart ban coming out from Renewal. However, looking at Neon's picks, if you look at the Tusk and the Beastmaster, you're kind of wondering where would the Nyx fit in that lineup. But then again, the Tusk can be flexed, can be played as a mid laner, and then you have space for Nyx as a 4. So smart bans coming out from Renewal. Renewal also revealing Leshrac this early on in the draft. Now, Leshrac can be flexed, but I personally feel that in this game they're considering a mid Leshrac because the next two bans after Nyx are basically bans onto the Lena and the Quap. And I think that these bans are just to protect the Leshrac in the mid lane and protect his laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, see, Leshrac has a good push when it comes to my head. If you see Team Neon has banned out Nature's Prophet, instantly Renewal came out with a Leshrac pick because I think Neon has read them. I think they know what these guys do. So Leshrac definitely picks up early on that push. You can destroy the towers easily. If I come back to the bans, Neon has come up with Kunkka, Dawnbreaker, and Tide, Dawn and Tide again, very strong offlaners for Team Renewal. I mean, they can just stand in the front. Leshrac has a good movement speed. Dawn can instantly come from anywhere in the map. You have the Solar Guardian. Beastmaster, if I talk about from Team Neon Esports for the pick, I really feel like these days I have been watching a lot of Broodmother. Oh, there's Rubik. Okay, that's another good pick, a good counter for Beast as well as the Disruptor pickup. So I mean, there's enough spells to steal for position 4. Yeah, I was about to come down to um, the vision. So Beastmaster provides vision with the Hawk, and if I talk about Broodmother and the Nature's Prophet, I've I've been watching these professional players. What they do is like they would just spread out the sprouts or the spiderlings all across the map. So you have that insane amount of vision, which a ward cannot get. That is something that comes
Yep.
to my head whenever we look up onto these bans of these micro-able heroes. Oh, there's a Lifestealer pick, which means, um, only the pure damage can pierce the rage of the Lifestealer, which means Leshrac is
The
still in the
edict.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Diabolic Edict, and
Yeah.
we still have the pure damage still into play. But then, I mean, Lifestealer gets strong, man. It's hard to counter this guy. If Silencer doesn't put out the global right in time, then Lifestealer is it's just going to be really hard. I mean, you just cannot stop this guy from right clicking them down. And one other thing that comes to my head whenever there's a Lifestealer pick, the game's going to be pretty fast paced. I mean, we think about the carries buying the BKBs, and then we think about Lifestealer. Lifestealer already has a BKB, which means you can come into fight if you pick up a damage item. And these days, Desolator has been picked up as an early game item because you get those stack charges if you kill someone. So, I mean, I really like the Lifestealer, but I don't know. what Team Renewal has a plan, because Team Renewal are gonna come out with a pudge. And I mean, you said you have played Dota 1 a lot, and I think Lifestealer has always been that huge counter to pudge, if I'm not wrong, Vivek.
Um, I mean, I really have to rewind to think if that's how it was played back in Dota 1, but I think Pudge was very different back then, and Pudge was played more as a 4, if at
Four,
all,
yeah.
rather than in the core role. I think
Yeah, yeah,
here Pudge is a core, and
yeah.
if you just looked at the draft and the pace of the draft, they are very prepared to play and pick versus each other and to play and pick for
Right.
themselves. So as
Mhm,
soon as the Pudge was picked up, the Lifestealer got picked up, and like you mentioned,
mhm.
Lifestealer is one of the better heroes versus Pudge.
Yeah.
However, there are solutions to the life stealer. The most eloquent solution, in my opinion, is this item called the Force Staff. Uh,
Mhm.
I think that's one of the best ways to kite the life stealer.
Yeah.
What's also going to be really important for Renewal's success is how impactful this Rubik can be, right? Is
Mhm.
he going to be able to build a shard and maybe telekinesis and save people, or telekinesis to initiate with the punch? Is he going to be playing in that manner, which is what a lot of Rubiks are doing these days? Or is he just going to show in fights, get snowballed by the Tusk, and die instantly? Or is he going to have the opportunity to steal roar and just kite the life stealer? The problem with the life stealer, so to say, is just the fact that you can kite him. We saw this beautifully in Secret versus Liquid in the
Yeah.
upper bracket, in the lower bracket final, where Secret had Drow and Lina, and they were up against Matumba Man's life stealer. Uh,
Mhm.
Heart emoji Matumba Man, but yeah, Matu was just kited by Drow and Lina so fiercely because two range heroes, and I think everyone on Secret had a four staff. Despite all
Yeah.
of that, Matu played really well. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, it can be a problematic game for the Lifestealer. Having said that, though, his draft has plenty of heroes that help him get the necessary lockdown he needs to just clear up heroes like the Leshrak and the Pudge and whatnot. And this last pick
Mhm.
coming in from Neon really seals the deal here. So it's going to be a very hard game for the Silencer and the Rubik. And just, I mean, if we had to redo our predictions, uh,
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards the Neon draft. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same, because I really feel like I mean, the four staff thing, it does work out, because before, I mean, there was a time in the game of Dota 2 where I named myself the four staff user. I mean, it's one of my favorite items because I play position 4. But then what I would want to convey is, I think Team Renewal, they are lacking a little bit of the stun, or the disable for the life stealer. I mean, I mean, either you have to kite him out, or like if you're looking out to burst the guy, then you need to have hex. You need to have some kind of stuns, and that is something that I am a little scared of. But I mean, it is very much dependent on the team, how the team is going to play. So I mean, by looking at the draft, I would still go with Team Neon. Um, but let's see. I mean, how Team Renewal comes out as these new players. Until the time the game starts, guys, I would highly recommend you to go ahead. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe to the channel of Skyesports. Like the stream, share it with your friends, call out your friends. You can already see, like, this is a really big tournament for us as the Indian community, as the organizers. So I would just want to thank out Sky Esports for bringing back the soul of Dota back to India. I mean, definitely we all are excited, and I hope you guys are as well. With me, I have Vivek, who's going to be casting. I'm not going to call him the co-caster. I mean, we both are casting. So I hope you guys are going to enjoy this game. Let me take you guys into the first game. So we have Fortune Soul, who has picked up a lifestealer. We have Valky as Amber Spirit, Andrew, who's going to be on the Beastmaster Hated, is going to be on Disruptor, and Tsukomoto has picked up a Tusk in the game. This is the lineup for the Neon Esports. If I move on to the other side, which is the Radiant side, if I'm not wrong, we have Kier, who's on Pud, Sipping Juice, Silencer. Skarata will be playing Leshrak. We have Kazima and Lycan, and JTR will be playing Rubik. Well, Vivek, what are you feeling about the warnings coming out? All right, this is some kind of unusual warning. There's a ward inside the outpost. on the bottom lane. Vivek, what are you feeling about the ward there on the bottom side? Do you think they're gonna go for a career snipe?
Sorry, are you talking about the Radiant ward or the Dire one? Because the Radiant ward is just sitting
Uh
on the outpost.
yeah, yeah. So the radiant ward is inside the outpost. So like, why do you think a radiant ward would be there? Like, would you
Yeah, so
wanna?
this is probably both these teams having extremely prepared for each other.
Mhm,
So that Radiant ward that is placed at the outpost, and I mean, sure, it looks really odd if you look at it right now, but this is them just preparing that, at level 1 they're probably going to come and try and snag the bounty rune. So let's be
mhm,
prepared. Let's have vision if we need to fight at that bounty rune. As you can see, both the teams on the mini map have like really started to group up together. And the ward on the cliff, the dire one, which the Tusk and the Beastmaster had placed, that's probably to get courier snipes or just get
mhm.
early access. But hey, we're back into the game. You won't have to look at our ugly faces for much longer, as we are probably looking at a very, very explosive start to the game. And this is where that Radiant Ward kicks in, right? Like, you can see that the Tusk and the Beastmaster, their movements have been spotted on the map by Renewal. So
Yep.
Renewal know exactly what's coming in their direction. And yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be a peaceful start just because of all those observers that were placed. But both
Yep.
teams were hunting for blood.
Hmm. So I believe 2 for 2, if I'm not wrong.
Yep, two for
Hated
two.
Andrew. Yep. Yep. It was the bounty runes were 2 for 2. No first blitz taken. If you look at the mid lane, we have Skarata versus Valky. All right. The block comes out. A little bit of a onto the side of actually Amber. And Skarata really wanted to secure the range creep, getting him down. Let's see who gets the range creep. I mean, this is one of the very important ideas about the mid lane, and the range creep instantly gets denied. Skarata. So yeah, I mean the range creep denial, which means there's a big chance that Amber Spirit might get level 2 before Skarata does on the mid lane. All right, let's look up onto the top lane for a while. We have uh, Hated, who is trying to trade out with the Rubik on that damage reduction that comes with the Fade Bolt. And the Thunderclap has always been too annoying. I mean, I play position 4. I feel playing against the Disruptor, it's quite annoying. Moving on to the bottom lane, where we have position 1 Pudge with the position 5 Silencer, if I'm not wrong. They have pulled out a wave. Look at Andrew, just stacking up the waves in the corner, trying to take it out. Already, there comes a denial. Position 4 Tusk, right clicking down the Silencer. What do
Right.
you feel about
Uh,
position 1 Pudge, Vivek, these days? You know, this has been
I,
happening a lot.
I, I think it's still good. I don't think the I don't think the changes in 7.32D in any way really change this matchup. Uh, I'm not going to comment on that hook, but core Pudge is good in a sense. Uh, there's just another thing that, like, which is obvious and we should be aware about, is something that you mentioned during the draft, which is how good Leshrac can be versus Lifestealer, just
Yep.
because of Edict and all that pure damage. The other thing that we have to be mindful of is that it's not just the Leshrac. The Pudge can just dismember him. The Lycan can just run with his entire zoo straight at him. So it could be a problematic game for the Lifestealer, but regardless, I feel he's got a draft that can play around him rather effectively. They've got quick burst damage, they've got the Ember to just jump the back lines, and yeah, so much more. We're looking at CS right now. We're looking at last hits and
Yeah.
denies, and so far it seems pretty even. I won't say there's any one lane in particular where anyone is struggling, and this is how I mean, 8 or 9 times out of 10, Dota at the highest level is played like this. You're not going to
Yeah.
see a huge net worth or CS difference in any one of those lanes. Nobody's really
Oh,
outplaying anyone
might be able to
massively.
see a first
But on
blood.
the side, though, hated. I mean, with the glimpse, he's trying his best to keep this Rubik at bay. But yeah, I think the Rubik is fine. He's just going to walk away. Look at this Wolves, though. Oh, the Disruptor. He's dying. He's dead. First blood for Kazima. The Wolves have done the trick. And not just the Disruptor, it's also the Beastmaster getting picked off on the other side of the map. Early good start for Renewal in terms of kills. And now Fortune Soul, without a support in his lane, has got to be a little cautious.
Yeah, I mean, the Rubik is also getting pushed back to the wave. We can see Disruptor TPing out on the mid lane, filling up the bottle for the Aimer Spirit. That's definitely a good thing to do as a support whenever you're doing this. And Devoured also comes out on that mid lane. And we can see Skarata also bringing out Rubik to fill up the bottle. They're both playing on the very similar part. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we can see some action going on. Silencer is
There's
trying
the
to
tag
run
going
away
on
and
bot.
escape for his life, and he is gonna go down. And now, is it the turn of the Pudge? Pudge trying to juke him out into the trees. Alright, turns up the rod, but there is gonna be a snowball save for himself, and the Wild Axis finishes the Pudge away. The Butcher gets butchered there on the bottom lane, down for the next 12 seconds. What do you feel about this kill? A double kill on an Endru on the bottom lane, Vic.
I mean, that is such a trick question because I have no feelings about a kill. I guess it's good that Neon got a kill on the Pudge, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing more. I guess like Pudge can, sure, he can die once in lane. He can always catch up. What's important is whether he falls off or not. And what's
Yep.
really important for the Pudge is how quickly he loses or holds on to that tier 1 tower. If he's losing his tower early and his laning phase is ending without his phase boots and his bottle or his wand or his raindrops being complete, then that kill really starts to add up and
And bottom
have a
lane.
lot of repercussions. Yeah, down bottom, they're trying to bring down the Beastmaster. He's dropping really low. And Sip and Juice in another world has taken care of Andrew and restored parity for Renewal across the lanes as now the Beastmaster, that's his second death in the laning phase so far. It's a bit problematic, Oda.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just got a double kill and then he just went down at the bottom lane. I mean, that's like I could say that's easily some kind of a little bit of a comeback in terms of level and gold for Team Radiant or Team Renewal. Meanwhile, if you look at the mid lane, I can see Skarata. I think he's doing pretty well. I mean, 26 to 23, not a huge difference, but there is a level difference. Oh, all right, there's going to be the catch. He will not let Skarata pick up the rune, but now Skarata wants to go a little close. Meanwhile, we don't see a huge bunch of rotations on the mid lane in terms of securing um, the rune.
Oh, down
And
bottom. I think they're going on the Pudge. He might just die. Axis committed. Kir standing under the tag team. And that Arcane Curse won't do much. The shots, perfect. The Pudge, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Still has HP to work with. And that's the problem. The follow-up damage isn't there. Now they turn onto the Tusk. The Axis will clean up on the Pudge. But Tsukimoto is going to get away. A fist bump to just taunt the enemy Pudge. But elsewhere, JDR, he's found the enemy lifestealer as well. And this Arcane Curse is still causing problems down bottom. Maybe, just maybe, the Tusk takes down, and indeed, the Silencer gets a kill, and he also gets smarter. Just think about it.
yeah,
He is racking up the permanent in that bottom lane, and like later on, you have a Silencer that's smarter than everybody else. It's going to low-key do a lot of damage in fights.
yeah. Well, I think the bottom kill was a little funny to me because the Tusk shards were able to block the Pudge, but didn't seem to happen pretty quick. Like I was actually thinking the Pudge is gonna die pretty quick, but it just did not happen because of the trees. They had no vision. It was the nighttime. So yeah, the Pudge took some time down, and that is why that was one of the other reasons why Silencer was able to secure that kill on Beastmaster. Oh, there is a hook onto the bottom lane. He's gonna catch him. The stun comes in. Oh, that's gonna be a double stun. And the tag team is gonna do the job. The shards are also gonna come into play. There's some more reinforcements. All right, the coil is gonna be there. My bad. The searing chains is also gonna be there, and he's gonna catch both of them. Pretty good rotation, secures a double kill on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Leshrac finds some space to push out, but we can see JTR rotating towards the mid lane, trying to push it out as much as possible. Valky, will he be able to get him? Yep. Picks up the rune. Will they be able to get him? Mid lane, there is going to be some rotations coming out. He's going to be very close to that. Oh my god, the stun gets landed and gets him down. There's going to be a callback, and Leshrac is going to go down as well. So this is going to be 1-for-1. I mean, both the mid laners are going to go down, but then the Tusk also went down. So Team Neon kind of lost the fight in that mid lane. Pretty good rotations coming out from both the supports from Team Renewal. And on to the bottom lane, I mean, we can already see some farming coming out from Pudge. Lately on the top lane as well, it's a similar pattern that we can see. Lifestealer has still not picked up any rage points.
Oh, mid lane, they're having the Rubik. I think JDR is there. The glimpse is there. I mean, DP support is coming in, but like, really not expecting much from Strata. I think Valky should be able to walk away, and yep, he's fine.
Yep. Another thing that I really like about picking up Gamer Spirit on mid is like once you hit that level 6, it is really easy for you to pick up the runes because like you can leave your Fire Remnant on one side and onto the other side it's gonna be, you know, you can just walk onto the other side. You can, with the Rune Karafana, you can just go back to the other rune, pick up the rune, and yeah, I mean it's easier for you to secure the runes because you have the mobility on this hero. Meanwhile, Leshrac has.
I just want to. I'm sorry to cut you off, Odog. There was a really cute play there. I don't know if you caught it, but the Tusk and the Beastmaster just ran in straight past the tower, straight at the Silencer and the Pudge. And they moved together so that they could mask the idea that they placed an observer ward behind the tower. There has been a big vision war going on, and I want to talk about the importance of that observer ward because it's going to set up for a couple of kills. The first one onto the Silencer, and eventually the play from Neon is to collapse on the tower. But the Ember, oh, they were waiting for his Remnant, lifted with that telekinesis. He's going to die immediately. The tips are there. The Silencer is laughing away. You might have had the kill onto me, but you've lost your lane, you've lost your life, and you've lost your tower. I think this is an absolutely okay trade for Renewal. Sure, they're giving away the tier 1 bottom, but the Ember's laning phase is over, Odog.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, now Amber, he needs to look out to rotate across the map, but there's another thing that we have to keep in mind. The bottom tower is, again, I mean, it does go down, which opens up for Team Neon, it opens up the bottom lane, or the bottom jungle, but then you see how Leshrac is pushing out the mid wave, like the mid lane is already pushed out, and now they're on the top tower, so that they're instantly losing towers, which means more amount of map control will be onto the side of Team Renewal, and that is something that we have to keep in mind. All right, Leshrac getting caught up, and there is going to be the ulti coming out from Leshrac Shapeshift. Tsukimoto trying to stop him. Amber will be able to escape away. Oh, there comes the stun. Will they be able to catch him? And the silence as well. There's going to be Disruptor's ulti. The global silence come into play. Oh, the block is also going to be there. The silence is still there. Let's see if he will be able to escape. Dodges out. The stun will be able to escape. Valky, very well played. And the glimpse comes out. But look at that. The pop-up of the illusion rune will save him. And now it is Kazima who is going to be on very low HP. Valkyrie jumps in. Will he be able to figure him out? Yes, there is going to be the kill, but he is going to go down. Jumps right onto the face of Pudge. Catches him, butchers them out. Skata secures the kill on Valky. Meanwhile, Valky did get the kill on that offlane. There's going to be the glimpse coming out. Will he be able to catch him? Yep, the snowball is also there. The punch into the air. The punch is going to go down. Fortune Soul comes out. He's going to be very low, but yep, the right click is going to save him. Meanwhile, Disruptor is also going to go down, and now Silencer on the run. Will they be able to get him? Kazima secures another kill. Fortune Soul goes down because of the bolts. This is another big play, and both the supports are patiently waiting, but the Hawk has an eye. They have the vision. And yep, the fight comes to an end.
It looks
this
as if Neon
was a
ready
pretty
to
long
go back
fight.
in. Remnant forward, they've shot the Rubik. I mean, he's stolen chains, not the Remnant. Snowball onto him. He dropped the chains onto the Tusk, but there's nothing much you can do. The last one helping the Tusk, being bitten by the Dismember, he's going to end up falling. They're still looking for the kill. This Ember has found nothing so far. And they move into the enemy jungle. They lose the Tusk. They don't even get the Rubik, and that is a bit concerning.
Yep.
I mean, sure, the
I
fluffy
mean,
hat gives you that 100 HP or whatever, but you want to be killing a Rubik by this stage of the game, right? If your Tusk and your
mhm,
Ember are committing.
yep,
Dire's middle
definitely.
tower is
And
under attack.
I mean, something that I would want to say about the Leshrac, I mean, he's doing really well, man. There, he actually got the kill on Fortune Soul, understanding the fact that there was no infest, there was no rage, he wasn't really able to escape. He got the kill with the Lycan Wolves. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. Like, these guys are like so high skilled. They have all their knowledge, all their power in the middle of the team fight, while we are looking as casters, we are looking at the fight, but onto the other side, Lycan has his eyes on the Lifestealer, and he was able to secure the kill. In the last fight, it was pretty big for both the teams. You can see the network, if you look at the network chart, it's pretty similar. It's not too bad, 6.2k for the Lycan, and Fortune Soul is on 6.1. Enru is again on 6k. So they're pretty close, and we can see already a 3-man smoke coming out. Meanwhile, Team Neon has just taken over the jungle.
I feel like
And
this fight
mo-
is really not
Radiant's bottom tower
make or
is under
break for
attack.
Renewal. I think like
Dire's middle tower
sure, if
is
they
under
win this
attack.
fight, they'll probably transition into a tier 2 with Edict and the Lycan, or
Mhm.
maybe even Roshan. But they have to be very careful about how they take this fight. They're staying on the high ground, they're waiting patiently. Neon, their smoke breaks. Valky, does he want to jump in? The chains are there. They want the silencer before the global silencer. They can burst them down. It would be ideal. And with the static storm, they should be able to do so. The silencer taking will fall. Rogue committed. Leshrac in the middle of nowhere. The global silence somehow comes out, and the stolen static storm. Rubik's done his bit. He's kept the Leshrac alive. They're turning it around. The Beastmaster falls. No access for you. But eventually, Ember with the Remnant gets a kill, and elsewhere, the Lifestealer cleans up on the Rubik. The Lycan trying his hardest to fight this fight, but the snowball, the control is there, and it's there in plenty. The buyback from the silencer is going to result in much. Nope, he's going to die once again. That's a dieback. 54 seconds without him. A huge fight for Neon, and a fight that began with them walking up into Renewal's high ground on their own triangle. Their smoke breaking and them actually starting with the disadvantage.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is under
like
attack.
I think there was a little bit of a misplay there, like on the corner when Tusk wanted to snowball up, but I mean he was still left down. But I mean, by the end of the game, I mean whoever wins the fight is the most important thing. So well, it was a pretty good fight by Team Neon that came out. We also have to focus on the buyback and the dieback that came out from Silencer.
Yep,
Silencer instantly bought back
yep.
right after dying to the Static Storm because he was silent for pretty long, that you mentioned while casting. So that is something that we have to keep in mind, that these guys are just trying to take over like as much as they can. It was a huge win for Team Neon, and now we can already see there's a 1k gold lead that is coming out from Team Neon. Further in, there is a push right after. We can see Lycan pushing onto the top lane. Valky trying to pick up the runes, whatever they can, but I mean, there was no runes. Skrata picked up a bottle, and we can still see there's no Bloodstone completed. All right, he got it. Okay. He's got to pick up the recipe soon on Leshrac for the Bloodstone. And Valky coming close. Will he be able to find him? Oh, yeah. Silencer gets him down. Will they be able to leave him to burn? Will they be able to get him down? He's going to be very low. I think they're still in the side of... Yeah, there you go. This is the most annoying part for the supports. I mean, when you play against an Amber like this, guy just lights you down from the outside. Like, he's not even coming close being a melee hero. And this is like such an annoying part for any of a support player. I mean, if you're out of position, you're going to go down. All right, a fight breaks out. You can see Skarada getting roared on. There is some lifesteal, but it's not going to be enough. A 4-on-1. I mean, he's just going to go down. The mid laner has lost his life. We can see a TP coming out on the mid lane. Silencer is back into the fight with the global silence. Is he going to get caught? Oh no, again a misposition to slow down the Tusk punch. A roar is already gone, but the wild access is going to finish him off. Meanwhile, onto the other side, Touch is going to get caught. Look at the Fortune Soul trying to right-click him out. Silence is still going to be there. Enru secured double kill. There is going to be the dismember, but yeah, it's just not going to work out. A 4-man down for Team Renewal. Only the Lycan survives because he's pushing out onto the top lane with the Helm of Overload, and we can see the mid tower being taken out. A good advantage, a 4k lead with the 4 kill on Team Neon. They're definitely doing well, and now they should be focusing on the Leshrac. they should be focusing on the Leshrac to go or more for the kills, because in this one particular fight they were able to get Leshrac, and that is why they were able to win the fight early on. Leshrac was very much out of position, and now we can see Team Neon taking the objective back on the Rosh pit.
Yeah, I mean, this seems only logical, right?
Yep.
I honestly always feel, Lashak wants to fight this actually. We have vision off him with the Thunder Strike, snowball there, punch him up in the air. The Tusk a little bit in the middle of nowhere. There's a sucker punch coming in from the Rubik.
The Rosh?
stolen Walrus punch will turn the tides of the fight. Rogue committed, Fortune Soul gets the ages, the hook whips, but the Lifestealer dies nonetheless. The Edict and the Lashak doing their work. Like it comes in, wants to clean up on the Disruptor, should be able to do so, but back in the pit, Lifestealer, Dismembered should be falling here. The Ember tries to Remnant in, but he's not committing. That's ages gone. The Lifestealer dead, both supports dead for Neon, and all Renewal lose is their Leshrac. The one time Lycan comes into the fight at the right time, the fight just turns, and Renewal, just like that, are back in the game. But I want to give you one very important caveat. Their Leshrac is super underfarmed in my opinion. I feel like he's probably just completing his Bloodstone, which, what a hook. That shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened. That is illegal, period. But Valky has a Remnant. He's going to be able to escape it now.
Flames will spread thrice.
But
that was
I
close.
don't know, Odog, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Leshrac needs one more item right now to come into fights and not die.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you definitely need a BKB, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
You know, to come into these fights. Well, right now it seems like Leshrac is kind of playing the tankier version, which is not the theoretical Dota 2. You know how we think of an offlaner being
The front
the
line.
tankiness. Alright, a fight breaks out on the top lane. Tusk snowballs in onto the Silencer. Silencer is instantly gonna go down. There's gonna be the static as well. Oh no, Leshrac is gonna get caught. Fortune Soul is just right-clicking him down, and he is gonna go down. Fortune Soul, will he be able to escape away? Does not have the Infest, does have the Armlet, escapes away, but there are the Volts still chasing him. Meanwhile, JTR, they are just diving into the tower. Valkyrie, alright, catches one. There is the roar onto the Pudge. The rod is still on the hook. Alright, not gonna catch anyone, and I believe ATR is gonna go down. They will be able to catch one. Amber Spread is gonna get caught. It's gonna go down. Zima now escaping away for his life. And Rubik has stolen the Wolves. Look at that. Just trying to
I mean, those
trying to
was that
start
nice
out whatever
formation,
he
right?
can. Yeah. I mean, in the last fight, it went pretty well. We can also see Silencer picking up a whale of Discord. He would just really want to get into the fight with the high amount of magic damage that he can put out. But
Yep.
I mean, we still have to keep in mind that Silencer has to look up on his positioning. I mean, he's the first one who's getting caught in a couple of fights. And again, what you said, Leshrac needs another item. Alright, he's going for a Shiva's Guard. I believe he would just want to cut out the physical damage and
He
reduce
feels
their
like he
speed.
needs more armor versus the Lifestealer, the Tusk. And you mentioned Silencer's positioning, and I really had to interrupt to point this out. The Silencer has gone for the Veil, which is okay, which is nice, which is decent in fights, but he's playing versus an Ember, a Disruptor, and a Tusk. And this is a Tusk with a Blink and a Lifestealer inside of him. So if this Tusk gets vision on anyone, with his Blink, Tag Team, and Punch, they're pretty much dead. And Renewal has a sense of what's going on in the map, so they're running for their dear lives. Valky goes on the Punch, probably the worst possible target, but elsewhere there's initiation coming in from the Tusk. The snowball onto the Leshrac, Dismember onto the Ember. They want to bring down the Ember, but the Lifestealer is causing problems. The Bloodstone committed, Ember will fall, but it's going to be a trade. Both mid laners most likely will end up dying. Does the Lifestealer get out? No, looks like he won't. Telekinesis is in play as the Rubik controls the Lifestealer perfectly, and Neon know that they bit off more than they could chew. They did get the Leshrac, but the real question, Odog, is at what cost? Because they lost their Lifestealer, they lost the Ember Spirit, and they lost their Disruptor.
I would say there was a little bit of a miscommunication. The Disruptor sent back the Leshrac inside the tier 2 tower, which means you definitely have the advantage of the tower tower protection. You have more vision. Oh, there's gonna be the hook onto the Tusk. Tusk is gonna get caught, and it's gonna go down to the stolen charge. But KIR or Kier gets the kill. in his bag. Yeah, so I was talking about the last fight. There was a little bit of a miscommunication where the infested Tusk did jump on to the Leshrac to finish him off, but there was a glimpse that came out which sent um, the Leshrac back into the tower,
The
and then
Leshrac
everybody
back
had
to
to
the
dive
tier
into
2.
the tower. Yeah, and from there, like they just kept losing the fight because, of course, I mean, if you dive inside the tier twos, there's a huge potential that you are going to lose a tower. And all right, there is going to be a little bit of a stun coming out with the Hawk. Andrew's trying to play around with the Pudge, but this is going to be the big creep, the Ancient Ice Shaman, which is going to give out some gold. And if you saw what happened in the last fight, Team Neon is just consistently looking out for initiation right after they win a fight. And that is something that we have to keep in mind, how high skilled these teams are. And right after
Absolutely.
Team Neon lost the fight, we saw another smoke, and now there's another smoke from Team Renewal.
Yeah,
They
these fights are
understood that
really
everyone's
crucial.
far away. Yeah, telekinesis into a catch up and dismember into the stun. It's gonna be an easy kill for Scarata. This is a big kill. Amber Spirit is down.
They should look
So
for more. They should
Valky,
look for more. They should ideally try and force a fight on an objective. I think the most meaningful objective is the top tier 2, and you can see
Yep.
circles being drawn around top. You get the top tier 2, you get the outpost, and you eventually start controlling the part of the map that leads to Roshan. If nothing else, if you're not looking for an objective, complete a goddamn item on the Leshrac, because the Leshrac needs to play catch up. But like I said, it looks like they're going for the top tier 2, and this is a fairly sensible choice. The plate mail is
Yep.
there for the Leshrac. On the other side of the map, I mean, the Beastmaster's just been farming away and pushing that lane. I mean, him and the Leshrac, or excuse me, him and the Lycan have been pretty much doing the same thing in a sense as to what they're trying to accomplish on the map. The only difference is Odog, and I think this is where I lean a little bit more towards the Lycan, is that as a hero with Shapeshift, he's a little bit more mobile, and
Yeah.
and he can contribute a lot more in fights. And we've been seeing that, right? Like the Beastmaster has been
Yep.
super static in the game, and sure, the Hawk, the dive bombs on the Hawk have been present, but he's not been as impactful in fights as the Lycan. I mean, the Lycan is going and cleaning up the disruptor, causing problems for the lifestealer and whatnot. Hopefully, we see more from the Beastmaster, and it's possible. Hopefully, we see more from the Beastmaster as this game progresses.
Yep. And if you see right now, what's happening in the game is like they both took like a little bit of a break from the fights. They have gotten their items. We can see Disruptor picking up a Blink. We have a BKB on Beastmaster. If I talk about Team Neon, and I mean Tusk already had a Blink. So both the teams that took like a little bit of a chill pill, and now they're coming back into the fight. So Team Neon is just waiting, and now Renewal, they're just patiently waiting on the target that they want to jump on.
The Beastmaster walked in division. He walked in out of the trees next to a creep, and I think they know. I mean, Renewal knows when Neon are basically on the map, so they don't need to force a fight right now, because what's priority for both these teams, Odog, is Roshan. Like, if your fight leads into Roshan, then it's a meaningful fight. If your fight leads into you just losing numbers and not being there for Roshan, it's pointless. And this is the right play coming up from Sukimoto. If the Tusk and the Lifestealer can group up and find someone like the Silencer, it would be a great way to get things going, which is what those two are trying to accomplish towards the top lane. Renewal is just waiting for Roshan. And I mean, I just want to say jaws are clenched, butts are clenched. The pressure is palpable as the net worth difference isn't much, and this one singular Roche fight is going to decide the game.
Disruptor, that was a little too close. My bad, Vivek. Yeah, Disruptor was a little too close to that, but Blink away. Oh, all right, there's an initiation coming out, and they will be able to get down to Silencer again. Silencer buys back, and again silences them down. There are the BKBs popped up. Kazima just running away onto Valky. Will he be able to get him? Oh my God, the telekinesis pick up, and yes, they will be able to secure the kill. The shapeshift is working out, but the creeps are gonna block the hook from the Pudge to be able to get anyone into the team fight. Again, I'm going to remind you there's going to be a buyback coming out for the Silencer just to win this particular team fight. The Global's out. There's still 19 seconds. The Rosh will spawn in 19 seconds. And if you see from the past couple of minutes, what Team Renewal has been doing, they have just been trying to play closer to the Rosh pit. Exactly what you said. They're trying to control Rosh pit's heart. Oh, all right. There is gonna be a dismember, and there's 250 gold gone to Pudge. Right, that's really gold. And Rosh has spawned. There is a shard. Let's see who's gonna pick up the shard soon. What do you think they should give a shard, Vivek?
I mean, what I'm concerned about is that Neon can't contest this. They use all their big abilities. I've come to the shard. I mean, sure, the Leshrac shard is great, but the Lycan shard is also pretty darn good. I think just having the ability to keep summoning wolves, one of your creep waves. I mean, basically, there's an uncontrollable wolf that moves with the way, and those wolves can cripple towers. It's like a very cute mechanic, and I think that just keeps shoving the lane in, and it causes pressure on the map, and that's exactly what Renewal want to do, right? They get Roshan, they immediately smoked. Their objective now is to win a fight and end the game, because if they win a fight and either the Leshrac or the Lycan, or even both of them, if both of them manage to survive, it's going to be amazing, because they can push really, really fast with Edict and all the summons coming out from Leshrac. So let's see if Renewal managed to pull that off. For now, though, the Rubik, he's placed a nice aggressive ward up top, and this ward and this singular smoke might be responsible for Renewal just winning this fight and winning the game here.
Yeah,
I think if you're Neon, though, you want to hold on to buyback. I think Neon need buyback, and Neon are trying to kind of play the same game, which is wheel split push you across the map. But I think the Renewal lineup just pushes faster if the Leshrac walks ahead and commits Edict.
Yeah. And there's only Valky who's come back to the base. Rest of the team is just looking out to trade the towers or the Raxes. I mean, there's no way Team Neon can right now defend the towers. I mean, their net worth is similar, but you know, the pickup of the ages is definitely stronger on the side of Renewal. And alright, Rubik is gonna show up onto the bottom side. Meanwhile, top lane as well. They have taken the melee Rax, which is more important. So the melee Rax has been taken away. And meanwhile, Amber has come back into onto the base, and then would want to fill up his mana. Did leave a remnant somewhere. The remnant is gone by now. So the teams again, they are playing very cautiously. They do not want to lose these ages for nothing. They have taken one Rex, which is the melee Rex, which is definitely more important. Oh, look at the bottom lane. There's gonna be the jump, the punch into 2 hits, and JTR is gone. And now they are looking out for an escape. The haste pickup from Leshrac is gonna come out. Let's see if they will be able to catch anyone. KIR. Alright, the hook is getting blocked by the wave. Alright. Leshrac is gonna jump in. The snowball is also gonna be there. There's no way Kimoto will be able to escape, and the haste rune is gonna come into play, but KIR secures the kill on Tsukimoto. Meanwhile, Fortune Soul was able to at least escape away from the team fight. So a 2k gold lead still on Renewal. Let's see if they will be able to take down more objectives. We can also see a BKB pickup on Leshrac. Oh, my bad. A BKB pickup on Lifestealer on the top lane alongside the Rage. So, yeah, this is something that we have to keep in mind. And we also have the Shard, which is the open wounds. I mean, definitely gives you more ability to heal. You know, the word Lifestealer, that just works out as well. Getting back to the bottom lane, Renewal have taken the tier 1 bottom tower. And they're seeking out to push more. There's, if I talk about the itemization of these heroes, we can see Assault Heroes, which was picked up in the last fight. And oh, alright, Kazima is actually going for a Hex, which is kind of unusual to pick up on a hero like Lycan, but definitely
going for a Hex?
Lycan.
Who's going for a Hex?
Kazima.
Okay.
Kazima.
Okay.
So, which is, I mean, if you look at it, it is a little unusual, but then, I mean, with the shapeshift, you have that haste, you have that catch. If you disable somebody, yeah, you will be able to take him down. Alright.
I'm just gonna be. I'm super grateful. Oh, okay, there's a hook down bottom, and I think the Tusk is gonna die. Yep. Telekinesis, they're gonna get the kill. And look at the Lifestealer. He's come back in with the Shivas. He's not able to cancel any TPs. That's the problem though, but elsewhere, bottom the Pudge with that Dismember trying to get that kill. Global Silence committed. Will the Ember die? No, he's got a BKB, but the physical damage is a bit too much. He's eventually going to fall. Kazima does work. Instant buybacks coming out from the side of Neon, and both the Ember and the Dust want to rejoin them. Going to clean up though. They find two boats, the Lycan and the Pudge dead. One last member of Renewal looking to TP will not be allowed to do so. Sipping juice in another world has to sip juice a little bit later because now he's dead, and it's just the Leshrac with the Aegis that stands for Renewal. Fortunately though for Renewal, both the Lycan, okay, the Pudge had buyback, but he spent his gold on something. So now it's just the Lycan with buyback. Having said that though, I don't think Neon can push the map as quickly as they'd like. And that was a bit of a misplay coming out from
A gift from the Tempest
Renewal, in my opinion. Like, I'm not quite sure why the Leshrac TP'd back top to defend top. That was really not necessary because, you know, they did this before. I mean, production has done a
Radiant's
great
middle
job
tower
with
is
picture-in-picture,
under attack.
and we actually saw both teams pushing. And Renewal pushes
Yep.
faster with the Lycan, with the Shard, with the Leshrac Edict. But still, for some reason, they weren't ready to do a base race, and they took this awkward 4v5 fight,
Radiant's
and they
middle
end up
tower
losing
is
that
under
fight.
attack. Radiant's
And now
middle
the waves are
tower
pushing
has fallen.
into them, and I don't think Renewal have to worry about Neon going high ground, but losing that fight pretty much equalizes the game. And the Aegis is also timed out, if I'm not mistaken. So we're
Yep.
basically reset to 0 again, ODog. And it's literally anybody's game in this time. It just boils down to who plays fights better.
And you know what, we can see what happened in the last team fight. I mean, this is definitely something big. And you know what I would want to say is like the early uses of BKB into the fight was something that we have to come into play. All right, a fight breaks out, and then Valky has already secured a kill on the JTR. There's another silence coming out. The roar is also going to be there onto the BKB. Kazima has secured one kill. All right, the static is out, but Andrew will be able to secure the kill. Valky is going to come back into the fight. Will be able to secure the kill, and oh no, that was a little too close. Leshrac will be able to escape, and there is going to be a callback onto Kazima. Kazima's trying to escape away. All right. Will he be able to escape away? I believe he will. There's no way of slowing him down. And yes, that was a pretty good fight.
Oh, he's dead.
But
He's
there
dead.
was
The
a
Hawk
buyback.
with
Oh
the
no,
dive
they will be able to
Change
catch
for
him! Wow, there is gonna be the route. And the timing was just perfect. They were reading it out onto the shapeshift's time, and they were able to catch the Lycan. Kazima is also gonna go down. This is some big kills coming out from Team Neon from 0 to hero. A 3k gold net worth that is coming out from Team Neon. This was actually a good fight, but I would still say both the teams are pretty much on the equal side in terms of pushing and controlling the map. What do you feel about this one particular fight, Vivek?
Dire are scanning.
What I really noticed in that fight is that the Leshrac needs something like an Ag Scepter. He's actually building a hex. So the thought process here is that if he manages to blink and hex the lifestealer, he should be able to kill him. The same goes for the Ember or the Beastmaster, which makes sense. But this is where the Tusk and the Snowball save really comes into play.
Yep.
I feel like if Leshrac survives, if he has something like the Axe, if the Nihilism is a part of the team fight, then automatically he's going to do more damage. Both him and Kazima are building hexes. I respect one of them having a hex. I'm not quite sure if they uh, need two hexes, but I mean this is the gamble they're making. Uh, they are on the map and they have a better idea of what they need, better than any of us. So yeah, I'm just really curious to see what these hexes accomplish. Again, if you just look at the map and if you look at that fight, the importance is that one, Neon get a lot of confidence that there is no answer for the lifestealer. Two, the other big takeaway for Neon from that is that they just have better map control. So they're going to be able
Yeah.
to move into Roshan, and it's going to be very tricky for Renewal to come contest Roshan. That's going to be the third Roshan, so there's probably going to be a Refresher Orb, which is kind of
Yeah.
great for the Beastmaster, or there's going to be an Acceptor, which is good for the Tusk,
Yeah.
or the Disruptor even.
Yeah, the refresher is pretty decent for Disruptor as well, and Disruptor is actually pretty close to the Agnem Scepter. So I believe they would just want to give out the refresher to Hated from Team Neon
Yep.
if they are able to pick up the fight. And something more that I would want to talk about, you were asking about the 2 hexes. I mean, this is exactly what I said in the early game or like in the early draft phase, that they kind of lack a little bit of the stuns or the hex or disables. And this is where it comes out. That's a hell lot of wording, man. All right, the pickup and the silencer is gonna get caught, but is he gonna go down? Yes, he's gonna go down. Andrew is also getting caught. There's multiple weak being popped up. The shapeshift is up as well. Onto the other side, Lishrak has secured 1 kill, and now but onto the escape. But Fortune Soul is gonna take the life of him. This is gonna be a dieback. 2 more buybacks coming into the team fight, and now this is a stun coming out. Will they be able to get him? The BK pop up right in time, and there's no way you will be able to escape Lishrak. He's gonna go down now. Kazima on the run. Valky, who does not have any mana, uses the Stormcrafter, removes the spell from the silencer. All right, there he throws the remnant, but he has no mana. TP's back to the base. Team Neon is still trying to control the map as much as possible, and they have definitely won this fight because this is a dieback that has come out from the Pudge. 4 more minutes on the
this
Pudge.
is it, right? Like
buyback.
they have no way to kite the lifestealer. The lifestealer is just sitting and right-clicking everyone. And I mean, sure, the Leshrac has BKB and a Shiva's guard, but at this stage of the game, it doesn't matter. The lifestealer also has a Skadi, so you need post-offs. You need Glimmer Capes. Yeah, he has a Basha and a Skadi, so nobody's really running away from him that easily. So, I mean, I would love to see more post-offs or Glimmer Capes because they do make a small but significant difference. But yeah, Neon are in complete control of the game, and yeah, I think there's 1 fight remaining for Renewal. I don't even know if they're going to get a meaningful opportunity to take that fight. They're just probably waiting for the Leshrac and the Poch to respawn. But I think Neon can clean up most structures and get out safely. I mean, the Lifestealer is more than happy to turn and just hit them if he has to. But Neon playing with discipline. Yep, Rosh is up. They're going to move towards Roshan. And now Renewal are going to panic, push the wave smoke, and move towards Roshan themselves. So, yeah, there's one last Rosh fight. Wait, who picked up a scepter?
The Disruptor.
Okay. Kazima has his Hex though. So, I'm just curious to see if the Hex is going to be enough for them to bring down the Lifestealer. I mean, Fortune Soul is in the area and the Disruptor with his Axe is also there. I mean, Neon being patient, the dive bomb to initiate with, Kazima being super patient, the toss jumps in, Mortal Punch, and quickly they burst down. One, that's the Rubik dead, BKB's popped, Global Silence comes in as well, the Disruptor, he's not doing all that much, the Dismember committed on the Lifestealer doesn't do too much either because Fortune Soul uses the open moon, stops his BKB, turns around, gets himself a double kill, unstoppable indeed, Fortune Soul is just taking over the game, no answers to the Lifestealer, a measly buyback on the Leshrac, but this is it, is Renewal. Well, they're just gonna tap out. GG, well played is the call. And oh dog, they need to come renewed with fresh ideas. Game number 2.
Yeah, what an insane game. Congratulations to Team Neon Esports, man. They have done something huge in this one particular game. I mean, in the middle, I think there were some places where we felt like Team Neon has fallen out from the game, if I'm not wrong, Vivek. But then there are some places where like it was like, all right, they are making a comeback. So here are your winners. Team Neon Esports has taken away game number 1. This was actually a pretty exciting game. I mean, it I felt like it was for about 30 minutes. It was pretty much equal. Like they're winning a fight, they're losing a fight, they're winning a fight, they're losing a fight, and then they were in this equilibrium of items and in the fights and in losing the important objectives and whatnot. And finally, you know, they were able to secure the win right after. I think Lifestealer picked up that Skadi. And in that one particular fight, I remember when Lishrak was running away with the BKB on, and the Skull Basher just pierced through, and he was not able to move. It was quite annoying. And of course, the Penta Edge Sword, which is another neutral item that does come into play. And if you look at the last hitting, it is okay. It is actually pretty good. 27k gold 360 last hits on the Lifestealer. Meanwhile, if you compare it to the Pudge, he's on 249. Wasn't really able to do much as a safe lane that we kind of expected. Even the damage dealt, it's the most damage dealt is by, of course, the Amber Spirit. Um, Amber Spirit can stay out of the fights, and in the positioning that did came out from Amber Spirit, it was really, really well. And like I was saying, they were into equilibrium. If you look at the Team XP and network chart, which is on your screen, look at the equilibrium that came out. And then there was a time when Neon came in, and then there was a time when Renewal came in, when they were able to pick up the Ages of Immortality, and then just all the way to Neon Esports. What do you feel about the player network charts that are coming out? I mean, we can already see the lead, Vivek.
Uh,
It was
I
always
mean,
on to the Neon Esports.
I don't think this game was lost because of a lack of net worth. I think it was harder for Renewal because of particular item choices, not
Hmm.
itemizing to kite the Lifestealer, and the Leshrak's item choices in general. The Shiva's Guard never felt like it changed the game in any meaningful manner for Leshrak. The Pudge also had not the best of games. I mean, like, he could have done much better, but he just struggled a lot. So
Hmm.
yeah, I think I'm going to reduce those numbers not to the numbers themselves, but where that gold was put into. And I think there
Yeah.
could have been better itemization coming out from Renewal. And if they had items to cut the lifesteal, the fights could have been different, and maybe they could have won. There was one
Yep.
four stuff on the Rubik. I'm not saying there weren't, but I mean, the game started reaching this place where the tusk was blinking straight on top of the Rubik, and the Rubik was
Hmm.
just instantly dying at the beginning of most fights. It's a tricky Rubik game, especially when the heroes like a tusk and an ember who are just going to blink or get straight on top of you. So you have to be very careful with your positioning and how you play the game. Uh, anyway, folks, that's just game number one of the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. My name is Vivek. With me is ODog. We've also got our lovely gaming partner Logitech and our fantasy partner Fanclash. Do check out their website and see what fantasy games you can play regarding this tournament and regarding this tournament and Dota itself. I'm sure there's some cool stuff running on their website. Do check it out. For now, though, we're going to be taking a short break, and after that, we'll be back with game number two between Neon and Renewal.
Night. Nature takes its course.
Fortified.
You should have banned the jump.
Well, Neon have won their first map here in the Skyesports
Mm.
Championship Series 4.0. My name is Vivek. With me is Odog, and it was a very close competition. I mean, for a moment, we weren't quite sure who was going to take the game. Renewal played really, really well, but all the players on Neon did a fantastic job closing it out, and yeah, they. I just feel that uh, any team here doesn't want to end with a 1-1 tie in these round robins. So they're hoping to just clinch the series 2-0. And that's the main objective from Neon. Anything that stood out for you from map number one?
Mhm. I mean, I just feel like Team Renewal, they have to work on a little bit on the picks because I think they kind of lost in terms of the draft. That is something that has come to my mind because like you said, the amount of four staffs or the hex. I mean, they just did not had enough stuns to control a life stealer in the late game. So that is something that I think Team Renewal has to work. Other than that, I mean, they were actually in a stage in the middle of the game. There was a stage where like they kind of came back and they picked up the ages. um but then again, like it's Dota after all. I mean, you lose the fight and the comeback mechanism has just been really good these days. So if you tend to lose a fight and then if you exactly know how to take the advantage of it, then I mean, it's just going to pop off. And that's how I think Team Neon was able to come back. And of course, I mean, these guys are pretty experienced players as well. So you never know what happens. I mean, it's a round robin, it's a second game. So maybe Team Renewal will be able to, rectify their mistakes from the last game, and might be able to come back um, in this one particular series. But I would say Team Neon has done really well in the past game. Their drafting, their initiation. I think just one fight where Disruptor actually pushed Leshrac back into the tower. Other than that, I think the fights were amazing. There was probably some kind of miscommunication, but then other than that, I mean, the fights were really, really good. They have done really well in terms of the team fight, map control, and I think till some extent, I would say Team Renewal also were able to control the map. But
Yep.
then I'm just gonna say the draft phase. I'm just gonna say the draft phase. I mean, they just have to look up onto more number of heroes. They have to be versatile in terms of their supports to pick up more stuns. I mean, there's this thing that we say in our pubs and lobbies that more stuns wins you the game. Because of course, I mean, there's more disabled. You can catch out the carry and more initiations. So that is something that has come to my head.
I mean, sure, more stuns obviously wins you the game, but like, I feel that when you do not have stuns and when you have like your source of lockdown is what Rubik manages to steal, in addition to stuff like Leshrac and Budge, you want to be very careful about uh, having longer fights because
Yeah.
if you play a longer fight where the lifestealer has used his rage, where his BKB, he made a BKB where that BKB is gone off cooldown, and where he's not, I mean, infesting is not an option for him. That is how long the fight needs to go for you to be able to even win those fights. Or
Yeah.
obviously, how Renewal were thinking that somehow our Lycan gets a hex and he's killing someone important early on in that fight with just the hex
Mhm.
itself. So
Yeah. Yeah.
either you kite the life stealer and make him run around the fight and not have any contribution. I mean, there are five ways that they could have done this. You could have built a halberd. You could have, because even though if you halberd him, at the
Mhm.
beginning of the fight, the halberd is not going to be dispelled by rage. It's not going to be dispelled by BKB. So a halberd would be a good solution. Eth blades, ghost scepters, glimmers, uh, four staffs, all of those would help. The Leshrac making an axe would have helped. So hopefully we get to see all this and more in game number two as we are ready. We are
Mhm.
ready with our draft and we are jumping straight into it, folks. Boys and girls, it's Renewal facing off versus Neon, and it's Renewal and their time to come back. But Neon, it looks like they've done their prep. I mean, the first couple of vans are pretty identical. If anything, Neon are like, we know that Nature's Prophet is a comfort. pick for you. We
Mhm.
also know that you guys are pretty good at Lycan. We're going to
Yep.
respect your Lycan despite having beaten it, and we're just going to ban it out. Which means that heroes
Yep.
like Marcy, Tusk,
Mhm.
um, maybe a Brood, all of these heroes could slip into the first phase. Leshrac is also very much a possibility if any one of these teams prefer it. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Neon and Renewal want to open with. Well,
Oh,
there
Marcy.
you go.
Okay. Well, the first pick, Marcy, coming out from Neon Esports, even after the huge update that came out. You know, the jump range increase, the jump speed decrease, the jump range decrease, and the life steal decrease. I mean, they still find Marcy really powerful. I mean, that is something, that is. That doesn't go with the theories of Dota. You know what how people say is like if there is this one particular character or hero being nerfed in this patch, then people tend not to pick it. But well, Neon Esports are going to come up with the same pick as their first pick. So Marcy is out this time because the amount of bans were gone, and similar kind of bans that we can see. Monkey King ban coming out from Team Neon Esports. Pudge and a Marcy pick. Meanwhile, for Renewal, they seem to like Beastmaster and Silencer that happens in the last game. They would not want to give Pudge again to Team Renewal, so that is something that they have to keep in mind. Another thing, Vivek, if you remember what happened in the last game is like they had a Pudge pickup, and Pudge was position one. And by the end of the game, somewhere he had to buy a Ghost Scepter just to be able to survive more in the fight. You know, when situations like this comes in, where your carry has to pick up a Ghost Scepter just to be able to survive in the fights, that means that the carry is really really struggling. All right, I'm going to talk about the more further bans which are coming up from Team Neon as well as Team Renewal. So we have a life stealer which is getting banned. Ursa is getting banned from Neon. All the carries in phase 2 of this draft. Renewal, they're going to come up with the Ambers out. They're going to put out Pangos out. What do you feel about putting out the Pango in this particular draft, Vivek?
Banger is a good option. Uh, but because it's a good option, it's been banned. I think we saw at TI 11 like how much a Pango can do. And if you look at Neon's bans, it's quite interesting. I mean, all these bans are giving the indication that they want to protect the Pudge. So any safe lane call that's good versus the Pudge has been banned out. Um,
Mhm,
I don't even know if there's like any really solid option versus the Pudge that remains. Maybe Magic Burst and a Necroforce or something like a Viper. Like I don't think even
mhm,
Viper is that good anymore. So I don't even know what you pick versus the Pudge. Something that can hit from range would be an option,
mhm.
like a sniper or a drow, so that
Yep.
the Pudge finds it really difficult to play the games. Uh, and Renewal, they're just going to pick up the Tusk. No surprises
Mhm.
here. This is where the Neon draft really starts to come through. I think this is going to be a pause 5 hero getting picked up. And yeah, it's going to be the Enchantress for Neon. And now is when they reveal another core. So just looking at the draft so far, I think Marcy and Enchantress are going to be the two supports. You can flex the Marcy,
10 seconds
uh,
remaining.
but yeah, Neon also clearly taking their time because this
5
pick
seconds
is where their
remaining.
draft really, really starts to come together. Visage would be a decent option here if they do play it. Uh, but
Yeah,
I haven't
I
seen too
mean,
many SEA teams
Visage
play the
has.
Visage.
Mhm. Yeah.
Dire team pick.
Oh yeah, there you go. I mean, Vivek is on point, and there is going to be a Visage pick coming out from Team Neon. So yeah, I mean, Visage is actually pretty strong. I really like the burst damage that comes out. Uh, People have been
10
picking up a
seconds remaining.
Orchid Ags on this guy, and Visage
5
just
seconds
kind of
remaining.
gets unkillable. Even if you kill the Visage, and Visage is definitely gonna take like one or two out in the team fights, and The movement is pretty strong. He has a slow, he has a stun. I mean, if you're good enough with the micro, which definitely these guys are, they can make it a huge deal. Another thing that comes to my head when you pick a position 5 enchantress, is, you know how the human psychology works is the first person that you see in the game, you're gonna go for a kill. Enchantress being position 5, having the untouchable, when you go to the Enchantress, it takes some time to be able to burst them down. So what happens in that meantime is you're gonna
Radiant
throw
team
out your important spells just to take down the Enchantress. All right, there's a Morphling pickup. You're gonna throw up all your spells, and then you're gonna wait for their right click if you see Enchantress first
Dire
on the map.
team ban.
So this is something that comes to my head with the Enchantress players, that they do not have to be like super scared of showing up first on the map. A lot of teams like OG, what they do is like they also show up Enchantress first on the map, just so you throw all the spells, and then the further team fight starts in, because you're on the
10
disadvantage of
seconds.
lower
Radiant
amount of spells
team
that
ban.
you have. So there is a lot that happens in Dota, but this is something that always comes to my head whenever I see Enchantress pick up. And of course, Enchantress
Yeah,
is a strong
I'm.
leader as well, because you can pick up the creep, and then it's always two are always better than one. I mean, even Phantom Lancer says we have strength in numbers.
10
What do you have?
seconds
So
remaining.
Enchantress can do a lot as a position 5. Vivek,
5
I would want you to
seconds
talk about
remaining.
the further bans which are coming out: the Bat Rider, Templar,
Dire
and the Lita.
team ban.
Yeah, I guess the Batrider and even the Puckman is just to narrow down the mid lane. The Batrider is also one of those heroes that's good versus both the Visage and the Enchantress. Um, I'm just gonna put this out there, and this seems really, really
10
wild. You were
seconds
talking about
remaining.
Enchantress as a 5 and the difficulties she can cause.
5
It's
seconds remaining.
also very possible that Neon does a big 360 and a 200 IQ move at the same time and puts the Enchantress mid. Now,
Radiant
Yep,
this
team
is
pick. Dire
super
team
old.
pick.
yep.
No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Sorry. For a moment, I thought it could. But I mean, some folks have been playing the Enchantress mid. But just looking at Neon's lineup, I'm just kind of leaning to the Pudge being a support here
10
and the
seconds
Marcy
remaining.
being a core. I don't think
Mhm.
Marcy is going to be played as a support.
5 seconds
Uh,
remaining.
and I will explain why I feel that way later if that happens. For renewal, I mean, they have a pretty solid lineup. Maybe if they want to, they can pick something mid that kind of works with the Morphling. Uh,
Mhm.
I mean, something like I feel like they need like a source of team fight mid. So I was thinking of something like the Mars, something like the Kunkka,
Mhm.
uh, both. I mean, the Kunkka is also really, really good versus the Visage. You could
Yep.
also, I don't know if people still do Morph ES. I know like people are making ags on Morphling, but is Morph ES still viable?
Invoker.
You may
Nope.
now select
All
your
my
hero.
Mhm.
predictions were wrong. They're just going to pick up the Invoker.
Yeah.
I'm probably guessing it's going to be a Vex Invoker, and the Spirit Vessel and the Cold Snap is going to be
Yeah.
superb versus the Pudge, the Leshrac, the Visage. Although the Pudge is going to block some of the damage, but it's still nice to have that Spirit Vessel and just reduce the magic resistance. And yeah, I think. Oh, I was wrong about the Marcy. It is a support Marcy.
Mhm.
Huh. I thought that you put the Marcy as core because you have another source of damage if you need it, but okay, they're going to do pause 4 Marcy, pause 5 Enchantress, and it's going to be a core Pudge, and
Mhm.
yeah, that's what it's looking like from what I know of the players. For those in chat looking at Neon's names and wondering if that really is your Yopaj, I don't think that's your Yopaj. So please don't spam
No.
Japoy is my idol in chat. I mean, they're just having fun with their names. Renewal on the other side, though, are very, very serious.
Yeah.
And
There's no more Yopaj, man. I'm sorry, my Filipino friends. Yeah, Yopaj is not in the team anymore. But okay, all right. I'm gonna take you guys into the game. Yeah, Vivek. So I'm sorry to cut you off. I wanted to say I actually had Invoker in my head because that's the only source of the magical damage that can play on the mid lane that I actually thought. Theoretically, again, Invoker has been that mid hero, and we love watching Invoker mid. I mean, I have the most number of games with Invoker. So I have about 2,000 games with Invoker, one of my favorite heroes. I mean, I don't play it anymore, but I mean, it is in general. All right, 5-man smoke versus a 5-man smoke to pick up the movement, and they are getting close in picking up the rune. I believe it's gonna be a rune fight. All right, they're gonna walk up. Team Neon is gonna walk up. Will be able to find Silencer. All right, Silencer is being caught. There's gonna be the jump. The rebound comes in. The flow is also gonna be there. The hook. Yep, Fortune Soul gets the first blood on to Mr. Silencer from Team Renewal. Well, good enough. I mean, some gold being taken in the bag of the safe laner. Meanwhile, I believe would they want to go for more? I don't think so. I think it's just going to be 2 for 2 runes, if I'm not wrong. But I believe they can still contest um, the top rune, the top bounty.
They can. They
If
can.
they want to go, yeah, because Invoker is alone there, and they have placed down the ward.
I mean, okay, so this observer bot once again on the outpost spots out the Dusk, and this is problematic. Like, the Podge doesn't quite get the rune, but the Dusk might just end up dying. And yeah, they've taken the slow JTR with the most awkward shard block of his life. Stuck in the middle of nowhere, he's forced to TP, and that means he's gonna have to make that long. Okay, that was smart. He TP'd back to the lane. I thought he TP'd home because if he TP'd home, he'd have to make a long walk back to help out Kazima in the laning phase. But he's nearby, and Kazima already needs help. Fortune Soul on point with these hooks. Both JTR and Kazima low in terms of HP, and they're going to play this lane with a little bit of respect.
Meanwhile, I would also want to talk about the top lane, the damage when. Oh, look at that was a little too close. My God, Enru, man. I think Morphling's gonna have a hard time in this lane. I mean, the only way to kill the Morphling is either you burn his mana or the burst damage. So, Enru has the burst damage. The more amount of spells you use, Visage gets charged. The Soul Assumption is quite annoying. And yeah, I mean, they have to be careful.
So basically, the Visage or Marcy takes
Bottom lane.
damage. Yeah, bottom lane, there's a little bit of action brewing as well. Kazima dropping really low, but up top, this Soul Assumption should be a kill, but Tsukimoto can't quite clean up. And Andrew, I mean, he's starting to apply the pressure. He's got 3 mangoes to work with, dog. Kazima died, but we didn't catch it on camera.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, Kazima, yeah, he wasn't really able to escape. I mean, the level 2 advantage that Pudge got with the rot, I mean, definitely came into play. And yeah, I mean, 1 level ahead on the bottom lane, definitely some advantage. Meanwhile, we could see on the top lane as well, Silencer is just trying to contest against the Marcy. So that is something that we can see. I mean, Silencer did not pick up any Glaives of Wisdom. Level 1 has picked up Arcane Curse and the last word. All right, level 2 hit Silencer. Let's see who gets the kill here. Do we be able to get the kill? I don't think so. I mean, just they're getting him down. Oh,
I think
Marcy is
wants to die.
out.
I think. Oh, okay. I thought Tsukimoto was ready to die and come back in the lane. I mean, that's the only logic that explains his positioning, and he's going to die regardless right now. He doesn't have a rebound target. He might just set up for a trade with Andrew's Soul Assumption. First, the Visage will gain some movement speed. And I'm looking at top where the Silencer might die slowly, but elsewhere down bottom, Fortune Soul, not Fortune World, is pursuing JTR. JTR will eventually fall. And yeah, this bottom lane isn't going too well for Renewal. I mean, Kazima, you can see that he's struggling in the CS department. Back at mid, Valky just man-fighting Strata here. The Fairy Fire there. The Lightning Storm might just be enough. Who gets EXP? That's what matters. And at the end of it all, it's the Leshrac. A second was all that separated both those players. And that 1 second
Yeah.
was enough for Valky and more importantly for Neon to get a significant advantage. Look at this
Top
though. I mean, the
lane.
Tusk is gone mid and he's sitting mid up top. Yep, a lot of action all around the map. Andrew gets a kill, but I'm looking at bottom where the Enchantress is trying to make a play onto the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's got to be careful because that Wild Wing Ripper can throw the Beastmaster out of position. Back at mid, Tornado, EMP, Valky. He doesn't have too much mana. The snowball committed the shots. Well, not huge, just a tag team for now. The Tusk has got to be careful. The armor and the slight bit of HP regen closer to the tower does make the Leshrac a little bit stronger. But I love this O-Dog. It's such a beautiful, lovely, action-packed laning phase that we're watching.
Yeah, every single lane there's something happening, something or the other. I think there's no dead lane, no farming scenarios. Everybody's just trying to go for kills, trying to go for the pulls. There's a stack and pull that we might be able to see on the top lane, but Marcy's just trying to stop the silencer. And KR is also gonna get close over, right? There's some big amount of damage that Marcy's gonna take on that top lane. But not letting him pull is the advantage that Enru is getting. I mean, it's okay.
down
Right
bottom.
onto the bottom
I
lane,
think
there
Kazima
is going to be this snowball. They might be able to get the unfortunate soul, but the right clicks coming out from Hated on JTR, pushing him back, not letting them initiate on the safe laner, is something that we have to keep in mind. And again, what I said about Enchanters, I mean, it's just pulling out a creep from the jungle, and then it's really hard for JTR to fight against these guys. Again, look at that, the Hellbeard Smasher in we as Dota players like to call it Tomato. Oh, mid lane, there's actually no mana on Valky, so he's not gonna take any damage from EMP. But again, a little bit on the advantage in terms of level, I would say. And there is an instant pickup of Urn of Shadows from Karata. We might be able to see some rotations that might come out from Invoker. And we all love Qualifiers Invoker, man. It has just been really, I would say, it works a lot these days. Before people used to play a lot of damage. But meanwhile, onto the bottom lane, I think Kazima might end up going down, and JTR is trying to stop him, but no, Fortune Soul will be able to get that kill, and I think JTR is also going to go down. The heals, oh my god. Pushing Fortune Soul already on a mega kill streak, the slow into the rod, the amount of damage that they have is insane. And mid lane, there is going to be another fight. Oh, the invisibility is going to come out. The ward placement is also going to be there. Marcy will be able to pull him out. The silencer comes out from the other side. Will they be able to get him down? No! My god, Valky goes down before him because sipping juice, he used his arcane curse, and Leshrac is going to get punished. So Invoker gets the experience, but Tsukimoto gets the kill on Skarata on that mid lane. So Invoker's also going to go down. It's going to be 1-for-1. Good rotations coming out from both the supports. What do you feel about the action going on the mid lane, Vivek?
Yeah, I mean, I'm digging it. I'm liking it. But the problem is, I feel that the Marcy. Okay, I don't want to talk about that rebound. But just in general, I feel that Marcy needs to be playing the top lane a little differently. As long as you take what is it, side kick? Yep, the lifesteal spell.
Yeah.
As long as you okay, I have to get back to my theory crafting later because down bottom Kazima is slowly dying. The snowball's there, the shards are cute, TPs are coming in. Renewal are pressing the panic button and how, but it's not going to amount to much as Fortune Soul is probably laughing at them. He's got 5 flesh heap stacks. He's having the time of his life in this bottom lane. But like you said, the focus is at mid. When the Marcy's gone in, the Tornado was well timed, but the Dispose is there perfectly into the split earth. And with the Pulse Nova, this should be a certain kill on the Strata. The snowball save is good, and it keeps Strata alive. Strata's going to get away. The points in Quas are helping. JDR secures a kill onto the Leshrac. The Lesh dead. JDR will also fall, and this is a trade that Renewal will take any time of day. Even the Seeds of Serenity being dropped so that the Crossbacks Invoker can heal up a little bit. I mean, you have to give the Tusk the MVP of the laning phase so far, but Fortune Soul sees Kazima, kills Kazima, and he knows that the Tusk is not there to save him, so he's going to pick up an easy kill down bottom.
Have a good show.
Wow. Okay, there's a lot happening, guys. Well, on the mid lane, I would say Invoker. I mean, the Wex is something that came into play. All right, top lane. Let me talk about that first. The Tornado, EMP, Old Snap comes in as well. Will they have enough amount of charge? The stun is also going to be there. Yep, the right click is just going to come into play for the Tusk tag team, and they will be able to secure the kill onto Enru. Meanwhile, I wanted to talk about the last fight that happened on the mid lane. Invoker was very lucky. He had the movement speed. I also saw Hated try to right click him out. Oh, alright, there's gonna be a hook on the bottom lane. He'll be able to get him on the dismember. And Kajima is gonna go down. My god. Fortune Soul really having a good fortune. Oh, Tsukiboto or gets a little too deep there and is gonna get punished. Some good amount of TPs. KR is also playing pretty active on that Morphling. Meanwhile, we can see onto the top lane. They're forcing a TP out. Will they be able to catch him? No, there is no raise dead. Or the net. The net. In the troll. Well, I mean, it is getting a little hard on the side of Team Renewal. I mean, we can see they're getting pushed out. Morphling has to rotate onto the bottom lane. The safe lane from Neon is getting overfarmed. I mean, they're doing good in the team fights, but then somebody also has to focus on the push because I believe the Agnes Scepter is really strong, Vivek. What do you feel about it?
The Agnes Scepter on the punch?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But what's also problematic is this flashback tag again. Valky's got to be careful. There's only so much Amasi can do. And Valky has no mana. The Unleash committed with the Dismember. They should get the Invoker. The Global Silence will disjoin that Dismember rather quickly. But Fortune Soul is chasing for the Hawk. Oh, for the first time in a long time, Fortune Soul lives. But it doesn't matter. I think they'll get the kill regardless. Nope, they can't jump. There is no rebound, no dispose for the Marcy, and there's no kill onto the Silencer. But at the end of it all, they trade both their mid laners, Neon and Renewal, and Endu is just sitting in top, having the time of his life. He's effectively, I mean, pushed Morphling out of the lane. I mean, they've taken the tier 1 tower, the Morphling is sitting bottom, and JDR is just shadowing Andrew here. He'll get the kill onto the Silencer. JDR doesn't feel like fighting, now he does. Goes on to the Enchantress, not a worthwhile kill. Snowball onto Maski, the EMP does a little bit of damage. The axe is there, Walrus punches. Well, Tsukimoto still manning up. Finally, the Primal Beast, the Primal Roar gets committed. And look at this, even the neutral creeps want to play the tournament. The Centaur combo coming into the Hoofstomp sets up for more. As Renewal now turn, Andrew in the middle of nowhere will melt. Morphling joins the fight as well. It looks as if the jungle is playing for Renewal and Neon, well, not really playing for themselves as they just run into the enemy jungle and give away a big chunk of their lead, a big chunk of their advantage. Not really fighting for any meaningful objective. But one thing that I do want to point out, and the reason they probably took that fight, is because they did have vision in that area. But what they were not ready for is JTR's Invis and the Morphling to both the Morphling and the Beastmaster to rotate that early.
There's another thing like that I want to point out from the last fight when JTR was invisible on the Tusk. He was level 5. So he had to wait until he gets level 6 and then he can reveal that he was invisible because he did not have the Walrus Punch. So before that, I mean, it was really hard for him to be able to, you know, initiate the fight. I mean, it's like a very general thing. I mean, if you initiate the fight, you kind of have a plan, but then, I mean, if you're not able
is dead, yeah. I'm pretty sure he's gonna die.
The bottom lane, there's gonna be the stun. They will be able to catch him with the ice shard, and here comes the punch, pushing him back. Oh, that's a hell lot of gold. Wow, that's 263 gold. All right.
Yeah, he's been going unchecked and back up top. Kazima, oh, the rebound.
Yeah.
Tsukimoto is struggling a little bit on the Masi in some ways. I don't think that rebound was gonna hit, but in general, Odog, I feel like he's not finding the right time and the right way to join a lot of these fights.
Yep. I mean, we have seen Marcy's coming out really well on the position 4. I mean, the rotations are proper on the mid lane, and like you had that huge range. But I think the nerf also comes into play a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, I think he's just not able to find the right time at this moment.
Yep.
Look at them gathering. Oh, yep. Finds one. And there's gonna be the silencer getting caught. The silence, the global is also gonna get used. Kazima, he does have a TP. Are you gonna TP out, my man? Or are you gonna still stuck? Oh no, he's gonna stay there and he's gonna get caught onto the other side. Valky is in trouble. And yep, the roar comes out as well, but nothing is gonna come into play. And KIR is looking out for an escape, but there's gonna be the hook from Fortune's Troll. The rod is also gonna be there. The Meteor is a little away, but Fortune's Troll, will he be able to escape? Look at the sidekick movement. They will be able to get him. No ball safe. And 3 of them. And ATR is also gonna go down. KR joins back into the team fight, and yes, will be able to kill the hook. Comes into play, and there is gonna be the dismember. Silencer's trying to join into the fight. Will they be able to get him? They're still fighting. They're still fighting until the tower. The Silencer is trying to escape away for his life. Will be able to escape away. Gets that kill. There was the cold snap. Just a little bit of cooldown. Wasn't really able to use it. And now they're trying to get Enru's familiar down. They got one. They're waiting for the second one. I think a pretty decent fight for Renewal, I would say. The tower did go down a little bit, but they were able to secure a big kill on Pudge, Vivek.
Dire's middle tower is under
I mean, the
attack.
Pudge dies because he goes back for the silencers already died and who has respawned
Yep.
again. But yeah, I was just looking at the fight recap. At the end of it all, Neon lost 4 members, Renewal lost
Yeah.
3. The 2 cores that they lost were the Morphling and the Beastmaster. So the good news, in a sense, for Renewal is that Invoker gets a lot of EXP.
Yep.
So, and I mean, if you just look at that, because of the morphing into the Enchantress, getting the
Dire's
Nature's
middle tower is
Attendants,
under
because of all the attribute shifting, it basically appears as if Neon had to do a lot more damage, and yeah. It's a bit tricky for Neon.
Dire are scanning.
Regardless, they're not going to be too displeased about the fight. The core reason they won that fight is because they had the familiars for vision, and that really kind of changed the outcome. Also, Fortune Soul with some really excellent hooks. This is going to be another quick kill for both teams. I mean, Renewal should at the least get Tsukimoto. I think JDR without the snowball will die as well. The Wraith Pact, well, we thought that item was nerfed, but it's still relevant. And Andrew showing us that it has a place.
Radiant's middle tower is
Do
under attack.
Renewal want to go back in though? It's kind of hard without the dust.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I think the previous fight, that big, messy, glorious exchange, which we saw up top, Odog, was primarily for this tier 2 tower, which Neon get regardless. So they've got the tier 2 tower, they've got the outpost, they've got some vision in that area, and now the key objective is to move towards the Rosh pit when the time is right.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah, I
under
mean,
attack.
they have to control, because right now Neon seems to me on the lead. I mean, both the same minute of 8.9k to 8.1k, that's a huge goal difference. And the kill difference, I should say. I mean, because, of course, KIR was severely active in the first few phases of the game because he has to play with the team. He had to play with the team. Right now, you can see Fortune Soul has picked up the Blink Dagger and the Aghanim Scepter, and now they have to be very cautious in saving the Morphling. I mean, they have enough
It
amount
is
of
a
stuns.
lead. It is a lead for Neon, Odog, but I feel like
Yeah.
the game really changes now because with that team, with the Beastmaster, with Alacrity coming out from the Invoker, this Morphling is going to cause a lot of issues for Neon.
Radiant's middle
I
tower
mean,
is
if you just let Morphling have a free hand in fights, he can kill all the cores on the side of Neon by himself. So,
Yep.
Neon, sure, it feels like, oh, Fortune Soul's had a great laning phase, guys. He's been hitting all his
Radiant's
hooks.
bottom tower
But,
is under attack.
okay, that is just disastrous. But yeah, he's had a great laning phase. He's been hitting all his hooks. He had a monster kill streak, blah, blah, blah. We got the tier 2 top. But one fight with Morphling where Morphling goes unchecked, and Renewal are just back in the game just like that.
Oh my god!
Oh! How
Hey, he
does
got the
that
dismember!
happen? How does
Oh my god.
that happen? I mean, if Dendi was from Southeast Asia, his name would be Fortune Soul. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh my god. I mean,
Radiant are
Even
scanning.
the right one, even after the Mantis, I mean, look at his quick decision making. This is exactly what I'm talking about with Dota players, man. This is insane.
Gotcha.
He's
And
gonna get a kill now.
Skarata,
He's
yeah,
gonna get a
he's
kill. Or blink away probably. The Force Spirit is a bit of an issue. Fortune Soul doesn't blink. He decides to walk instead, and that might just be his undoing. The Spirit Vessel and the tag team, there is enough damage on the side of Renewal, but reinforcements are coming for Neon. The Poch will die. There's Sukimoto. He wants to fight on the Marcy. Global Silence committed. He's looking a bit silly on the Marcy as he doesn't get to do too much with the Unleash, but the Splitter, it's on point as Valky will clean up. If it's not Fortune Soul, it's Valky. They trade
Silencer.
core, and elsewhere the Silencer, well, he offers a high five, but Sukimoto, he's not here for fun and games. He means business. He takes the kill, and with Andrew still available on the map, with the Wraith Pack and the Vladimir's, which is a component of it, they can move into the Rosh pit. They've also got an Alpha pit. And there you go, with glorious slow-mo, well, not a glorious slow-mo, but a replay nonetheless, where you could see the Pudge really getting things going for Neon. And you asked me, like, Vivek, what do you think of Pudge as a core? If you make Blink, if you're active on the map like that, it is probably a very good hero to play in a safe lane. So, I just want to say that Fortune Soul has done his bit, and now as the game goes later and later, the other cores on the side of Neon have to step up.
Yep. And one other thing that I would want to mention is Valky playing Lishrak in this game. I mean, if you look at the amount of items or farm or the net worth, I think he's doing pretty well in terms of 19 minutes. You have a Bloodstone, boost of speed, and a Blink Dagger as well as the 3 major items. So I really feel like he's doing pretty well. And yeah, we can see the
Are scanning.
initiation now instantly coming out. Even the Pudge is a little far away, but Team Renewal, they have to be a little cautious there. If not too much, I mean, the Morphling has to be taken care of. So, I mean, let's see what happens in the next few team fights. I don't think they would want to, Team Renewal would want to take any fights as of now because of the strong advantage of the Ages of Immortality. Let's see if they might be able to get a pickup on the Lesh on top lane, then it is going to be a big thing. He's going to be very close to the team out there. They're calling it out. They would want to go on the Lesh track, but make sure there's a tower, and they would want to TP in. Yep, you can see the TPs coming in. They are baiting out the Lesh track. The Lesh track be able to escape away, right? He won't be able to escape away, but Pudge jumps in, and I think Pudge is also going to go down. Yep, the Aegis of Immortality is down. PIR trying to escape away, taunting him out. There is going to be the stun. The Wraith Pact comes into play, but it is a little too far, and the Agents of Immortality is gone with a big kill of Lechrak. I think it is a little bit of an advantage for Team. Oh, they will be able to catch the Invoker. Invoker's gonna get cut. Karate trying to escape away for his life, uses the stick. It's not gonna click onto anyone. They'll be able to see the Blitzing Watch is also gonna be there. But, oh yeah, he gets the kill. Fortune Soul also gets the kill onto the Silencer. Meanwhile, Andrew gets the kill on Skarata. Skarata getting caught, so I believe it's a 2 for 2. It is a good kill. Even after losing the Ages, I mean, they did get the good kill, but will this kill convert into any kind of objectives? That is something that we have to look up to. Oh, Fortune Soul. Alright, they already know that there's a ward. Meanwhile, Vivek on the bottom.
I think the Lashak knew that Kazima was in the area, and Kazima's, I mean, playing this interestingly. I think he's going for the Ags, if I'm not mistaken, which basically does healing. And along with the Wraith Pack, it could be really effective. The Drums of Solemn, or it has some such obscure name, but like, I'm just curious to see this in play. I've never seen it really come into play, but this is the build that he's going for, and I want to see if he completes it and if it works. But yeah, Sukimoto is trying to catch him out, but the Tumblers thought, well, best toy you can play with.
They kept thinking that, you know, he's there, but the Tumbler, oh, they're still gonna scan, they're gonna go for it. Well, unfortunately, Sukimoto, they have TP'd away, my friend. The rest of the team is not there anymore, and we can see a Witchblade pickup on Invoker, which is coming out. Lishrak also playing a little aggressive. He does have Bottle.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
it's no strike being used, alright. Well, let's see. I mean, the Rush still has 4 more minutes, and Rush might spawn. There's no surety. There's still some time. Um, so you know, we still have to see what happens in this game. We can see Kazima still having the rate back, and he's going for a BKB.
Dire's bottom
I mean,
tower is
definitely
under
something
attack.
to sustain in the team fights. We have Skarata going on to top lane. Valky is going to be on the corner. 4 of them are just trying to sandwich him out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I think they did get a little bit of division for the blink that came out, but not exactly.
Dire's
They're not
bottom
willing
tower
to dive
is
in
under
tight.
attack.
And that bottom tower being pushed out as well for the Dire side. Alright, they're just looking out to trade tower tier 2 for tier 1. Not that bad. Instant smoke coming out as well from Team Neon. Let's see what is going to be the next move. They would want to look up for a fight. They would want to take up a fight. Team Renewal getting a little close. A 4-man
Well,
smoke.
Neon. I guess the good thing about Neon is like they play as if they own the map. I mean, they are pretty much dictating this game right now, and it's more Renewal reacting. And Renewal, I think the two trump cards that they have are Global Silence and the Tusk Blink and the Hawk Vision. So I think they're just going to dodge this fight altogether. But elsewhere, the Marcy, I heard the Unleash. Who have they found? Well, it is the Tusk, but that. Yeah, JDR quick enough to blink away after the snowball. The familiars, the Leshrac, all of them chasing this one little Tusk. And eventually, I think JDR is there. There's no way he escapes that. 40 seconds without him, a 6,000 net worth advantage. Neon, they are cruising through the game, Odog, but what they've got to be careful about is, I mean, if they lose the fight, it's going to be because of the Global Silence 1. It's also going to be because of the vision coming from the Beastmaster. So, I don't know how aware they are of where the Beastmaster
Radiant's
Hawks
bottom
are.
tower is under attack.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
those factors.
I really,
Oh my god, that
actually
hook, did
really
it connect?
No, they're not gonna get it. Yeah. I actually wanted to say I really like the shard on the Beastmaster. I mean, you get the vision and then you get that root. That is something that comes into my head. I mean, the stuns, of course, that do come into play, but then I also feel like the BKB
Radiant's bottom tower
was
has
a
fallen.
much more important item for Kazima to be able to support team fights. That is something that we have to keep in mind. You can already see Team Neon looking out to push onto the top lane.
Radiant's
So the
bottom
familiars
tower is
are
under
doing
attack.
the job in picking up the
Dire's
tower.
top tower is under attack.
And Team Renewal is patiently waiting on the bottom
Dire's
lane.
top
They're
tower
going
is
for
fallen.
the Neon Rex.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I think they
Yeah,
need
it
to
looks
TP
like
now.
as if. Yep, the TPs are coming in, but I think Neon are okay with this because they still have their siege creep and they can commit to buildings with just the familiars, and that's enough sometimes. So
the siege.
if anything, Renewal are going to try and force a fight here. Is that the play? Are they going to commit onto the Visage, who's sitting with a Hex and a Wraith Pact? I'd also like to make a small correction. I thought Kazima was going to get his Axe Scepter. I couldn't see his quick buy, but he ends up completing the BKB, which is nice. But this fight is so crucial. Renewal running in. This is just outside their tier 3. They commit on the Enchantress. The bot blinks in with his BKB. Who does he dismember? The Beastmaster, but Kazima just turns, wants to use the roar. The Walrus Punch is there. The roar has been used. Enough Fortune Soul just manning up like an absolute boss. The hook is there. Both the Tusk and the Silence are dropping low. Fortune Soul creating so much space, but eventually he's going to fall. Here has shown up in the fight. The damage from the Moblin hurts. A buyback from the Tusk. Buyback from both the Tusk and the Silence, and the Enchantress is also bought back, and they need to because Kir is dying. Kir has got buyback and he needs it. 69 seconds until he respawns naturally, but the problem is he hasn't got his friend. Strata dies to the Leshrac, and with this Neon can apply heavy pressure. Honestly, that was a bad idea to fight coming up from Renewal, and that bad idea is turning into a worse idea as the Silencer dies back for no reason at all. The Hex from Indu was not something Renewal were ready for. And Renewal can just group up and continue to push.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
And
Dire's top
this is
barracks
exactly
is
what I
fortified.
said about the Enchantress. The Enchantress shows, like,
Dire's
shows
top
up on the map.
barracks has fallen.
Morphling jumps onto her, uses the right click, uses the waveform, be aggressive, uses the adaptive strike, and use the BKB magic style, and then boom, you have nothing. You basically have nothing. And from there, Valky and Enru shows up with the Hex and the amount of magic damage that they have. And yes, it just costs them at least 2 Rex. It's quite annoying, alright? The punch is also going to be there. They'll be able to get Valky. I think it is a pretty good kill. They're going to get the raid back out as well. Visage, Hated, and Fortune Soul, Tsukimoto all on the run, respecting the respawn of the Morphling. And they will be able to escape, I believe. It's not going to be harsh. But yeah, I mean, again, I want to talk about how Enchantress again showed up and, you know, yeah, just did the work that I mentioned earlier. The Untouchable did his magic, and that's how KII wasn't really able to do much. I mean, you're just chasing a position 5 for about 7 or 8 seconds of the fight with the BKB on, and the BKB has like a 9-second you know, thing on you, then it just gets really hard. And yeah, Team Neon patiently waiting, but Team Renewal would want to convert the fight into something more objectable, I would say. Meanwhile, Karata is gonna go down. They will be able to get one from the Renewal. And Roshan is going to be very low. Will they be able to get him down? Again, the Hex comes down. Who picks up the Aegis? KIR gets the Aegis. The silence being used. Now they would want to get aggressive. There's a BKB on to KIR. Will they be able to get him? The right clicks are going to be enough. Oh no, they are escaping. All right, here comes the war onto Valky. Valky is going to go down. The right click is going to be enough. And there's a stun. Do they have anything else? Will they be able to get the Morphling down? No, Morphling will be able to escape a good fight. They got the Leshrac. Invoker got killed, but they were able to pick up the Aegis of Immortality, which is a huge deal in terms of objectives. 6k gold lead still on the side of Neon. I don't think they're super worried about them picking up the Aegis of Immortality because there's still 2 Rexes gone. What do you feel about the last fight, Vivek?
Yeah, it was the way, like the one and only way for Renewal to come back in this game and in this series. They had to go Roshan. They had to try and win a fight, and more importantly, just get the Aegis and get out. And Neon knew that they had to contest. Unfortunately, while trying to contest Roshan, a lot of things went wrong. I mean, Fortune Soul ended up hooking a teammate, and both him and the Lesh didn't play that fight as optimally as possible. Like, Valky comes into the fight when Fortune Soul is blocked off and is already low in terms of HP. So small adjustments need to be made for Neon in terms of how they position and how they time their initiation as cores. But otherwise, I think Renewal are going to be very pleased with that. They are back in the game. They have the Aegis. Sure, they've lost a lane of Max, but it's not the end of the world. They can immediately smoke if they want to, and look for a pick off with this Aegis, because this is when you start piecing together a comeback, if at all, for Neon.
Yep. Well, I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, Neon is still on the advantage, like we mentioned. There's a good amount of farm on Leshrac with the 17k gold lead. Only 100 gold away, actually, from Morphling, but then Morphling needs to be very cautious in terms of who to really fight. That is something that always comes to my mind. You know, if you know your target priority, then it's going to be the fights are going to get a little easier for you guys. But I would also want to see Team Renewal maybe trying to smoke if they can fix the lanes which are getting pushed inside.
Dire's bottom tower is under
If
attack.
somehow they can push the lanes and you know, get at least one guy out from the team fight, then I mean it just could be a huge deal, and they could make a good use of the Aegis that they have picked up. But even if they're not able to take up or take out anyone from the fight by smoking, they have got some time for themselves to be able to refresh, reset, and get the items whichever are needed. And here comes the smoke. The 4-man smoke comes out. Morphling still out of smoke. He does have the Aegis of Immortality. Leshrac is out of fight, but he does have the boots of travel. that we have to keep in mind. So reinforcements can come into play anytime. They
Oh, it's the Hawk. This Hawk is going to turn the fight. I mean, Andrew's quick
and
enough to blink out, but oh, Sukomi, he's got to be careful. The dust has gone back in. The snowball doesn't result in much with Sukomi manning up in the unleash of the BKB. He's going to get controlled with the Walrus punch. He's going to end up dying. The left track in the middle of nowhere. The Sunstrike there. Valky will end up falling. A buyback coming up from Marcy, but it's all gone to the gutter as Neon, well, if their Podge has been forced to team me back home, their Marcy's been forced to buy back. The less dead can only watch as the once untouchable Enchantress will now fall in Renewal with the Morphling, who's got a Manta style, a Skadi, and a Dragon Lance. Heck, even that BKB, which is probably one of the more important items, can just group up and start applying pressure on the map.
Oh yeah, Team Neon has lost a huge amount of lead in this one particular team fight. I mean, they lost the Leshrac, they've lost the Enchantress, almost lost the Fortune. I mean, he didn't die, but it's pretty low there. I mean, he could do nothing but BKB TP away from the team fight. So, Team Renewal actually making a comeback. I mean, there's no other word that I can say. I mean, they are making a
Yep.
comeback. And oh,
It's a proper comeback.
Rata, the text, the hook. Alright, they're gonna catch the Invoker, and Invoker's gonna go down. The Force Staff did come into play, but was not enough. Meanwhile, they have also gotten a double kill. PIR now being a beast, dominating this game, secures two kills.
Radiant's middle
Tsukimoto
tower has fallen.
alongside Andrew. Both of them went down. And Agents of Immortality has gone as well. They have to go
Dyer's
for the
middle barracks are under
defense
attack.
of the base. KIR TP's back. Fortune Soul tries to come out. I think we have to look out on the itemization. We have a Q that we can see on Marcy. He wants to go for the Nullifier, which is definitely a good item against the Morphling. And the Force Staffs that they have, they only have one Force Staff, but Silencer also has the Glimmer Escape. So, I mean, of course, the late game good item gives you damage, gives you good, good amount of dispel, I would say. So that is something that they have to keep in mind. The only thing that Team Renewal, I believe, has to take care of is the push. They have to keep an eye on the pushing waves coming out from the Radiant side. If they don't, and if they stay too focused in the team fight, they might lose their range racks on that mid lane.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I mean, you are playing with. Oh, okay, this is problematic. Sip and Juice in another world did spot KIR, if I'm not mistaken. His courier is flying about. I think KIR should know, and KIR doesn't care. He's got the Manta style if he needs it, and both him and the Silencer can move forward and look for a kill. The Familiars getting vision. This is going to be do or die for Neon, as it just boils down to initiation. If the Morphling and the Silencer together
Dyer's middle
can
barracks are
find the
under
right
attack.
opening, this could be game over for Neon. Neon on the high ground for now, and New's gonna blink forward with the Hex. Fortune Soul goes into the BKB. They want the Silencer first. This is a way to start. Valky Road will have to probably just tank most of the damage, and he just can't tank it. He's gonna end up dying. The Sunshine not enough, but look at KR doing so much damage with that Skadi, with the Spirit Press coming into the Invoker. They're gonna clean up on the Podge. 3 goes dead for the side of Neon. It's just the supports. And the Unleash, well, it's cute. He'll get a kill on a Kazima, but that's about it, as the Marcy now has to run for a dear life. Tsukimoto lives to tell the tale, but it's not a tale you want to talk about, as
Dyer's
Renewal
middle tower is
are,
under
well,
attack.
very clearly asserting their dominance in these team fights. And like you mentioned, the lanes are pushing in, but this is not something that can't be fixed and addressed very quickly. I mean, if you want to, the Invoker can get his boots of travels, and somebody can always deal with the split push. But the bigger concern for me, Odog, is that Neon just have no answer to this Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, in the last fight I saw, Morphling was a machine gun man. He was like, he had that gain, he had that agility gain maxed out. It's like on the lowest HP possible, and just hitting the right clicks out there. It's just insane. Like, look at that attack speed, man, that comes out with agility. My goodness. Well, I mean, they have to focus on the Morphling. If they don't, and they would just wanna, I think in the last team fight, what they did is like they jumped onto the Tusk with that initiation of Hex there. I kind
The
of
silencer.
think that, yeah, they should have gone either on Morphling or someone else. But I mean, the high ground advantage, the vision advantage also comes into play, and the smoke was spotted. There are two high ground wards that we can already see that are placed by Team Radiant or Team Neon. That is something that these small minor things uh, makes you like a huge makes you like puts you into a good team fight. So Hated is not like super afraid of dying there. I mean, of course, you have the gem. You have to be a little careful, but then the untouchable again comes into play, man. You have to pop the BKB and you have to pull out your important spells to be able to burst this guy out. So it's pretty easy for them to instantly put up these wards on the high ground. So we still have to focus on that. All right. Well, we need the renewal going for the rush, and it's going to be pretty easy. No one's coming out to contest. There is a refresher or pickup, uh, which is on to the Beastmaster. The cheese is going to be an Invoker and Immortality again. KAR is going to pick it up. Like I said, they have lost the mid racks, of course, pushing out the wave. They are only playing with one racks. So I would say, even though they have the advantage, there is still a potential chance for Team Neon to be able to come back into the game and finish off the game real quick.
Yeah. I mean, I think this game is over for Neon. Like, theoretically, I mean, yeah, Renewal sense it. They can smell the victory in the air. Andrew getting got upon doesn't have a BKB. The
Oh
Spirit
my.
Wrestler will just chop through him along with the physical and magical damage coming out from both the Invoker and the Morphling. That's a Visage dead. The Wraith Pact, laughable at best after the patch log, and laughable at best with all the damage coming out from Renewal. It's just a bit too much physical damage coming out from the Morphling, and the Red doesn't do much. Blink kick coming
Oh.
up from Kazima, the rogue committed. They've used all their lockdown, even the kick. Heck, they blink football with the Disco Pony. Heck, they'll even punch him in the armpit if they have to, as 2 cores die for Neon. And well, the Pudge, along with Sukomi and the Enchantress, can only watch because there's no meaningful defense to be had. And I think this is it. This is the beginning of the end here, as I don't think there's anything that the other cores on Neon can do. And if they come a bit too close, JTR is just going to kick them out of position. JTR can just snowball and kick any one of these heroes from the side of Neon out of position. The dive bombs are there from the Hawk. Renewal are smelling victory in the air. And like I said, these Chandra's kicked out of position, will die. And she's going to buy back, but I don't think it's going to do too much. Andrew's respawning, he's got a blink and a hex. Fortune Soul wants the Mompling, but here is a bit too elusive. Dismember committed onto the task, the task dropping low, and both Andrew as well as Fortune Soul will bring down the task. Kazima turns, Rose with that refresher up, gets the kill, and the kill doesn't matter. It's the Ancient that falls, and it's the Ancient that ensures that Renewal managed to even out the series 1-1. Renewal have come back on the back of Kir's Morphling.
Yep. I mean, in that one last particular fight, the Visage died, had no buyback. Marcy died, had no buyback. Kind of unfortunate, but I mean, we were actually kind of tilting towards how these guys were playing, and they actually took the advantage even after losing to Raxus. They were just able to finish off uh, what happened in the last game. And again, late game Morphling, I think they had no answer for the Morphling. I mean, early game, they did a pretty good job on Neon Esports. And if you look at the itemization, they kind of wanted to counter these guys. They also had the Hex on Visage, but unfortunately, it just didn't come into play. The first Aegis pickup that came out from Morphling, that was the turn point. I think that's the turning point when they actually got enough time for the Morphling to be able to farm enough and then come out. Look at that. Look at 456 last hits. My God. And if you compare it, it went really well with the Daedalus as well. He's just insane. 43,458 hero damage and 17,000 building damage. My goodness. I mean, he has more damage than Leshrak on the buildings.
I mean, that's only logical, right? I don't think I'm too surprised by anything. Yeah, sure, the Leshrak does a lot of area damage, but obviously it is Morphling who's a source of damage. And I think they had a I think Morphling is like a ticking time bomb, and if you don't have a draft that can deal with him or that can soak that damage or that can burst him quickly, and if he's just going to go unchecked because there's a lack of reliable lockdown, he is
Right.
just going to right click everyone straight into the grave. And that's
Hmm.
what happened. It was just the Morphling getting out of control, and yeah, I feel like if Neon needed to win this game, they had to play a better timing. Sure, I mean you
Hmm.
can look at the net worth numbers and think that 8,000 gold on Morphling made the difference. No, it's
Hmm.
it's the timing. If
Yeah.
there was no opportunity or if the draft didn't exist to really even take what is coming from a Morphling at 30-35 minutes, there's no way you're going to win it. I feel like at the beginning of the draft, I was wondering if this Marcy needed to be played as a core because the
Hmm.
Marcy can get Unleash, can get maybe Skull Basher, BKB, and then like just be a little bit more effective at killing heroes on the map.
Yeah.
Maybe in some alternate universe that could happen, and maybe the Marcy could do that. But
Hmm.
yeah, it didn't happen this game. And although Fortune Soul played a phenomenal uh, game on the Pudge, it's just
Yep.
very difficult for a Pudge alone to find the answers to a Muffling, to a Beastmaster
Yep.
with BKB, to a Tusk with Axe, to a Global Silence, a 4-star for Glimmer, a Refresher, 2 refreshers that I saw him play
Hmm.
in that last fight. So yeah, problematic game for Neon in terms of draft, but hey, it's only the first best of two of the round robin, and
Yep.
I think there is enough time to adjust, and there's going to
Hmm.
be an interesting meta that develops in the course of this tournament, Odog.
Hmm. Yep. Definitely. Definitely. I mean, I would say it's a 1-1. So Renewal was able to come back in the fight. Neon did a really good job, but I think again, in some terms, it just goes back down to the draft. The early game draft, the early lane laning phase seemed super dominating by Neon. But then again, what you said, it's all about the timing. After 30-minute mark, when they picked up the first stages, they got the time on Morphling to be able to come back into the game. They had enough time. So yeah, I mean, all in all, it is a good game, action-packed game. We super enjoyed it, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well, guys. So we're gonna go for a quick break, and we're gonna be back really soon. Until then, do not go anywhere. There's more action coming back onto your way, guys. This is Odog and Vivek signing off, but we're gonna be back very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second series of the day in the Skyesports Championship 4.0. Our gaming partner is Logitech, our fantasy partner, Fanclash, and all of this is happening thanks to AMD as well. My name is Vivek, with me is Odog, and we are heading into our second series. But before we turn our focus towards that series, eh, I've got to say that game one was an absolute treat. The games were very, very competitive. I feel like
Yep.
both teams played at a much faster pace than general. SE is known to be a bit slow internationally, but I mean, the teams that represent the Southeast Asian region sometimes get the critique or the criticism that like they are a slower region. But Neon and Renewal played a very pacey game. Like nobody was just snoozing on the map, waiting to farm a BKB or a refresher orb or anything of that sort. It was fast, it was fun, and now we're jumping into another series between Whitecat and Reaper. Also, fun fact, Odog, our
Yep.
prediction was like half right. I think we
Yeah.
predicted Neon for game one, and I don't know if we made a game two prediction, but we got the game one bit right. If you want to predict game one between Reaper and Whitecat, what's your prediction?
Okay. I cannot predict right now. I need to see at least the
No, no,
picks.
no, no,
I
no.
would just not.
That's that. I'll give you a post-draft prediction as well, but you're allowed to make a prediction now. In fact, you have to. Not allowed to. You have to.
Okay. If you're gonna ask me about those
It's
teams,
not. It's not bias. It's just like who do you think? I mean, saying in a game like one team wins, one team loses. I'm just
yeah,
asking. I'm just asking you who's gonna
yeah,
win this.
yeah. Just by the names, I would just say maybe Reaper hashtag. If you're asking me about that match, because I don't
Yeah,
like
who do you
cats.
say
I'm
for
sorry,
Reaper
guys.
hashtag?
I don't like cats. That's why. There's no other thing. But that's it. All right, guys. We're gonna. Actually, the teams are ready for the
The
next
third
game, which
game?
is again,
Yeah.
the third game, which is gonna be Neon Esports and a renewal. Because it was a 1-1. So let's see what happens. And Vivek, I'm going to ask you for this one. What do you think? I mean, because both the teams are like 1-1 right now. What do you think?
Can we
Which
do a
team?
post-draft prediction? Can we do a post-draft prediction for this?
Oh, you have turned it around on me now.
I have. I have.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's just do a post draft prediction. But like, I mean, as of now, I've seen like both the teams, they're performing really, really well. I really like the fact that Team Renewal has fixed their drafting. I mean, they're just not going with anything. They're going with the confidence. They're going with the minds. And of course, Dota is a game of minds, and you have to think before picking the right hero. I think their hero pool is fine. What we got to see in the last game, a few old game shenanigans, but then again, they had a couple of new picks that came out. Morphling, Invoker, like these are the picks that
Yeah.
everybody wants to see. It's really hard to counter a Morphling in the late game. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. So I think Neon might go up with the respect ban of Morphling in this one, but let's see what happens. What happens in this one particular game?
I,
And
I
I
feel
believe,
sure you can look at respect bans, but more than just like dropping a respect ban, it's how you draft
Radiant
overall.
team pick.
So
yeah,
the previous draft that came out from Neon, there was nothing wrong with the draft inherently, but it felt like they wanted to do something and they did it, which was the pajoning, but it didn't have answers for what Renewal was throwing at them. So if
Dire
we had
team
to make a
pick.
prediction for this game, it is really draft
Beastmaster.
dependent because I don't think there's a difference in terms of individual skill that's really
yeah,
separating these teams. So it's going to boil down to what they pick.
yeah, definitely. And we are back again with the similar kind of bands and a similar pick. We have a Beastmaster coming out on Neon. Renewal are gonna go with the Silencer. I mean, pretty similar what we got to see in the last game. Again, a Tusk with the Silencer.
Yeah, I
I would
mean,
really
if
want
you
to see
just look,
what new that can be done in this game, Vivek.
I mean, sure, we might see something new in this game, but like the general approach is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So
5 seconds
I don't
remaining.
know if there is a dying need for something new per se, but yeah, the general theme of the draft from both teams is having BKB piercing
Beast
lockdown,
spirit.
uh,
Yep.
and having
Mhm.
quick catch in some form of burst.
Dire team
Uh,
ban.
I feel like the draft that's coming out from Neon now, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just it's just really, really weird to show two cores early, which makes me wonder, are one of these heroes not cores?
Yeah.
Because that's
Mhm.
also equally weird. So it's one of the more unusual drafts I've seen in general. Like I cannot explain this draft rationale, and if you know why picking both your cores in the first phase is important, please let me know.
Um, well,
Radiant
it
team ban.
lately, I would say it has been about a year since this thing has been going. So people or teams, they would try to pick the heroes in terms of their versatility of the positions. Like I
10
would
seconds
say a
remaining.
silencer. A silencer is also played on mid in some games. A
5
silencer is
seconds
also played on
remaining.
position 5 in some games. In this one particular game, if I talk about, they know Beastmaster is just strong. You talked about the BKB piercing spell, and that is what Beastmaster is going with. I mean, they just
Radiant
know
team
that
ban.
they can buy a Lotus Orb or a BKB, and the silencer can be countered, and the Beastmaster can hold someone
Dire
into
team ban.
position even even though they have a BKB, because in these high level games, I really feel like people would only go down with one defensive item. If you buy a Lincoln Sphere and a BKB, then you're like, you're one slot less. That means you're on one less advantage, and that is something that Beastmaster does too. Even though you have a BKB and
10
your
seconds
target
remaining.
priority, boom, you're just gonna stand still for a couple of seconds, and your BKB is gonna get wasted. Until then, you can give the physical damage that comes out with Amber. So in this one particular game, I think this is how Team Neon Esports have been thinking. They have also banned a new hero, which we can see, which is Shadow Fiend. We also saw a Mirana ban coming out from Team Renewal. So we have to keep these things in mind. Last few games, it's like the smoke breaking out, or the high ground advantage, the low ground advantage. I mean, these are like a couple of things that has been happening. If you pick up a Mirana, it's really hard, to have the sentries all over the map. Of course, it also puts a little bit of pressure on the support, because when you play a support role, um, I think you really need to use your gold efficiently, because you do not get a lot of gold in the game, of course, when you're playing support. So I think this is one of the major reasons in this one particular game why they have picked the Beastmaster into Amber Spirit early on. But other than that, what your question was is just gonna be, they would pick any hero on the first two phases that would potentially stand on other positions as well, if they would need to flex it later in the game. Does
Radiant
that make
team
sense?
pick.
Yes, I will.
Radiant
Yeah.
team pick.
I just feel that the advantage of picking Beastmaster Ember is you just took away so much draft time from Renewal. I mean, Renewal were left wondering what to pick, and they pick up the Chaos Knight. I want to say that this is a three-position
10
Chaos Knight.
seconds remaining.
Uh, I think there's
Dire
a
team
lot
pick.
you can do with a position 3 Chaos Knight, and both the supports coming out from Neon Esports are just really, really good versus both the Chaos Knight as well as the Tusk. Lich and his armor really blocks a lot of the physical damage. Lich's Chain
10
Frost is just
seconds
going to have
remaining.
value. Hoodwink is going to do a lot with the Bushwhack
5
versus
seconds
the CK
remaining.
illusions. And eventually, if this Hoodwink decides to scale, both the Hoodwink, the Lich, the Ember, the Wild Axes, those illusions from CK will not be doing much. But the advantage of a Chaos Knight is that you pose this unique threat that, like, hey, there is a hero with a blink and phantasm that can pretty much kill 3 out of the 4 heroes that Neon have picked up right now. So again, it's going to boil down to positioning, whether the Tusk can jump and burst the Hoodwink or the Lich, or whether the Chaos Knight
Radiant team
loses
ban.
all his illusions early on.
Akonka.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, and there comes a Kunka pick. I mean, I think this is just like of
Team
a
ban.
counter pick. They would just not want to give Kunka to Neon Esports. Also, Kunka makes you a little more team fight dependent. I mean, you have the boat, you have the X Mark, the torrent also plays a big role, and then you have the tidal wave that comes out with the shard.
10
I wanted to
seconds
talk about
remaining.
CK in particular. I think I'm gonna go with the
5
CK safe
seconds
lane
remaining. Team ban.
instead of the off lane from Team
Dire
Renewal.
team ban.
CK has a 49% win rate. Like it's insane the amount of win rate that CK has in this one particular patch. 49%. That means half of your games you're just gonna win if you pick up a Chaos Knight. It's a little less than 50%, but then
10
it's
seconds
still very
remaining.
very
Yeah,
high
but
for a
anything less than
Radiant
50 is
team
not
pick.
like really meaningful, right? Because in like larger games, I don't think it amounts to much.
well. I mean,
Is really 49% win rate a lot? I don't
yeah,
think so.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I would tell you, if you would want to guess who has the highest
10 seconds
win rate
remaining.
in terms of hero, it's Silencer
Yeah,
who has a 56%
5
win rate, right?
seconds
So
remaining.
56
yeah,
to 49. I mean, it's not that of a huge deal. They're very similar in terms of
but are
picking
you
up
talking about
on the
immortal
core.
games or pro games?
In general, it's a very general idea. I mean, that you get on
Okay.
Dota buff, that you can get
Okay,
what is going
okay,
to be
okay, okay.
the win rate
Yeah.
of the hero in that one particular patch. A
Yeah.
lot of people also like picking up Aghanim Scepter on Chaos Knight because the Phantasm, it works on everyone, and then the illusions give huge amount of damage. Another thing that I really want to point out about Chaos Knight is that it's the only hero that illusion gives 100% damage, which is quite annoying. I mean, if you pick up the shard, you throw the Chaos Bolt, and then there's one, um, you know, when illusion spawned on you, it's just right clicking you down for the next 3 or 4 seconds for however time you're stunned. It is quite annoying, I would say. But then again, if I talk about Neon Esports, they have a Hoodwink, they have a Lich, good amount of break, I would say, good amount of catch, I would say. Amber can do decent amount of damage
Dire
without
team
getting
pick.
caught on the Chaos Knight. And now Team Neon Esports would want to go with the Terrorblade. Okay, I was not expecting a Terrorblade, honestly, because there's a Kunka pick from Team Renewal. Um, and I think it's just a general theory that the cleave
10 seconds
is
remaining.
going to counter any kind of illusion that comes out. But let's see what happens in the
5
game. I mean, it's a
seconds
game of
remaining.
Dota. Anything can happen. What is going to be your opinion on the last pick that is going to come out from Renewal,
Yeah.
Vivek?
I mean, the Kunka is going mid, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go safe lane or off lane.
You may
So
now
they're
select your
looking
heroes.
for an off laner, is what I was going to say. But yeah, there you go. So it's a safe lane Timber. I mean, excuse me, it's an off lane Timber. The Timber has a decent game. He's really, really good versus the Terrorblade. This is the answer that they have to the Terrorblade. And sure, there is a break coming out from the Sharpshooter on the Hoodwink, which could cause problems, but I think it's a decent Timbersaw game. The Whirling
Mm-hmm.
Death early on is going to cause problems, and then eventually with the Chakram, he's just he's just going to go unchecked in a lot of fights. But I would like to look at the drafts once more to really come to some sort of conclusion as to who's running away with this game. I am leaning towards Neon, but before I
Okay.
make a prediction, I'm curious to hear what's your prediction.
I would want to really go with the Renewal. If Timber
Okay.
does his job, which is early to mid game, I think one of the most strong heroes because all the three spells that you have. I mean, of course, one is passive and the other four spells, other three spells. I'm sorry that you have. All of them are pure damage. So when you have a hero like Timbersaw, which gives out all the pure damage, a 9-second BKB won't do much. And it does get annoying, man. It does get really annoying to play against the Timbersaw as a Terrorblade. And again, he reduces your stats if you're playing against a right click melee hero. Then you would just max out your whirling death. If you're playing from far away, the timber chain and the reactive armor, you just dive inside. Other than that, I would say a huge amount of damage output that we might be able to see. That is going to be from Chaos Knight, and then Kanka will be controlling the team fights. That's the side of Renewal. If I come back to Neon, I would say it's going to be hard to catch the Amber. Even if Amber gets, it's hard to call them back. If they know the timing, of course, it's a pretty high MMR game. These guys are nothing less than professionals. And then if I talk about the supports, they do have the counter for Timbersaw as well as the CK, but I really want to see how it comes into play because there's not like a very proper catch or a long stun away from Beastmaster's ulti. So that is something that comes to my head. But then again,
From the side of Neon?
Yeah, from the side of Neon, yeah. But then again, there's this thing that comes to my head, Vivek, from the last game that I remember. I know it was from Renewal, but I'm gonna say this. It's about the timing. If Fortune Soul gets farmed right on time, it is gonna be a huge chaos for Renewal. It's gonna be hard to control this guy, man. But
Yeah, it boils down to timing and it boils down to laning really this game,
yeah,
right? Like how much can the Hoodwink Beastmaster do? If they get
Yep.
off to a good start, the CK is playing catch up. If the CK is playing catch up, he farms very slowly. I mean, like Chaos
yeah,
Knight Razor, heroes that don't flash farm. The
yeah, yeah.
Terrorblade, okay, he has a shit lane. He jungles really fast with Metamorphosis. If if the Timber has a good game, sure, great, he's had a good game. But one roar and some burst damage coming out from the Hoodwink, and the Timber is gonna die at 16, 17, 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, what's like kind of crucial, which is going to dictate timing, is the mid lane. Ember versus Kunkka. Who gets off to a better start? Who can have impact across the map?
30
On
seconds to
paper,
battle.
it should be the Kunkka, but sometimes Ember Spirits do reasonably well in this matchup. So I think if you really want to look at the mid game where one team will start to take control of this game altogether, it's going to come down to laning. So yeah, just some things about team fight. Like, okay, I'll have to come back to that later because we have a fight brewing, and it looks as if we're gonna witness first blood. Sukimoto in the middle of nowhere, shot it off.
First blood, last word.
Scurry little Hoodwink will have to die early on. Neon, I mean, they're gonna lose their Hoodwink. They really didn't want that. Now they're panicking across the map to secure runes, and
Yep.
how many runes do they get?
Three runes for Neon, and one for Team Renewal.
Okay. And that's the first blood going to Silencer, so that's for him. And he has to walk in the lane with. Okay, because he didn't skill. My bad. I thought
Well,
he's obviously taken Arcane Curse up top. The Hoodwink might just die again. Sukimoto's got to be a little bit more careful. There's also one interesting interaction that I have to tell you about, which is the Timbersaw and the Hoodwink. And the Hoodwink drops an Acorn shot.
Has been killed.
That tree can be instantly cut down by the Timbersaw. Also, that tree is a tree that the Timbersaw can jump to if needed.
Yep.
So we might see some of that. And the reason I want to bring that up is because like Sukimoto's not had a good game too. He struggled on Marcy. He needs to have a good start in this game because Beastmaster Hoodwink on paper is the stronger lane here in my opinion.
And I want to talk about the mid lane scenario.
Down bottom, Kazima is dying. Kazima nearly ends up dying there. Okay, back to the mid lane. What were you saying, Odog?
Yeah, I mean, we can already see Kanka being super low. might be able to see a kill in the next few seconds. Let's see what happens. There is a fight going on between the mid lane. And Kazima, oh, alright, on the bottom lane, Kazima, oh, the snowball save, turns it around. Will they be able to secure him? No, Fortune Soul right-clicks him down. JTR is also going to be very low. And the runes being picked up on the mid lane by both of them have got some HP up. Okay, oh,
That was a really
Alright,
he's
come
gonna
into
get
play.
verified and the flame guard. But that was a very cute play coming out from JTR and Kazima. The plan was to turn so quickly with the snowball and with the two-man snowball, which does a little bit more damage.
Yep.
And just like quickly burst the Terrorblade with the Timber Chain and the Boiling Death if possible. But it didn't quite work out like that.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, if the Timber doesn't get off to a good start, isn't that a huge problem for them?
I mean, as of now, he's just level 2. We see what he does. On the top lane, alright, there's a two-man stun coming up. Might be able to see a kill. There's gonna be a pull-in. Kimono is gonna go down first. And then Andrew secures the kill onto Sipping Juice. Which is another kill. Alright, onto the bottom lane. JTR is also gonna go down, trying to fight the Lich. Puts him back to the base for the next 10 seconds.
Never refuse good.
Yeah, I mean, I said this earlier, and we were discussing timings, and we made predictions, and let me remind chat what our predictions are. You said Renewal, I said Neon. Renewal need to get off to a good start in terms of lanes. Because if the Timbers are struggling, if the CK is struggling, they're literally just gonna get snowballed.
Top lane.
Yeah, top lane. The pressure is real. I mean, the Chaos Knight is dropping really, really low. They have a big wave pushing in. This is problematic for Renewal. Enryu as well as Tsukimoto do not have to worry about aggro. And I think there's one more pushback. Sip and Juice is going to turn with the Arcane Curse, but sure, both members from Neon are low, but there's no real threat, and they're happy just applying the pressure.
Another pushback. He's gonna get the kill, alright. There's gonna be a pull in. Let's see who goes down first. Silencer's gonna go down first, and then Kira gets the kill, or Enryu. Enryu's also gonna go down. And if I talk about the mid lane as well, guys, this Kunka is seemingly staying super low. Valky is just keeping him very low here. As, the fortification comes in, not to draw the aggro. He misses on to the Torrent. Will not be able to land it in time. Meanwhile, again, back on the top lane, there is going to be
production is listening. Yeah, Kazima's going to run away. This is another issue, but if production is listening, could we please see game stats? And we will get to game stats later because Valky is just going to get bursted down at mid, but I'm really curious to see last hits right now because I think there are a bunch of lanes which are struggling. Kazima is dying for sure. This is his second death, and this is with Neon Siege Creep coming in, which is why Fortune Soul is drawing the aggro away. Neon are looking for early success on both their side lanes, and with the pressure coming in mid, I think your prediction is not going to age too well, Odog.
Well, only time can tell, but yeah, right now there was a kill onto the top lane. Tsukimoto trying to do something at least for Team Neon, but unfortunately he just keeps dying. It's the positioning is all that matters on the support, and of course, I mean they have enough amount of cat. Silencer has a good amount of slow. Kier has stun into the reality rift. Puts down Tsukimoto. But other than that, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. If I talk about the bottom lane, Kazima is not doing too well. And again, on the top lane, there's gonna be the reality rift, and the catch, KIR, right-clicking down. Andrew trying to run away in the trees, but won't be able to get the kill. Oh, yeah, he got it. All right. The Wild Axis went back to the dead and got a kill onto the Chaos Knight. And if I talk about the last hitting, I mean, of course, Fortune Soul is doing pretty well. Alright, on to the mid lane. There's a great escape story from Valky. And we will not be able to catch this Spirit onto the X mark. Definitely a good play. They have made a good comeback. Meanwhile, Fortune Souls courier being killed out. Also, Vivek,
So-
this Lich is one of my favorite position 5 heroes because it's really hard to trade with it there if you have enough amount of mana on the front. Frost Blast.
Yep.
Oh, mid lane. There's gonna be the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is
With the
under
slide
attack.
of fist
top.
and
There's
the
more
Vanguard
action up
again.
top.
On the top lane, Andrew is also gonna go down with the right clicks of Phantasm alongside the real Chaos Knight making a chaos on the top lane. Top lane is actually filled up with action, but he's lagging behind in terms of last hits, and on the bottom lane now
Dire's
again.
courier has been killed.
Azima has to escape away for his life. My god, every single lane there's some kind of action going on.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I said after game number 2, right? That both these teams play a much faster pace of game. And Renewal, you could say that on paper they're the slower team, but they're no, I mean, they're not reactionary, they're not passive. Even though they know that the lanes are going a bit rough, they are trying to keep up with what Neon are throwing at them. But 8 minutes in, just look at the last hits, right? It's really painful. Like Kazima has 15 last hits. If you're playing Timbersaw from behind, that is one of the worst feelings in the world. It's like eating toast without butter. There's just no fun at all in it. And that's what this Timbersaw is right now amounting to, because post 10 minutes, he's not going to have too much impact. He's going to be farming fuels, reserve whatever he needs. Tsukimoto getting immense amount of space, just running around the map, but he's going to die. He's going to pay for this. And he's also going to force 3 heroes from Renewal to run straight towards the safe lane tier 2. And Renewal want to punch back immediately. TPs are coming in, JTR is there. Heck, it's even K or KIR joining this fight. But it's all for naught, as Valky has a remnant and the lockdown wasn't chained to perfection. Renewal are caught looking a little bit silly across the map. And both Valky and Tsukimoto are really just pulling Renewal all around the map.
Yep. And you can see a push coming out. Meanwhile, the mid tower has not been taken away. It's on 0 HP, I would say. Let's see if they will be able to catch KIR. Rata getting a little close to that, calls him back, throws him out. But onto the other side, Sipping Juice gets Tsukimoto a little out of position. And now Hated. Would you want to get close to Silencer? Oh, look at Sipping Juice taunting them out. Valky is gonna refresh onto his bottle charges mana as well as the HP. Because getting some space on the bottom lane, but I don't know if that space is now worth it because seems like he has kind of lost the lane.
The space that Kazima is getting?
Radiant structures are fortified.
The Timbersaw, yeah, I mean, like, I really don't think it's gonna amount to much. I just want to put this out there, like, just look at the map. Look at where KIR is playing, and look at where Kazima is playing. Like, they do not have much of a play, and Renewal, this is probably the best play that they can make right now, which is the 3 of them smoking, looking for a pickoff. If they find the Terrorblade and they can converge upon the safe lane tower, it's a big win. They're moving into the enemy jungle. They see the Terrorblade. X marks the spot, both committed as well. Fortune Soul, not that fortunate. Has he got the Sunder? He doesn't. No skill point in it. He's going to be tossed up in the air with the fist punch, and he's going to be dead. Sure, you get Fortune Soul once, you haven't come back in the game. You've lost towers, the CK has no space, Timber has no space. This could be a huge kill, but Valky with the skill, with the outplay, he's going to use the illusion rune to dodge that chaos bolt, dodge that stun, and now maybe Neon want to go back in because Tsukimoto is wrapping around on the hoodwink. A bushwhack would be really, really nice. If they can find Kira's strata, it could set up for more. The chains are there, and there's the bushwhack. Dodge though! Kir with the outplays, but it's just not enough. The snowball is there. It's not really much of a save, but Kir is staying alive. They'll turn, they'll find the Lich, and now Valky dropping really, really low. Has to pop his one and try and survive. He's got a remnant, but he's slowed by that tag team. Eventually, he's going to fall. A huge win for Renewal in a sense. Kir doesn't die, they get Valky, they get the Lich, and they'll get a tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower.
It is pretty well played. The fight was decent. They were able to get off the mid lane as well as the Lich. What I'm worried about is now they have to keep on going onto Fortune Soul. If Fortune Soul is left all alone, then it can cause real trouble to Team Renewal. And another thing is CK is one of those heroes which do not farm what you said. Uh, the
Got it.
farm that comes out on CK is definitely on the number of kills. The more number of kills that you get on CK is the more number of farm.
Well, this. Are you seeing the
So-
minimap? This one ward on Fortune Soul might just
Yep.
single-handedly pull Renewal back into the game if they can convert that ward into a kill, which is what both the supports are trying to do. But there is a reaction coming up from Neon. The Lich and the Hoodwink are moving in that direction, and I think this should make it clear that there's an observer on that high ground,
Dire's middle tower is
on
under
that
attack.
very obvious cliff, and Neon have got to respect it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
they are
Okay, I
gonna
think
smoke.
Neon pop a smoke, and they're gonna go fight for him.
Yeah, and it is going to be the silencer which is going to get caught, instantly gets broken, and it's going to go down by Hated. Pretty easy kill. Finds the wrong guy on the right spot.
Yep, wrong guy on the right spot. Well said. I mean, there's nothing more to be mentioned. Oh, wait, did he spot the Konka? Is he gonna cancel his TP? No!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was very close. That was
So
very
close.
close. He did not use the searing chains on time, and yeah, that is going to come into play. So Kanka will be able to escape.
I don't think the Kunka's died a single time, right?
Well, let's see.
Let me check.
Once,
He
yeah.
died once.
Once, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at net worth. I mean, like, Terrorblade is right at the top, and he's above. Okay, there's a fight brewing, if I'm not mistaken, bonus punch. The mid Global Silence as well. They won the Ember, they have the board, and the Silencer's got the last word and the last hit as well. So that's
Yeah.
in for him. And that's a nifty pickup for Renewal. I just want to say, I feel like Neon, they amassed the lead in the laning phase, but they kind of just, I mean, they're not being dictators of aggression on the map. They're just happy and content to farm. This could hurt them later because this is also space for Kazima to catch up. So if they give Kazima a lot of time, it could cause problems later on, and Tsukimoto knows this. They're going to try and initiate the bushwhack and the Aegon shot. The sharpshooter needs to come applied with the row. They'll get the kill for the snowball. Oh, that snowball is so clutch, but is it going to be enough? Can Kazima escape? Yes, he can.
Oh my
The Hellbear
God.
Smasher running ahead, and that Hellbear Smasher with the Frost Shield is going to ensure that Neon gets the kill. But boy, oh dog, they have to work for that kill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tusk did a good play there. I think a little more time and then could have gotten. One other thing that I really noticed, all right, onto the bottom lane, sipping juice, trying to escape away for his life, building able to get him. The bushwhack comes in right in time.
Never hear the end of
Kimono,
this.
and yep, there is going to be that kill
Has been killed.
being secured. I was actually afraid that the assassin might get the kill with that poison, the neutral creep, but then, okay. I mean, he got the kill, I'm happy. But yeah, the global silence has been used twice just to kill the Amber Spirit. I don't know if that's worth it, because definitely if you're going on Amber, Terror is getting a more time. And onto the top lane, the callback is going to be there, the ulti, the ghost ship is going to be used. 3 men on top, Lich is going to go down for the next 26 seconds. Yeah, so I mean, the global has been getting used just on to kill Valky twice. The last kill on Valky, I was watching the Tusk. He was just patiently waiting inside the trees, pinging them. Oh, you know, here's a remnant. They're not able to get a kill. Oh, there's gonna be no catch. Oh, did they catch him? Yes, they did. Onto the top lane. Kazima trying to escape away for his life, won't be able to escape. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Valky does not really want to stop. Sipping juice. Trying to escape away, will he be able to walk onto the high ground? Oh my god, don't tell me he's not gonna die. He's gonna die. He is gonna die to the sleight of fist. And now here comes the snowball. He does have Fire Remnant. Oh, and the ulti from Linton! Yes! There is gonna be the double kill secured. Valky with the clutch did not die. The global silence being used. A 4-man down for Team Renewal. This is a huge comeback for Team Neon.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Neon, and it's increasingly
Dire's top
looking like my
tower is under
co-caster,
attack.
my Divine 4 co-caster is going to be proven wrong as far as his predictions are concerned. Because,
Dire's
well,
top tower is under attack. Dire's
Oh, look at that
structures are
replay. Lovely ultimate, which a chain frost, man.
Dire are scanning.
yes, I like how you just ignored my bit about your predictions. But yeah, Neon,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
well, I'm happy you're laughing about it because I think that's the best option right now. Roar and Sharpshooter committed. Maybe Renewal come back, but no, Fortune Soul is here and Fortune Soul is asking questions which Renewal have no answers. The boat is there, sure they'll get Wild Key, but the Terrorblade is just hammering them down. Look at Strata, he's dropping low. Neon need a little bit more lockdown, but with the Hoodwink dead, with the Ember dead, there's no quick catch. And Hated is waiting patiently, but Neon gonna claim a tier 2 tower. Now, they are sitting in a comfortable place at 18 minutes, but this was much like game number 2, where all Renewal
Yeah.
did was waited for Kir to farm. The only difference though between that game and this game is that there are answers on the side of Neon for a Chaos Knight.
The second wind.
I mean,
Yeah, I think
sure,
it's,
the Chaos
it's
Knight
vice
is
versa
gonna
as
come
well.
with the BKB, but yeah, do you think the Chaos Knight is good? My question, and sorry I had to cut you off. My question is, do you think they don't have answers for a Chaos Knight like the Morphling last game?
I mean, they do. They do have a. I mean, they do have a Terrorblade, and then they do have Amber, who has picked up a Maelstrom, which is one of the core items. So they do have the control over the Phantasm or the illusions, but I think it is also the same for Strata. All right, a fight breaks out. My bad. Onto the bottom lane, there's a route onto 2. The whole team comes in, and there's gonna be the silence. Will they be able to turn it around? KIR, they are just trying to get away from each other, but it's not gonna come into play. KIR is also gonna go down. He won't be able to TP. 2 supports down, but for the supports, a safe lane going down. It is gonna be a hard time for Team Renewal, and Vivek is gonna be very happy because Neon is winning, guys.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, I have no preference as to who wins, but I'm just happy that, like, in terms of prediction, I'm closer to being right than you. So that's why I'm happy. I have nothing against Renewal. I think they're a fantastic team, and in that fight, what really hurt
Dire's middle
Renewal
tower is under
were
attack.
the chain frost bounces, because
Yep.
that's what made it kind of tricky for them. The chain frost bounces were a little unfortunate for the Chaos Knight and the Silencer, and yeah, even though Renewal are playing the fight right, like, you take care of the Hoodwink
Radiant's top tower is
first,
under attack.
that increases your chances of, like, not getting caught time and time again to multiple hero bushwhacks. But the Lich is the other problem that they're not accounting for. So yeah, and we are yet to see if Renewal have the answers for a Terrorblade. I don't know if they have the answers. They have the pure damage from the Timbersaw, they have the Kunkka with the Tidebringer, but I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen Fortune Soul being threatened in 4v4 or a 5v5 team fight.
Yeah, I mean, they cannot really get onto. I mean, there's another thing that Terrorblade has usually been showing
Dire's
up
bottom tower is under
when he
attack.
has Metamorphosis, and
Radiant's
that's,
top
of course,
tower
that's
is
the
under
way
attack.
you play the Terrorblade. So that is something that we have to keep in mind, that they have to catch him off guard. They have to catch him when he does not have the meta, and he is away from the towers, which is going to be hard because right now I feel like Team Neon is controlling majority of the map. The only part that Team Renewal is playing is onto the Dire side, and both the teams are actually trying to
Dire's
control
bottom tower is under
the
attack.
rush, because it is one of the other important aspects of the game. Whoever gets the rush, if you remember, just like in the game 2, where um, they, they they were actually able to buy time when they picked up the Aegis. I really want to see what happens in this fight, and it is going to be a smoke versus smoke, a high ground versus low ground. Let's see. The smoke gets broken, alright. Oh, there's gonna be the catch. Valky, the game sense. Will they be able to get them down? They have popped up the Metamorphosis, and the blink away from JTR right in time will block off as well with the shards. Neon Valky does not really want to stop. He want to go further, gets two of them.
Is under attack.
And the courier is gonna go down, but there's gonna be the global silence. The silence being removed from the Terror Blade using the Mantis style. The amount of damage output that is coming out is huge, and there's nothing that Team Renewal can do but to escape. And oh my god, two of them are gonna go down. Hated secures the kill onto Kazima. Meanwhile, Fortune Soul gets all to JTR, and Chaos Knight has nothing right now but to escape away from the team fights. And yeah, they're gonna convert it with a DP into a rush.
Yeah, they're going towards Roshan and they should be able to get Roshan, but I just really have to commend Valky in that fight. The way he played that fight was, you couldn't have asked for anything more perfect. Multiple flight of fish shearing chains combos, especially some that he's hitting in fog where he doesn't see people. He's hitting onto the high ground. I believe Radiant didn't have a observer board near that cliff at that time, so if he's not providing that control, if he's not forcing out the global, and if he's not asking awkward questions of Renewal, that wouldn't be possible. So great stuff coming out from Valky Neon. They have the ages. They are dictating the game right now, and the only thing that's stopping them is they can't go high ground because there's going to be a very dumb Timbersaw just like stopping the push and deleting the creep wave immediately. But they have near perfect control of the map. They've pinged out the Kunkka, and Strata is in the middle of nowhere. He's probably going to die. The boat does come through, but look at Andrew's positioning. Andrew's going to step away from the boat, and he's going to make sure that with the roar, Strata is not going to get a kill with that BKB. No Lich will fall. Fortune Soul is dominating. The tips are there for the mental warfare, which is also crucial in a game of Dota, at least in Southeast Asian pubs. And Neon will just keep applying pressure on the map. Valky whiffs on the slide of fish, but he's going to pursue Kazima. Kazima control, the Whale of Discord coming out from the silencer. The Bushwhack not there, but there's a sharpshooter being lined up. It connects onto the silencer. They can switch targets. Hated there with the Sinister Gaze. They should find the silencer with ease, and now Valky. He's pressuring, he's poking, he's looking for more. It's Kazima on the menu. The Timbersaw will Timber Chain away. The Dust causing a momentary distraction with the snowball, and the punch is just that, a momentary distraction, and he dies as swiftly as he enters. Controlled by Valky and killed by Valky and all the magical damage. Neon are, I mean, they are playing with their food, dog.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it's all about timing now. I mean, they have had an early good game. They have just dominated all through. Now they have Ages of Immortality. I don't think there's anything that can stop them. The control, I mean, Kazima wasn't really able to do much in the laning phase, I believe. And now is also being countered by Tsukimoto. I mean, you have that break if you catch the Timbersaw. And like you said, I mean, KIR is really struggling on the farm. Meanwhile, the map control is also onto the side of Team Neon. I think the only way to come back is somehow getting a kill. You know, somehow getting a kill, but then it's really hard. I mean, they just have the control all over. And the Chesk is also gonna go down, gonna get caught. JTR goes down for the next 30 seconds. 11k goal lead, pushing inside the base. Fortune Soul getting Torrent connected. Strata getting rooted. Oh, look at that, rooted on the tree. Fortune Soul, there's no way of stopping. They do not have any answers for the Terror Blade. Terror Blade does not want to stop hitting the racks. The creep wave is going to be a little far, but yeah, it's going to make a comeback. And mid tower is also getting pushed as well. Fortune Soul being very low. There's going to be the Sunder. They're trying to turn it around. Instant timing for the BKB to punch into the air. And Sunder is still on cooldown. There's going to be silence, but let's see if KIR will be able to secure the kill. He cannot do anything but to escape. Tame Frost popping it onto backlines. They have to escape away. KIR is going to be very low. Tuska's also going to go down by Valky. And Fortune Soul getting X-marked. They'll get called back. Let's see what happens. So Torrent being connected. There is going to be a lot of mirror mages. Conjuring Image, my bad. Just harsh on these guys. And Team Neon, they have to back up after losing the Ages of Immortality. They have taken one set of racks. Nobody died. It's a good team fight. Some amount of spells used. And oh, there is a DD. Looks like Gaben is just throwing out DDs after DDs. But I believe it's not noticed. Didn't notice it yet. Oh no! Oh, there's gonna be a catch onto 2. A perfect timing. The sharpshooter as well. The fear onto Kanka. Will they be able to get him down? The stun onto. Oh my God! Tsukimoto will be able to escape away because he got invisible. And a 3-man torrent into a boat. A 2-man stun because Lich is down. And here comes Fortune Soul. He does not have the meta, but he would just want to get into the team fight. 20 more seconds in. Yar won't be able to do much. A lot of illusions to be there. And now it is going to be the turn of Kazima. He is looking out for an escape, but no mana. Oh man, it's going to be a triple kill. Buy back into a triple kill. Does he want to get for the Ultra? Will he be able to get the Ultra? He does not have any mana left in his... in the mana pool. And there is going to be the pull into the Tame Frost. Oh, the swap of the HP, and Kazima does not have the answer, and looks like they have called GG in terms of prediction. Vivek has won, guys, and in terms of the game, Team Neon has won. So congratulations to Team Neon Esports. Very well played. Seemingly a one-sided game, and yeah, awesome performance. Enjoyed the game. So definitely a fun game to watch. Congratulations to Neon Esports on winning 2 out of 3 games, and definitely, I think the second game maybe was a little rough on them, but then again, you know, this is the type of good team that we would want to see, or the best team that we would want to see. Definitely good contender into the finals. So I really like how Neon Esports have played. Hard luck for Renewal, but definitely, I mean, I think they did a good job in game number 2 as well as game number 3. I mean, I think again it goes down to the draft, where Vivek said this team is going to take away. Team Neon Esports is going to take it away. If you look at the farm as well, I would say Chaos Knight. I mean, he was able to do much, but then almost double number of last hits that Terrorblade has, 326. And if you look at the building damage, the hero damage is all onto the side of Team Neon Esports. They have done a really good job. Timbersaw, I mean, he wasn't really able to do much in the lane as well. Vivek, what do you feel about the post game analysis?
I mean, if you just look at those stats and if you could go to the scoreboard, we can. I mean, this graph is like kind of meaningless because it was Neon winning through and through in terms of net worth. I think the struggle in the net worth department, it clearly shows on the Timbersaw. If you just scrub through his timeline, you're going to see the Timbersaw. Oh my God, look at that, 2519. He's not far away from his safe lane support or his post 5 silencer, and yeah, it like gets better incrementally, but you do not want to play Timbersaw from behind. Like I said, it's just not really how this hero is meant to be played. It's not how ATF Amarda Flower has played him at OG. It's not how anybody has played him. So yeah, it's been a rough game for the Timbersaw, and of course, our man Fortune Soul on the Terrorblade had a great game. I think the MVP, if I had to pick an MVP for me in this game, had to be Valky. This fight in particular, sure, Neon gave up first blood. This was them trying to be very cute on the side of Renewal with that snowball turnaround play. Didn't work out because the Timber Chain didn't connect. And up top, sure, Andrew did die a couple of times, but him and the Hoodwink at a larger level, both side lanes actually, not just his side lane, both side lanes did a lot better, and that is the main reason why Neon could take away this game. I mean, we spoke very early on, we had this discussion, and I said it's going to boil down to the laning phase. If Kazima gets a good start, sure, he can do well. If the Chaos Knight gets a good start, sure, he can do well. But early on, it was imperative for Kazima to shut down the Terrorblade, and
Yep.
him and the Tusk just couldn't do that. I mean,
Yep.
if you look at the lane composition as well, right? Like two melee heroes versus Lich, he's just going to trade HP effectively. Back in mid, Valky had his moments up top. I mean, this was the snowball save of his life. The Tusk really tried his best, but even then, Kazima ends up dying, and even then, it's just not enough for the side of Renewal because they lost their lanes hard. And yeah, Kazima came to the fight, killed a Lich, but killing a Lich is, I don't know, like getting good marks in your physical education exam doesn't really matter. It's not why you're going to school. Uh, but yeah, I mean, sure. Oh yeah, this is a great moment to look at.
Yep.
Hated with the Chain Frost, giving the Frost Shield over to the Ember. This was a fight that actually Neon like kind of struggled at, but in the end, good old Fortune Soul shows up, and Terrorblade with Metamorphosis. The damage is just high. You just need threads, Wraith Band, maybe a Dragon Lance or a Nyasha, depending on how you're itemizing, and you're going to do a lot.
Yep.
Even this fight, right? Like, the chains were perfect, and you can see that the global silences come off, but just look at the Chain Frost. It's causing such awkward problems for KIR and Sipit Juice in another world. I really need to find out his name, but yeah, that Chain Frost really messed up the game for Renewal. And yeah, at this stage, like, you have to make drastic mistakes as Neon to lose the game.
Yep. I mean, from the beginning, man, these guys were like popping off. They have had a good laning phase. Um, a couple of times, I think Valky got killed because of the global summit. But then, other than that, I think it was really well played, um, by Team Neon. And I mean, Team Neon is actually a big name in terms of organizations in the Philippines. So, I mean, we have to look at them as a big team, even though they have a new roster. They have done really, really well in the Skyesports Championship 4.0. I mean, I super enjoyed the games, man. I mean, who doesn't like? Which caster doesn't like? Which audience doesn't like to see that comeback? Everybody likes to see the comeback. Game number 2 went well. Game number 1 was a little harsh on Renewal, and then game number 3 again, Team Neon. They just came back, man. Like that is the only thing that I have. They have done really, really well in game number 3. So congratulations to Neon Esports.
Yeah, congratulations to Neon. I just want to say, as far as the best of three is concerned, game number 1 and 2 were much closer. Game
Mhm.
number 2 was a big gaping hole as far as drafting is concerned for Neon
Yeah.
because they had no
Mhm.
answer to the Morphling in that draft.
Yeah.
But game number 3 was just mechanical dominance in a sense coming out from Neon. Like Renewal tried their best, but the lanes were just the side lanes
Mhm.
suffered so badly. And I'm just going to refer to another game when I say this. I mean, the best way to put it is side lane diff. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like duelist diff was
Yeah.
so yeah, there was a clear difference in the side lanes, and yeah, production has got an MVP graphic ready for us. I set the Ember. Let's see if I am right. I have no answer. No.
Oh,
Okay.
it's hated.
It's hated on the Lich. I mean,
Yeah.
he did do a lot of damage. If you look at his hero damage, I think he did just 1,000 damage less than his Beastmaster, which is hilarious because the Beastmaster, I was looking at the post game scoreboard, and this man was not that far off in terms of hero damage. So kudos to Hated. Both these teams really fight over vision very importantly, and if Whitecat as well as
Mhm.
hashtag are watching, like the vision game over here is really really strong, and that's something that you have to match. But yeah, 21 lasted 359 GPM, 476 XPM. Those are not, I mean, those are not the statistics you want to look at for a support. I think
Yeah.
the damage, which is low key, uh, like something that you normally would not consider for a pause file lich, his damage is
Mhm.
high, and his deaths are very low. That's
Yeah.
that is impressive. He has not died. He is not fed, and yeah, kudos to hate it. Today's schedule, folks. That's what's next. And
Mhm.
what's next is White Cat versus Reaper hashtag.
Yep.
Uh, I think like Reaper hashtag are a little bit more established as an org, and White Cat has also been around. So I think both these teams are like big unknowns for
Mhm.
me, and I think that's another series that we have to just walk into and try and guess what's going to happen because I have no idea about the second series between White Cat and Reaper hashtag.
Mhm.
So we'll have to wait and watch.
Yeah, I mean, we're done with the first games, which was Neon Esports versus Team Renewal. Team Neon has taken over 2-1 in the round robin session against the Team Renewal. I mean, Team Neon has done fairly well, man. Like, I absolutely enjoyed the entertainment that came out from Neon as well as Renewal. I mean, Renewal going against such a big name, I think it is also a very big deal for them. And you know, no matter what game it is in the world, I mean, whether be it Valorant, Dota, or whatnot, every player, every team, they have to deal with the pressure. They have to deal, with the amount of anxiety that you have. But then all the breakthrough, man, I think Team Neon did a good job. Well played to Team Renewal. And with this, guys, we're gonna go into a break. Congratulations to Neon. We will be back very soon, guys, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the AMD Skyesports Championship 4.0 with our wonderful gaming partner Logitech and our fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Vivek. Joining me is the Llama, not just the Llama, the Indian Llama. What's up, bro?
Yo, hello. Thank you for having me here. And it's gonna be
You don't
really
have to thank
interesting
me.
set of games.
I'm not responsible for that. But yeah,
I'm thanking Sky Sports for giving me this opportunity, and hopefully we have some amazing set of games coming forward from today. And let's see how the new update affects the game, and figure out what the new strategies and what the new metas that are gonna be for the upcoming games in the future.
yeah. I mean, the games seem pretty similar to what's being played at TI11. Like, per se, there hasn't been a big shift. Only that Wraith Pack got nerfed in 7.32D, but people are still going with Wraith Pack. So I guess that this tournament might develop its own meta because these teams have scrimmed each other, they've studied each other, so they're kind of prepared. So we might see something different happen in this tournament. Uh, I think I think like Neon and Renewal play a very fast game, and I'm just curious to see if Whitecat and Reaper hashtag play the same way. We've got a breakdown of what's going on day one, day two, and day three. Anything that interests you, Lama?
Uh, yeah, I mean, we see four really amazing teams: Neon Esports, White Cat, Reaper Hashtag, and Team Renewal. And we've already seen the first series, best of three, between Neon Esports and Team Renewal, which ended up with Neon Esports winning the entire series. So let's see what happens in the next game, that is between the White Cats and Reaper Hashtag. And the matchup seems to be really interesting. And what do you think about these two teams?
I think it's going to be a very close game. I think Neon and Renewal are the most seasoned teams here. Neon is an organization that's been around for a while, and both Neon and the Renewal players have are individually very skilled. I'm not taking
Yeah.
away anything from Whitecat or Reaper hashtag. I think their series is also going to be close. But yeah, we'll have to wait and watch. As of now, though, we're just trying to hop into the lobby and. Yeah, I'm just searching for the lobby, folks, so give me a minute. Okay, I don't have the password. I'm
Uh,
guessing the password. Okay, I cannot join the lobby, but I'm happy to watch the game regardless. Uh, so yeah, if you're in the lobby, let me know.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not in the lobby yet.
Okay, that's not important. What's important are the teams what's important are the teams that are playing. I think hashtag. So again, a lot of new names on this roster. They've been around. I think Solotech and some of these players are like really well established. Like they've been around for a while, and some new faces as well. I've just got to say that they've got very pleasant looking photos. These are very
Yeah,
nice photos. I
definitely.
think this team has a lot of presence on camera, and I'd love to see them online on LAN as well. So hashtag Reaper or Reaper hashtag is a very interesting team that I'm really interested to see on LAN. So yeah, anything that stands out about this team for you, Lama?
I mean, obviously they're all very skilled players, and I'd actually really want to see how their game style is going to be played right now, because I haven't seen any of their recent matches. So let's head on to White Cat roster and have a look at their players. So Vivek, what do you think about the White Cat players and the team that we have right here in front of us?
I'm going to ask you same question back to you. What do you think of the White Cat roster? I know
I
Scadalicious and Lucify, they are very experienced players and they've been around for long. Scadalicious used to play in Neon once upon a time, long, long ago. So yeah, uh, these two players are super experienced. I think there is Boombell also playing in one of these two teams under a different name. So yeah, they are like teams from SEA that they are players from SEA that are established and have been around for a long time. But yeah, back to you. Any thoughts on this roster? Anything that stands out for you?
Yeah, they have quite a few veteran players like Scadalicious and Lucify, uh, and some young talent as well we see here. Hopefully, we get to see some really good team plays and how they work together as a team. I again have not seen White Cat play any recent games, so I don't know how their roster is right now. Hopefully, we get to find out how they've been playing and how they work as a team together in the next series, in the series that's going to be right now.
Yeah, see, I mean, we're looking at the rosters and it's easy to make predictions or talk about the rosters and give a few words about the players. But what's important to note is that these players and these teams have only recently assembled. So
Yeah,
they are as unknown to us as they are unknown to themselves. So I think we have to wait and see uh, how these teams come together. Now, I'm sure that they've been scrimming, so there is like an above average level of synergy and team play and drafting. And the last thing that I mentioned is probably the most important thing for both these teams is drafting. If they find drafts where they're comfortable, a lot of things will fall in place because these are all individually very high skill players. If they just find the heroes and the lanes that work for them, the games are going to be that much simpler for them. Having said that, though, this best of three, in my opinion, is not going to be a one-sided game,
yeah,
and I think it's going to be a close affair. And I think we'll have to wait and watch because I don't think this is going to be a 2-0 for
yeah.
any team. I think it's going to be
Uh,
much closer.
So you're expecting for a three-match best of three series today.
Yeah, yeah, I think I am between both these
Uh,
teams. I mean, I feel it's not going to be a 2-0. I think it's going to be a 2-1. I can't say which team yet. If you
yeah,
ask me which team I'm leaning to, okay, if it's going to be a 2-0, let me just say this. It's going to be Reaper
yeah.
hashtag winning 2-0.
Okay. So again, these teams have scrimmed with each other and they know each other quite well
My
over
bad. If
the
can I just okay, I just want to correct myself. If it's going to be a 2-0, it's
yeah
going to be White Cat winning 2-0. And I
White Cat.
think
Okay.
White Cat was actually Neon Atomic earlier. So it's basically the old Neon Atomic roster.
Okay.
And
Oh,
yeah. So I'm expecting them to have an advantage, if anything, coming into this best of three, just on uh, the past knowledge that I have of this team and what we can expect. But yeah, we'll have to wait and watch.
yeah. So hopefully we get to see an amazing best of three series where we do go to a third match because obviously who doesn't want to watch a third match in a BO3?
Oh yeah.
So again, we have the game that's gonna start in a bit right now. So what about Reaper hashtags? So are they assembled new as well, or have they been playing with each other for quite a while now?
Yeah, so generally what happens in the world of Dota is that every team shuffles after TI. So
Yeah,
this team hasn't existed pre-TI. So have they
yeah.
assembled new? Yeah, they have.
Yeah. Okay, so they haven't been playing together for quite a while now. Just after the
I
TI,
don't
they've
know
been
I don't know exactly how long they've been playing together. Uh,
okay.
but yeah, because they do not have a Wikipedia page. So I
Okay,
cannot accurately answer your question.
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully we get to see a really good match right now, and I think we are ready to get into game one.
Oh yeah, the game one draft is upon us. We should be jumping into the draft
Radiant
any moment
team
now.
ban.
And I guess if you look at first phase bans, it's Primal Beast, Marcy, maybe Enigma, maybe Silencer, but just pretty much what's carrying forward from DI. Uh,
Yeah,
and okay,
there
this
we see a
so
Naga band.
Yeah, we see a Naga ban and we see an Ember ban. And what I noticed in the first series is that these teams, although they might be newer to the scene, they know each other as players and they have scrimmed each other generally, and they're very aware of what each other like to play in their pubs
Yeah,
and in
yeah,
their scrims. So that's why Naga, Brood, Ember, these are not normally first phase bans, but this will be meta in this tournament because
definitely.
just because they know each other, they know stuff about each other that we don't. The only
Yeah,
meta ban here per se is Masi, and yeah, the picks are pretty standard. Tusks to open with a great hero, flexible, can be put as a pos 3, a pos 4, and I mean more than a pos 3, you can play him mid. So it's a great flex pick to begin with. You don't give away too much. You get everything you want. Question is, how do White Cat respond?
yeah. Tusk again, a hero that is very mobile, and he is very good at rotating lanes, getting those pickoffs, which helps his mid lane as well. And the bans are really interesting. Naga, Ember, not really a first phase ban as you said, but I think they are quite, like, especially Naga and Broodmother are quite in the meta still. And even though the new patch that had dropped nerfed the Broodmother a bit, I still don't think that she's a bad pick anytime. So we see a Tiny being picked, which again is a very flexible hero coming out from the White Cat side. So what do you think about the both Reaper and White Cat going for a really flexible first pick?
I mean, it's not shocking. You do not want to give away too much, but you want to get heroes that can still be relevant no matter what kind of draft you're running. So I think Tiny is as good a flex pick as Tusk,
Yeah,
and Tiny Mirana is something that Tundra like to run a lot at EI, and both these
yes,
teams are, I mean, picking in a very Western European manner. Like Tiny Mirana is something that was super strong. Now Tundra ran it primarily as a 4 position Tiny, which was played by Saksa, and position 5 Mirana, which was played by Snaking. However, I feel that 4 position Tiny is not something you see too often in SEA, uh,
yeah,
but we might regardless. I also spoke of meta bans earlier on, like the Masi. I mentioned the Enigma as well. Enigma
yeah,
is going to get banned out because nobody really has the room to play a silencer, or nobody wants to take the risk of having a Beastmaster and then like wondering whether you're going to be able to stop the black hole. And it's not just about the black hole; it's about the Enigma with his summons, with his Wraith Pact, which
yeah,
did get nerfed but is still relevant. So all of that, they just want to avoid all of that. And the main issue about Enigma is that there are very few safe lane cores that can lane effectively versus him and his
yeah,
Eidolons. I think Dawnbreaker is one of them, but largely a lot of them struggle versus Enigma. Lifestealer can't. Terrorblade doesn't do a great job. So
yeah.
yeah, it's just better to ban him out early on.
Yeah, and we also notice that these early picks have a lot of kill potential, especially with Tiny and Mirana from the White Cat side. It's You don't need a lot of levels on these heroes to get these early game pickoffs on the opponents. And same thing with Reaper hashtag Crystal Maiden needs a little bit of time to get into the game, but her early game roots and slows have a lot of effect on the game. And Tusk, obviously, with his role and his increased damage, he does give a lot of early game potential as well. So we see that these early laning phases probably are going to be really contested over, and both teams will be trying to do one better than the other team for sure. And we see Batrider and Visage being banned. Is Batrider still? Do you think he's a really good hero in the game right now, or do you think this is more focused on Reaper hashtag knowing their opponents and what they might pick?
I think Batrider is still good. Um, I mean, there are a lot of lane matchups that Batrider just outright wins, um,
Yeah,
which is kind of problematic. Uh, Looking at the pool of mid heroes which are being picked right now. So one of those matchups which he's good against is Leshrac. So yeah, you just ban out the Batrider. He's good versus Necrophos. He's good in a lot of lanes. If you look at the White Cat bans, they ban Enigma and the Visage, which are basically heroes that build Wraith Pact. Then they ban Bloodseeker and Pangolier. Now, this is a very obvious connection. The Bloodseeker has Rupture, the Pangolier has Rolling Thunder. You're basically going to negate the Rolling Thunder because your Rupture is going to pierce spell immunity and hit him, and then make the Pangolier look really, really stupid. So
Yeah,
it is a smart ban coming out from White Cat. And now Reaper hashtag, uh, I feel the first couple of picks coming out from White Cat are very effective, and they're asking a lot of awkward questions to Reaper
yeah,
hashtag right now with these picks. Right, there is a lot of CC. There is a good mix of burst damage, physical damage, magical damage. They've got the Mundo, which is generally a headache to play against in terms of vision. So I really like how White Cat have began their draft. And
yeah.
I'm a bit concerned. Like I don't know what's gonna come from Reaper hashtag to solve the problems that they're facing.
Yeah, definitely. So I still think Wraith Pact is going to be a really important. Okay, we get a Grimstroke. So it's probably a Tusk position 3 at this point, or maybe mid lane. I'm like, can never know. But I think Grimstroke and Kusanmina are going to be our main supports for Reaper hashtag. And I think Grimstroke is a good reply to Pangolier because Grimstroke has his ult and the silence as well. So uh, what exactly do you think Reaper hashtag is looking for with this Grimstroke along with Tusk and Crystal Maiden going into this draft?
Exactly what you think.
There, there. Okay.
I mean, yeah, Soulbind is good, right? And now you put the Tusk mid
Yeah,
and you put the Beastmaster off lane, and now it's a hard game for in the Milana. It's a hard game for the Pangolier because uh, Phantom's Embrace or the wife that Grimstroke throws at you. Fun fact in the lore, that is actually his wife, which he throws at you to silence you. Both are really, really good versus both the Milana and the Pangolier. And somebody like the Tusk following up with an Inkswell on him is
yeah,
strong. This is a great Soulbind game,
yeah,
actually,
actually.
because you have the Frostbite, you have the Walrus Punch, all of that. I don't know the Snowball Soulbind interaction. I guess you snowball onto both targets. Uh, I don't think you do, actually, because Snowball has
You,
some
you,
very weird you. Anyways, we'll find out. Doesn't
yeah.
matter.
And
And
also we have
Team
the
ban.
Beastmaster Roar.
Monkey King.
yep, and we have the Beastmaster Roar, but the Beastmaster Roar, it moves targets, so it actually disjoints the Soulbind
Yeah,
sometimes, because
yeah,
you can move two targets away from each other, and Soulbind kind of gets disjointed, and then you rejoin with the
10
nearest target.
seconds remaining.
So
yeah.
yeah, that's good, but yeah, like they
5
kind of get split
seconds
up
remaining.
in a way.
Team ban.
Yeah. I mean, it's always a good team fight potential because once Grimstroke gets that ult out onto two people and either Beastmaster or Tusk get to engage on them, it's pretty much a secured kill on either one of them when it's gonna be when it's in a
10
scenario where it's a team
seconds
fight.
remaining.
So what do you think? I think White Cat's looking for
5
their
seconds remaining.
final pick. I mean, Reaper hashtag is looking for their final pick right now, and what do you think it's gonna be? Who do you think is going to be their main carry? What would be an ideal pick in this situation?
Hmm. I
Radiant
feel like a
team ban.
range carry is a
Dire
safe pick,
team ban.
which is why
A
you see
wraith carry.
Medusa getting, yeah, which is why you see Medusa getting banned out. I mean, if you
Mhm.
Drow seems like a simple answer. Uh, Lifestealer is also good, and White Cat are probably gonna ban out one of the good
10
options right
seconds
now.
remaining.
Um,
5
I
seconds
mean, there
remaining.
is another way to play this game. Like you pick up something like Luna, and
Yeah,
although Luna is in the best one position to have, you just play a fast tempo, and with the Beastmaster aura, you play a much faster game, and you just end the game quickly. That's one way of approaching it. You can pick something range and reliable DPS. It's just reliable physical DPS like Sniper or Lifestealer. Or you could pick
yeah,
something like a Bristleback or a Dawnbreaker that's just a lot more active, and you just run at them with the Bristleback, or You have the
Radiant
Dawnbreaker that
team
counter
pick.
initiates if need be. So there are plenty of
Dire team pick.
options for hashtag.
The
And yeah, they go with the safest option, which is like
safest.
Lifestealer, which does physical damage, which can
Yeah,
infest in the tusk and whatnot. So it's
yeah.
okay. It's not bad. It's a decent draft coming out from Reaper hashtag. I'm just curious what White Cat picked
10
now
seconds
because
remaining.
they're flexing a couple of heroes here.
5
The
seconds
Pango
remaining.
and the Monkey. They both
Yeah,
can be played in multiple roles. So we're not sure what White Cat is looking for as their final pick. They probably might go for Pangolier offlane, Monkey mid, and somebody else as their main carry. And I think even for them, Wraith King is really good. Okay.
Choose your hero.
So we have the final pick from White Cat as Slardar, who's probably going to be their offlane, and Monkey King their mid laner. So, what are your final thoughts on the drafts coming out from both Reaper hashtag and White Cat? Who do you think has a stronger composition, especially for a team fight and early game pushing as well? Which team do you think is gonna have an advantage in what role here?
I'm not. I'm going to ask you that question after I make my statement, which is the Monkey King is going safe lane, the Pango is going mid. Um, it's not a offlane Monkey King.
Oh,
It's
Seri
a
is
mid
their mid
Pango.
laner.
I don't know who is the mid laner, but I'm pretty sure it's a mid
Okay,
Pango and a safe lane Monkey and an offlane
okay,
Slada. And yeah, I like the Slada pickup. It's really good actually. You have something that pierces BKB. I mean, which pierces
yes,
spell immunity in a sense, which is the Slada. You have corrosive haze, which is really really good with the damage coming out from both the Monkey King and the Pangolier. So it is an intelligent hero to pick, and most
yeah,
importantly, Slada wins his lane. But what
yeah,
I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to make my prediction first, is that White Cat is going to win this game. I'm just leaning towards White Cat. What's
yeah.
your prediction, and which draft do you think is better?
I'm gonna go with Reaper hashtag, and I think the only reason I'm gonna go with Reaper hashtag is I feel like they have a slightly better team fight composition compared to White Cat. Although White Cat has the Pango role, the Monkey King ult, I still feel like uh, Reaper hashtag with their they can single out heroes, pick them off, and they don't rely a lot on how the late game is going to go, so they're pretty much going to be focused more on the early game. And yeah, I'm going to stick on the side of Reaper hashtag for this game, and we see a smoke coming out from both the teams going into this rune pickups, and we might probably see an engagement happen before the game starts. So we see Pango walking up and he reveals three of them.
Oh, this is early action. I mean, Scadalicious with the boundary strike, with Snowball coming out. Monkey King's got to be careful, but look at that avalanche. HMY is going to get first blood.
First
That's
blood.
White Cat getting off to
It
a good
was
start, and they
Amazon
don't lose
enough.
anyone for that.
Yeah.
That is nice. This should allow them bounties.
Yeah, I think that helps them secure the bounties, and also
30 seconds
Scaralicious
to go.
falls quite low on HP, but he survives through that. And the Lifestealer, because of that one death that was on the side of Reaper hashtag, won't be able to contest that rune, especially against a Slardar who has Slytherin Crush and can secure the rune for himself. So yeah, early game really good start for the Dire side, and let's see how the game carries on from here.
The battle begins.
Yeah, so how many bounties do White Cat get? Um, Lucify got one, Seri got one, and the Milana got
And
one. So they get three?
three, yeah. So yeah, a really
Wow,
good early
first
game
blood and
start
three
for them.
bounties.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the laning phases we have a really solid lane on every lane, like especially the mid lane where it's the Tusk versus the Pangolier. It's going to be a really interesting fight against who is going to come on top in that mid lane.
Any predictions or any thoughts on how this matchup goes for you?
The Pango versus the Tusk, I I think Tusk has a slight advantage with Snowball and Tag Team, especially in the early game, because Tag Team gives him such a huge bonus damage, like 20 bonus damage with movement slow. And Pango has his shield, but I still think Tusk has a slight advantage over Pango in this lane. And I think Tusk is going to be struggling a bit on the last hitting part here, but if he is able to harass Ken pretty well, I think he's going to have a pretty happy lane mid lane.
Yeah, I think the shield crash as well as the swashbuckle will just ensure that he has better nukes and he should be able to get more last hits. If we do look at the game stats and the last hits window, up top
Yeah,
is where I mean, for Reaper hashtag, if they really want to have impact, early impact in the laning phase, like aggressive impact, it has to come from the Beastmaster Grimstroke lane.
yeah,
If not, they're slowly like just gonna let the Monkey King run over them. Also, the Monkey King was forced to take Boundless Strike at level 1, which is okay, but not ideal. Sure, they got first
yeah,
blood because of it, but it's not ideal. Eventually, over time, him and the Mirana have to take over this lane. Uh,
yeah,
the bottom lane that White Cat are running, oh, that lane will eventually start outdoing the Lifestealer CM. Just looking at the lane
yeah,
so far. Yeah. So Slada just eventually becomes a bully versus Lifestealer. And Lucify took Avalanche and Toss. Didn't take tree grab. So a lot of Tinies might just take level 1 or level 2 tree grab and just deny all the waves. But the objective here for the side of White Cat is not to deny CS but to kill. So
yeah.
that's why he's gone for both his nukes, and eventually they're playing to kill here, not just stop the lifestealer. So I'm expecting a lot of action here. I think we have to wait and watch. The Slaughter just wants some early levels, and then this lane is going to dissolve into chaos slowly.
Yeah, so both the teams have a really solid off lane against the safe lanes of the opponents, and as you said, the Tiny is going to be really involved. Like he is going to be the one who makes plays for the side of the Dire, because he's the one who's going to be zoning out the Crystal Maiden and trying to get kills in the mid lane, where the Tusk and Pango are having a duel going against each other, right click to right click. Ken is falling quite low, but both of them have a pretty good sustain with both of them having gotten their bottles already. Meanwhile, we have lost Grimstroke on the top lane.
And we lost
And
Grimstroke up top,
Tusk,
and Ken is dying here. Like, Ken has got the shield crash. That's a fair amount of damage reduction. He's going to be
and
fine, but he's going to be fine. He TP's mid and
yeah,
gets the water rune, so he's okay.
yeah, he's going to be doing fine there. I mean, again, the shield crash and the swashbuckle give him a lot of mobility. Meanwhile, we see Tusk going back onto Ken again, trying to get him as low as possible so that he won't be able to sustain the lane. And we see him securing last hits. And again, if you look at the last hits and denies, we see Lifestealer on top, followed by Slardar, and we see Ken having a really good lane. As we thought in the beginning, he is getting the better CS in the middle lane. And on top, although Grimstroke is gonna be gone on again, and the Mirana misses the arrow, which in turn lets Grimstroke escape from that fight, and Beastmaster goes back to the lane. So yeah, I thought the top lane, the Beastmaster and the Grimstroke are going to be more aggressive, but they seem to be going in the opposite way, where the Monkey and Mirana are being more aggressive towards them. So what do you think Wildcats doing, where they are going on to these really solid offlaners from the Team Reaper?
I'm not sure. I don't have an answer to that. I think they're just like the small laning mechanics because our camera is not always fixed on that lane. But yeah, like you said, the Reaper offlane should be more aggressive. It's almost as if they heard you. They get a kill onto the Mirana, but I mean, these kills are not like super significant, right? Because if you
Yeah.
look at the CS overall, I don't think Scadalicious is too affected. what will eventually happen in this lane and what will start to happen is that the Beastmaster and the Grimstroke will just start collapsing on the tower. It's not happened with the 5 minute siege creep. It might happen with the 10 minute siege creep.
Yeah,
That and allowing that or stopping that is the key timing for the safe lane coming out from the side of White Cat. Whether they decide to give up the tower or whether they're going to fight it. And that's
yeah,
where Scadalicious has to ensure that he has one vision because the Hawk is going to be there, probably an observer behind the tower. Two, other than vision, he has enough HP at that time, enough mana at that time. Three, the Tiny needs to have a TP if he needs to join and defend that tower. Or Scadalicious and the side of White Cat can gracefully just give up that tower and find something else on the map. So far, the Tiny Slardar lane has been very quiet. You can see
yeah.
HMI just helping out Ken at mid because now mid is starting to become a very even affair. And the 6 minute power up rune is usually when supports rotate because wards also time out, it is night time, and we're seeing a rotation in play. Lucifer is come in, made man-made, had the snowball, the driving from Ken, not the finest. The Rolling Thunder didn't quite accomplish what it set out to. But that's a Rolling Thunder committed with an Arcane Rune, so Ken is not going to be too displeased.
Yeah, and also if we saw the engagement on that fight, the Mirana did miss her arrow onto the Tusk, which kind of messed up that entire gank over there. But they're going onto the Tusk again, and the arrow will connect this time, and Pango secures the kill onto
Radiant's
the
middle
Tusk,
tower is under
which
attack.
puts him in a really happy spot right now with his siege creep, and he's pulling the creep wave away from the tower as well. So yeah, the siege creep does fall, but he gets a kill and quite a bit of damage onto the tower. Meanwhile, the what do you think about the Diocide right now? Who, as we see, Tiny keeps rotating and trying to get these pickoffs. As they go on to the Grimstroke, they get the arrow onto him, but he gets saved by the Tusk. Will he survive? He gets to very low HP and he is dead.
Yep, he is dead indeed. And now they're chasing for more. They're looking for the Beastmaster. Lucifer doesn't quite have the Avalanche. If the Avalanche was off cooldown, he might have chased for more. Shots committed. Madmaid has joined the fight. There goes Lucifer. The toss is there. The arrow didn't connect. Another small whiff coming up from HMY. Not quite sure what happened, but the creep wave came into the equation. And Madmaid with the Walrus Punch does manage to clean up. They've lost both the supports, but they'll claim the CM, and Scandalicious is still fighting. If they can find Manmade, it could be huge, but there's the Inkswell causing problems as Scandalicious gets stunned up. Shards committed a little bit of damage. Ken wants to go back in. He wants that Grimstroke. Has a Swashbuckle in a break, but he's gonna whiff. Oh, this is disastrous. Ken will die. The Walrus Punch is there. Scandalicious comes back in with the Primal Spring, but this looks like a bad idea. And HMY shows up for moral support for him and Lucifer. Joined the fight a bit late, but Atomic, I mean, I'm looking at the fight recap and they lost two cores and they got two supports,
Yeah.
so not really ideal for them. There's another fight brewing up top, but I don't think it's going to amount in much. At the end of it all, Reaper hashtag have got to be comfortable with how that fight went.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
So again, that puts them in a really good spot. But we see Ken going on to the Tusk in the mid lane. He whiffs the swashbuckle again, and will he be able to survive? No. Ken with the haste rune is able to secure the kill onto the Tusk. I mean, yeah, all these burst damage coming out from the Pangolier, especially in this early game, I think is letting him get these kills on the Tusk, and the Tusk just finished a fight on top, going back to the mid lane without any regen, is what made Ken able to secure the kill over there, coming back from his death. Meanwhile, bot lane, we see Slardar slowly climbing up against the uh, life stealer, so he has hit level 6. So how do you think the game is going to change? Like, how do you think the bot lane is going to change for the life stealer as soon as Slardar hits that level 6 and he gets his ult?
I mean, I'll have to check their items, really give you an answer on that because it's kind of item dependent. It depends what items Slaughter has when he's 6 and whether he hits 6 before the lifestealer. Right now, if you're just looking at CS, the Slada is, I mean, behind by 10 CS, but the huge
Yeah,
advantage for the side of Whitecat is that the Slada has gone unchecked, and nobody seems to be interested in that lane at all. So all the actions are, I mean, all the action and all the fights are towards the top half of the map, and
yeah.
I love these portrait mode tours that we are going on, but there's going to be a crucial fight breaking out up top, where the Crystal Maiden, the Tiny, the Pangolier, all of them are grouping up now. The Dire did put some vision there. They kind of scouted out the CM for a bit. That
Yeah.
observer ward was quickly dewarded, and yeah, Scadalicious is back at his PC. So I think we're good to go anytime now. And yeah, this is a fight where the Pangolier is coming with his Rolling Thunder, or the Mirana is there with the arrow if need be. And if the side of Reaper hashtag lose this fight, they could lose their tower. I think my question for you is, what do you think of the support levels? Are the supports high enough level?
Yeah, actually, looking at them right now, they do look at a pretty decent level, like compared to their cores who are around level 6 and 8. Or if you look at the Pangolier, I mean, Tiny has been more focused on roaming around, trying to secure these skills, and he's at a level 4. But I don't think Tiny requires a lot of levels to secure these skills and provide his team with that kill potential, just because of how powerful his just the two abilities avalanche and toss can be. So yeah, I think they're all all the supports are at a pretty comfortable level, except for maybe Grimstroke, who is not that good at a lower level where he needs those levels to increase his effectiveness in the game. So yeah, let's see, maybe
Radiant's
once
middle
the
tower
Grim
is
hits
under
the level
attack.
6 is where he's going to be really effective in these team fights, when he gets the soul bind off. And yeah, so Beastmaster and the Grimstroke are going to be really effective once Grim hits level 6. Again, top lane, we see, if you look at the total net worth, we see Lifestealer on top, followed by three players from Whitecat. And yeah, so the game's a little bit sided towards Whitecat right now,
Dire's top
and
tower
we'll
is
have to
under
see how,
attack.
again, into the game, and Beastmaster is hitting that top tower, and it's almost down. It's at 500 HP right now, and with the siege creep coming in at the 10-minute mark, it's they're probably going to take that top tower down. Meanwhile, on the side of Wildcat, they really haven't been able to pressure the bot tower a lot, which is quite important. Especially when hashtag is getting rid of the top tower for Wildcats. So what do you think is the reply that Wildcats have to come out with regarding this push?
I mean, it appears to be aggression, right? And that's how they seem to be replying. So
Definitely.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no push that they have to be concerned about. What's just weird about this game is that none of the offlaners or none of the teams are really trying to take the enemy safe lane tower. Uh,
Yeah.
they're moving for objectives that are not normal at this time of the game. And this objective,
Yeah.
I can agree with. The idea to kill the Slada is something I can get behind, but both these teams are looking to shut down the enemy offlaner, not the enemy safe laner, which is something I can understand or agree with for Reaper, but I don't see
Dire's
why
middle
Whitecat
tower
is
is
trying to
under
shut down the
attack.
Beastmaster. I mean, he's got his Helm of the Dominator. There's not much you can do. The lane
Yeah.
is what the lane is. So, I mean, you can just have TPs to TP in when they dive,
Dire's bottom
Scandalicious, but
tower is under
there's no
attack.
point like going and smoking and trying to kill the Beastmaster. So, I
Yeah.
feel like the movements across the map have been just a little weird and a little slow. I mean, you're looking at a 4-7 score, but uh, both teams could be doing much better on the map in general. The Mirana in the middle of nowhere on a warding expedition will manage to leap away, but I mean, given she's given the side of Reaper hashtag the idea or the false notion that she's placed a ward
The
in the
prize is
triangle,
mine.
With the Moonlight Shadow, they're going to go back in. Let's see who they find. There's Ken. He's struggled a bit with the swashbuckle
Dire's
earlier
middle
on,
tower is under
but
attack.
nope. They're not going to commit, not going to do too much. Just secure an arcane root and go back in farm. Back in bottom, Lucify and Seri make a move. They need to ensure that the Lifestealer doesn't get to infest, and with the toss, they'll try their best. There's the Wukong's command committed. Toy dropping really, really low. Will stay alive, but not for long as he ends up falling. Madmate has got to be careful. That Wukong's is a lot of damage. And if the Mirana had one more leap charge, heck, that leap charge is not even needed as Madmate dies. And now Scadalicious looks for more with the Primal Spring. They're chasing, and they're barely
Radiant's bottom
overextending.
tower is under attack.
Technically not, as they get the kill and they disengage. They get 4, they lose their Slada, and most likely, there should be a tier 1 tower for the side of White Cat. This is the move that I wanted to see from either one of these teams.
Yeah.
Wrap around the enemy safe lane tower, which they've done. And yeah, I think White Cat will be able to secure the tower for themselves and maybe even get a kill at mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, so the total outcome of that team fight was totally on the side of White Cat, and they executed it almost perfectly. I really don't understand why hashtag fought inside the Wukong's command for so long, because it's especially in these early levels, the Wukong command is really solid because it gives you that bonus armor and does a lot of damage with that Monkey King's early damage. And so I'm not really sure why they fought inside it for so long, but again, the outcome was as expected. If you fight in a Wukong's command, you're pretty much going to lose that fight, and that's what we saw. And some really solid arrows coming in from Mirana as well, but since she used her leaps earlier to get away, I don't think she had enough leaps to secure one of the kills. But either way, her team was able to secure it for them. Meanwhile, at mid, we might see an engagement that's brewing where we see Tusk rolling onto the Pango, but he has already started the roll, and the Tusk gets stunned, going with the Mirana stun as well. Grimstroke falling quite low, the Tusk is low as well. Roar coming out onto the Pango, and he falls immediately. We see 4 people, 5, the entire team from hashtag coming in for that fight. So we see the Tusk is rolling onto the Tiny again, but the Moonlight Shadow there. The Monkey King has TP'd in with the Wukong's command. Tusk falls low, and he falls to the Monkey King. And this Slardar gets picked off by the Crystal Maiden. That's a lot of damage coming in from the side of Reaper hashtag, which leads them to get 2 core kills and a support kill as well in that entire team fight. So yeah, I think that's a really good engagement for Reaper hashtag. What do you think about the fight that just took place right now?
I mean, Reaper hashtag try their best, but at the end of it all, sure, you're killing a Slada, but I don't think White Cat mind too much. I think they're okay with that. And that fight, this is, you can see the level of Dota that is played between Neon and I mean, which we saw in game number 1, right? This the first series
Yeah.
between Neon and Renewal. It is of a much higher level than the kind of Dota being played by White Cat and hashtag. Not taking anything away from these teams, but it's very brawly for no reason. Like fighting and killing is not. I'm not condemning it or saying that I'm against it, but these fights are kind of fights that don't really transition to anything meaningful on the map. And look at this, like 5 heroes are smoked. They're looking for a Tusk made. They're not going to get it. The arrow hits something else. It doesn't even reach. So just messy, pointless fights, really. I mean, this is a 5v5 mid. This is the equivalent of Rush B in CSGO. So that's pretty much what we're witnessing. And I mean, I'm not discounting these players. They're individually very, very highly skilled. But as a team, there is... It's also possible because this is game 1. Like I said, they're newly formed teams in a sense. They're finding the rhythm. It's a lot like, I'm going to quote Notail here, and Notail said this in a podcast, you know. It's like, if you want to play a sport and suddenly you have to tell your hand what your hand needs to do, or if you have to tell your right leg and your left toe on the right leg what it needs to do, it becomes very confusing. Your hands and your legs and your body need to move as one. So right now, that level of synergy in terms of how they play the map is yet to set in for both these teams. Although these are very fine
Radiant's
legs
bottom
and
tower
arms,
is under
very
attack.
strong legs and
Yes,
arms. And we're going to see those legs and
individually.
arms in action. Not the CM, not the CM. Yep, they go for the better target. They go for the Beastmaster. I mean, the row comes out, but I don't think the Beastmaster is getting away. But however, the freezing fuse on the low ground is going to be enough for the Pangolier. That's a core Pangolier dead. And now with mid-main showing up, they should get more. The Phantoms embrace committed. The Tiny going nowhere as a rock golem smashes into a rock. And the Tiny ends up falling. Scandalicious hops away, gets away, and stays on the trees because there's nothing worthwhile on the ground other than all his dead teammates. And with this play, I think we're
They
going to
do make a
see,
conversion.
yeah, they're going to move into the Rosh pit. So this is so weird, right? You fight at the top tier 2 with all that
Yeah.
wonderful vision, not to take the top tier 2, but you win a fight and you are fast enough to go Roshan because your Beastmaster is, well, basically a hero that enables Roshan, and you're going to sneak the Aegis. But again, this is such a weird Aegis to have because what can you do with
And
a life stealer Aegis
yes,
at this stage? Are you going to is the life stealer going to show up to fights and you're going to 5-man and take a mid tower? No, it's unlikely. But mid made by himself, Aegis or not, he's going to try and look for kills. Toss in an arrow. They've controlled the Tusk a little bit. It is both these supports on the side of White Cat, and they don't offer enough. I'm also not sure why Scandalicious is here, but nonetheless, he's got his Echo Saber, and he is
yeah,
in fighting shape. So I just like the bottom line is these teams can fight. They just need to coordinate and pick their fights a little better. Tiny's gone in
yeah,
again, by the way. Tiny just went in on the mini map, and he might just die because of this. I mean, mid-made is there,
yeah.
and that Inkswell was not even needed. It's not mid-made, mad-made, excuse me. But yeah, Reaper, they are
Yeah,
making this look very simple.
yeah, I mean, again, as you said, like as soon as the last fight got over and they went for the Roshan, it was really confusing to see that because they could have gone for the. Meanwhile, we see the Tusk going on to the Mirana, who is pretty much going to fall here with that. Yes, and with that ink stroke that secures the kill for them. But again, as soon as these fights happens, for some reason the teams start to disperse. Like as soon as they got the ages, they split up, went their different ways. Meanwhile, they're not focusing on any particular objectives right now. We see the Tusk going on to the Monkey King and the Roar being used onto him as well. Crystal Maiden waiting in the back lines. The Tiny comes in who is just going to sacrifice himself for no reason, and the Pango is just going to back off, not going to commit anything into this fight because he has already lost three teammates in this fight. Although he might consider a spin just to push the team back, but I don't think that's going to happen because the Monkey King is dead for 25 seconds. And also, we can see with this Beastmaster, as soon as he has that, you know, the insane damage output coming from a Helm of the Overlord, what do you think the gameplay is going to be right now? Like they should be like pushing, right? They're supposed to be pushing, getting these towers and staying on point. And do you think that they're going to do it, or you think they're going to go back to the spread out playstyle that they have been doing so far?
Yeah, I mean they have the ages, so that's why they grouped up and they took that tower. I really respect what Reaper is doing on the map, uh, and yeah, maybe we might see more of that soon. But Atomic, I mean, excuse me, Reaper, White Cat are going to smoke, but they're not going to find anything with the smoke and the Moonlight Shadow. There's Catalysts with the Boundless Strike, but there's no further control in that Wukong's command. I mean, there's no Slytherin Crush, there's no Avalanche Toss, and now Man-Made is going to catch them on the retreat. This is possibly the worst time to have a disconnect or a technical
Yeah.
difficulty. And I
No.
mean, maybe this is what is uh, troubling the side of White Cat, that they are probably having a couple of internet issues at their boot camp, and hopefully all of these get sorted out. I have, yeah, not seen so many fish at once in the same place in the game of Dota 2. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, definitely the internal problems are always a problem, because especially in a time like this where he just gets caught out by the Tusk and he did not have his internet connection. So who knows, maybe he was not able to control his hero. And it's a really weird position to be in. But let's see how they carry on from this point, and let's see if Scarlicious is able to survive this or if he goes down to the Tusk and the rest of the team.
yeah. Well, he's standing there now, but this Inkswell is going to cause problems.
Yeah,
Lucify tanks the gank. And you know, the thing about if this fight extended, like if Whitecat, I don't know that technical difficulty. I think that technical difficulty actually did them favors because if they lose a fight so close to that tier 3, uh,
yeah,
I think Reaper could have just gone high ground with the Helm of the Overlord and nearly a BKB on the Beastmaster and the Aegis on the Lifestealer. They could push for more.
yeah.
Down bottom, man-made. Oh,
Oh,
this was not planned for, and I'm happy for Whitecat that it's happening because they needed to make moves, and the Slaughter is starting to get active. But look at how much of the map Whitecat are just giving up.
Dyer's
They are
yeah.
top
literally
tower has
just giving up the
fallen.
map. The top lane and the middle lane are kind of taken over. And I'm a bit concerned for Whitecat. They need to start smoking, using that Moonlight Shadow, and looking for good pickoffs
Radiant's
with
bottom
the
tower
Slaughter.
is under attack.
Also, do you still think any of the players are going to go for the helm of the Dominator after it's been nerfed? I mean, we do see quite a bit of physical damage coming in from both teams, but do you think it's a viable item that they can go for in this game, either of the teams?
Do you mean the Wraith Pact?
Yeah, the Wraith Pact. I was saying the Wraith Band, my bad.
No, no, you said Helm of the Dominator. I mean, I
Oh,
think you meant the Wraith Pact, right?
yeah,
So
the
if
Wraith
anybody
Pact,
makes
yeah.
it this game, if anybody makes it this game, is going to be the Mirana. I don't think anybody else is going to make it. It's
Yeah,
okay for your boss fight to make it, but I mean, the offlane meta has been to pick a hero that makes the Wraith Pact. The Wraith Pact has been severely nerfed,
Dire are
but
scanning.
yeah,
as we saw in the first special 3, people are still making it because it's still value, although not as value as before. So
yeah.
yeah, I think in the course of this tournament we will see a couple of Wraith packs, but it's not priority. It kind of depends on what kind of offlaners you're picking.
And
Dire's
we
bottom
see
tower
the
is under
life
attack.
stealers ages go to waste right there. Like they didn't really make use of it, but I think they it did give
Dire's
them a
bottom
bit of
tower
space
has
where
fallen.
the dire side were reluctant to engage onto the life stealer because of that aegis. But now that his aegis is down, we again see
Dire's bottom
Wildcat
tower is
just
under
letting
attack.
their towers fall. Like only
Radiant
one person
structures are
TPs. Okay,
fortified.
they have four people in the bot lane and the monkey TPing in, so they are going to try and protect this tier 2. But do you think it'll be possible? We see Tiny going with the toss back on the life stealer, but life stealer is able to get his rage on, and we see the Pango coming in with a roll going, but he gets rolled on, and there is a double roll that goes. But the Monkey King coming in with the BK chasing down the Reapers, and the Beastmaster uses the BKB to get out, but they turn around, get into the fight, and get the Monkey King down. And the Tiny is probably gonna fall here, but
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
that was a pretty good fight for both the teams, but I think Reaper came out slightly on top at the end of that. Two BKBs being used, and the roar has been used as well, and the roll as well. So,
Dire's
what do you
bottom
think
tower
the
is
outcome
under
of that
attack.
fight was? Do you think
Rule
Reaper
of
came out on top or Wildcats came out on top?
Dire's bottom tower has
I
fallen.
mean, it's pretty evident, right? Like Reaper get a tier 2 tower, the last tier 2 tower fall
Yeah,
aside of Whitecat, so they have pretty much. You said the Aegis maybe didn't do much, but I'm going to disagree and say that it did because it gave them map control. That's not
yeah,
the first Aegis is very rarely the Aegis with which you end the game, and I think it
true.
was a very value Aegis, and they have like taken over the map, and yeah, I'm actually a bit concerned for Whitecaps because again they need to smoke and start looking for pickoffs. So they're grouping up down bottom. Ken is actually leaving top. So I want to see what they manage to accomplish by grouping up together. Are they going to look? Because if they don't look for pickoffs, the only other option right now is to stay at your tier 3, not die, keep buyback, and be ready to defend your base and defend your ancient as well. I mean, that's the least you can do, and just hope that
Yeah,
while just hope pretty much that while your enemies are pushing high ground that they make some mistake. So
yeah.
they are playing along
I,
those lines. Like if you look at mid, the Tiny just placed a deep observer ward.
Dire's
The
top
intention
tower
of this
is under
observer ward
attack.
is to cut the wave. and to also see if they can find a pick into some tower at mid. I mean, obviously the mid tier 1 tower.
Dire's
But
top
yeah,
tower is
it
under
looks
attack.
as if Whitecat are playing to split push and Reaper are
Yeah.
playing to end. But
Radiant's bottom tower
I
is
feel
under
Whitecat
attack.
need vision around Roshan and they need to be able to contest Roshan. The tiny, oh, he gets caught out split pushing. Manmade is not going to allow it. There's the Phantom Embrace, the Inkswell.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower
mean,
is
there
under
for good
attack.
measure, but not really needed as Lucify gets picked off, and these split pushing shenanigans will not be tolerated by Reaper.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, as you said, right now the two teams have really, really different objectives, and the one who comes out on top is who lets the other team make a mistake. And these teams, being professionals and being having played a lot, are gonna avoid making mistakes as long as possible. But I
Dire
think
are
Ken
scanning.
might get he does not get caught out here. He decides to TP back to base. So yeah, on side of Wildcats, they are now being restricted to a very small area of the map, and the Reapers are pushing out lanes as quickly as possible. But these wave cuts have been giving time for Wildcats, and yeah, as long as they extend the game much longer and drag it out a lot, I don't think Wildcat have a huge chance.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
the
we see a team
Grimstroke is
fight that's
dead. The
brewing.
Grimstroke is dead. Avalanche toss, he's gonna fall. There's the Rolling Thunder. Do they get the Crystal Maiden? Unlikely. The roar committed by the Beastmaster just to control the Pangolier. The CM dropping low. Seri just committing with his BKB. So both supports die, but the Grimstroke does fire back. What did the side of Reaper hashtag find? Now, possibly lose their Grimstroke yet again, but the snowball save is there by Manmade. The problem though is that they're fighting in the Wukong's command. There comes Toy, cleans up on the back lines. There's the first kill that Reaper hashtag get. It's onto the Tiny, but they've lost both their supports. They've lost Manmade, and now the Lifestealer can be kited. Miruzaki is being pushed to buy back, and with that Frostbite, he'll find at least one kill, one additional kill for the side of Reaper hashtag. The Slaughter and the Tiny die, but it did cost buybacks, and it did work for the side of Reaper hashtag only because they had control of the Rosh pit and that
Yeah.
outpost.
And they are right back into that Roshan pit, not giving any space for Wildcats. Although they do scout it out with the Mirana arrow, and it does get pinged out. But do they have the
Radiant's
capacity to
turret
fight
has
this?
been killed.
I really don't think so,
I
because all the ults have been used up
I don't
except
think
for
so.
the Sladas.
Yeah, it's not about ults, right? It's also like access to the Rosh pit. I mean,
Yeah.
Manmade can just TP in, and Manmade's gone on the Mirana. There's the Walrus Punch, going to snowball in onto the Mirana. HMY is going to force stuff up into the high ground. This Mirana is buying time, and this is not the key objective. The
Yeah.
side of Reaper hashtag just need to focus on Roshan. They take Roshan, they group up, and Whitecat, I think they're playing this smart because Whitecat pretty much do not have buyback on
Yeah.
their key heroes. So their objective is to push out the lanes, give them Roshan, and then pray that you can sit and hold on to the
Yeah.
game from a high ground. If you look at the Monkey King and the Pangolier, they're doing the best possible plays on the map right now, which is the Pangolier trying to cut the mid wave and the Monkey King just trying to push out the bottom wave. So
Yeah.
these small plays from the side of Whitecat might buy a little bit of time, but there is one
Radiant's bottom
lone
tower
creep
is under attack.
making his way
One
towards the
creep.
top lane. Yeah, one creep.
The flag bearer creep. So I think with that, if they are able to keep it alive, they might be able to secure the
Radiant's
top
bottom
racks.
tower
But
is under attack.
Tiny is right there, who'll probably focus on to that creep and try to get it out as soon as possible. And the glyph has been used as well, so there goes that creep.
Radiant's
If you
bottom
notice, the
tower is
Tiny
under
went
attack.
in the top lane, got a kill, got the entire wave cleared and comes back to the top, but they do lose the tower, and they go on to the Lifestealer, who falls below, but the Tusk coming in with the roll save, and the Lifestealer is able to get out from that dangerous spot. He does survive being able to get into the Tusk. Man, what a beautiful save coming in from that Tusk. What a snowball save. Beautifully played. And they are looking for a re-engage here. The blink coming in from the Tusk, and there falls Mirana. And the Tusk goes on to that roll in from the Tusk goes on to secure the racks for them. And the Lifestealer is going to take the next set of racks as well.
Top barracks
And
are
they'll
under
probably
attack.
look to push into the
Dire's
mid
top
lane from
barracks
there
have
as
been
well
fallen.
and get that set off. towers as well.
Yeah, I mean, Whitecat trying their best to slow down the game, delay the game, cut the wave, but it doesn't matter. The task has his blink, you drop the ink swell on him, he's going to initiate instantly, and he knows like the Mirana are going to die. Lucify with the toss back, but what does it accomplish? They find Madmate, sure, they'll get one kill, but they lose their Tiny, and they commit their BKB on Seri. Is it really enough to hold on? I mean, Madmate on the task can buy back and TP to the outpost, so that play
Yeah,
always exists for the side of Reaper.
Dire
Hashtag
structures
they've
are
also
fortified.
got the soul bind. This is the second glyph. You lose your first tier 3, your glyph gets re-enabled. So they're going to
yeah,
commit that glyph, but the wave is coming. The wave is just on its way. So that glyph isn't going to do too much for the side of Whitecat. And now there's a siege creep with this wave. There's a Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster. There's the Aegis on the Lifestealer. So Whitecat
Dire's
have
middle
no
tower
choice but
has
to
fallen.
fight or try and destroy the wave as soon as possible. Ken is
yeah,
trying his best. Seri's managed to drag away the wave, but Toy doesn't care. He's got the corrosive haze on him, but he's just standing there like an absolute Giga Chad. And
Dire's middle
he's
tower
going to bring down
has
both the
fallen.
range and the melee balance. A 5v5 team fight is possible. Lucifer is going to go in. Scatterlicious with the Wukongs. Who's in it? Toy. Toy doesn't give a damn. A row committed on the Pangolier. The Pangolier trying his best to bring down the Grimstroke, but the Pangolier caught with the Frostbite, and the silence coming out from the Grimstroke will eventually fall, and it's not just him, Seri dies as well. HMI running for his life, one avalanche to buy him time, but is it enough? I guess it's primarily the Moonlight Shadow that's keeping him alive. Scatterlicious with the Boundless Strike, a quick toss and a Star Storm, but it's not really going to accomplish too much as the Phantom Embrace and the Frostbite come in yet again. They find the Tiny, he's been forced to buy back. Lucify wants to rejoin this engagement. How much can he do? One last tier 3, one last lane of flags. Catalicious has
Dire's
no
bottom
option
tower
but to
is
go.
surrendered.
He's just got both the supports behind him, and it feels as if Whitecat have mentally
Dire's bottom
accepted
tower
defeat,
is
and not just
fortified.
mentally,
Now
they've
have
accepted it
yeah,
in game as well. The GGs have come
Dire's
out.
middle tower is
Whitecat
under
have been
attack.
invested and how a very what I mean, you look at the scoreboard, it's 30 to 20, but I want to say that was a pretty one-sided affair.
yeah, definitely. I mean, as soon as that Beastmaster was enabled, I really think he took control of the game. Although I think there was a little delay on everything, like even the team fights or going for the objectives. But once they started getting that momentum, especially the fight near the Roshan pit, and they were able to secure the first Roshan, I think the momentum started moving towards Reaper hashtag. And we definitely saw how strong the Beastmaster is, especially with the early game pushes and the potential with the helm of the Overlord to take down towers really, really quickly and enabling to take the Roshan down quickly as well. So I think it was mostly the momentum that Reaper hashtag got from that point onwards that led to this victory that they got. And yeah, I definitely think Beastmaster, as we saw in the TI as well, he's still viable and he's still a really strong hero. What are your outlooks on the game that we just saw?
Yeah, I mean, it was primarily that first ages and how Reaper hashtag decided to use it, and also just the task being a lot more effective than the Pangolier in the game.
Yeah,
I am so happy that my prediction is incorrect because I predicted that Whitecat would win this, but yeah, I have no idea how the rest of the series is going to go. Uh,
yeah,
I looked at the draft and I thought that Whitecat had a decent shot, but Reaper hashtag or hashtag Reaper, and if you if I'm not getting this right, you can add the rate VWWAKE and type hashtag Reaper and tell me how what is the correct way to say it. But yeah, they played really well, and
yeah,
just a much faster game, and
yeah,
there was some questionable spellcasting coming out from the side of Whitecat and all those Catalicious. I mean, he had a free game. Seri had a free game. Like Seri went unchecked. You really couldn't feel any one of the cores really being a problem for
yeah,
hashtag Reaper.
yeah,
So yeah, and you're looking at the network charts. I mean, Seri is farming, the Monkey King is farming, the Pangolier is farming, and of course at the end the difference is huge. But if you look until the 10-12 minute mark, they were pretty close to each other in terms of net worth. Amongst the supports, they all tried their best to scale, all four supports. But yeah, I think the Grimstroke. was just a lot more powerful and much more impactful
Yeah.
than any one of the other supports. CM also did her bit. If you have a persona, you're automatically a good player. So that's how. Just kidding. But like they all, I think the Grimstroke, the Tusk, they both played really, really well. And yeah, it is still early days. It is only game 1 year
Yeah.
between White Cat and hashtag Reaper. My name is Vivek. With me is Lama. You're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. If you're enjoying the broadcast, do subscribe, do follow. We're going to take a very short break and then we're going to be back for game number 2 with hashtag Reaper and White Cat.
You, I'll be right back quickly. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Put all that on the paper. Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Pause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partners Logitech and our fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Vivek. With me is the Lama, not the Dalai Lama, the Indian Lama. And we've got White Cat facing off versus hashtag Reaper. Hashtag Reaper did end up taking game number 1. Game number 2 is coming up. And yeah, let's take a look at who was the MVP for game number 1. Drum roll. RDP on the Beastmaster 9013, a flawless performance. Uh, I agree with this. I mean,
Yeah,
sure, his performance looks perfect. I think what's interesting is the itemization here, which of going into the Octarine. Uh, a lot of times, you play Beastmaster, but it kind of feels ineffective. But RDP definitely had a lot of impact. His hero damage, his tower damage, just phenomenal. And I'm kind
yeah,
of feeling that this is going to be either banned in the first phase or just denied by
yeah,
picking by the side of White Cat. So yeah, it should
yeah.
be an interesting game too. Do you agree with this MVP? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, I think that the Beastmaster mainly enabled the team to get that you know the snowball running. Like,
Yeah,
if not for the Beastmaster and that early Helm of the Dominator and into the Helm of the Overlord with the BKB, I don't think that they would have had the same momentum that they did before. I mean, they did without it. So yeah, I definitely think RDP played it really well. Obviously, he had no deaths as well, so it's on paper a perfect match for him. So definitely a worthy MVP for that game.
yeah. I think he was responsible for how quickly they could take objectives,
Yeah.
and I think that was pretty impressive. So good stuff coming out from the side of hashtag Reaper. I always think before I say the name because some places it's red hashtag Reaper, some places it's Reaper hashtag, but it is hashtag Reaper. So great or Reaper hashtag. We'll find out. But yeah, great stuff coming out from them. They're leading the series. You're going to
Yeah.
be jumping into game number two. Do you think there are any adjustments, or do you think the adjustments that Whitecat need to make are in the draft, in the play style? What do you think's missing for them?
I think the main thing missing for them, especially what we saw in the first match, was them not able to have an answer for someone like the Beastmaster, who's really good at the early game pushing of towers or mid game, late game. Ability to provide these opportunities for the team where you're either able to take an objective or win the team fight. So I think that's going to be the main point that Whitecat has to look out for, where they draft heroes or draft the entire team, looking at one of this as a main objective where their team fights or their heroes have the ability to lead into an opening, like lead into them getting an advantage of some sort. And yeah, other than that, I think Whitecat had a really really strong draft, except for them not having an answer to the Beastmaster.
Do you think the answer needs to be in the laning phase, or how they played versus him, or do you think there needs to be a defensive support? Is that what you're thinking, or somebody who can kill him? Because
I mean,
I mean, the answer is to ban him. But like, if you
yeah.
had to play against this hero, I'm
I
just
mean,
wondering. Even I don't have an answer.
it's really hard. Like, if you do not draft heroes that are able to counter the Beastmaster, like either take his creeps down really fast or kill him really fast, it's going to be really hard to play around. Like, for example, if you look at the last match, there was no hero that could really go against the Beastmaster one on one, or even in team fights take him
Yep.
down fast enough with his creeps that he was not able to affect in the team fights. Because even if he died early, his his creep with the helm of the overlord was able to take over charge as a hero himself, because the helm of the overlord provides so much health and damage to a creep that it basically makes him like another hero. So maybe someone who is able to take down with someone with a really high attack speed who's able to bring down heroes and creeps, for example, would have been better. Like, the MK was not able to bring down the creeps really fast. And I think that's going to be the main thing that they have to look forward to if they want to counter a Beastmaster.
Yeah, I feel the MK was like generally just underwhelming, and
Yeah.
I feel like it was a hard game. Sure, early on we saw some Wukong's command uh, usage, which resulted in minor victories, but those weren't the victories that mattered.
Yeah,
So yeah, hopefully this time whatever they pick as a carry on the side of White Cat can have more presence in the game. I feel
yeah,
like if there was, I mean, there's so many other carries which could have had a better time. Like Monkey King
definitely.
as a carry, the key starting point is for him to have a good lane. And
Yeah,
the same can be said about Slada, right? Like, sure, a Slada can buy a blink and just crush, but this is not the Slada that Misery played way back around TI7, right? Because the crush
hmm,
duration is very short. This is a
yeah,
Slada that has to stand and use the bash on the fourth hit and up be be a source of damage and be a source of frontline and initiation. It's not
yeah,
just about landing a crush. So likewise, I just feel that all the cores on the side of White Cat really couldn't do much other than just kill a support, which
yeah,
is not enough at this stage. Like,
yeah,
sure, they were killing the Tusk if he went in very deep, or they were killing the Crystal Maiden, or they were killing the Grimstroke a couple of times. But like a core killing a core doesn't happen in these fights for the side of White Cat.
yeah. I mean, in the beginning, obviously, with the burst damage coming in from the Pango, they were able to secure some early kills. But as the game went on and the momentum started shifting towards Reaper, and once the Beastmaster had his items, the the there was no real, effectiveness that the Monkey King had, because the main thing is Monkey King is an assassin. Basically, he is able to take care of a one-on-one fight all by himself because of his Jingo stacks and the damage that it provides him. So he can have these team fights and really good team fights. But when it comes to some going against someone like a Beastmaster who has a lot of creeps that he depends on for his damage output and his tankiness on the whole, Monkey King does not do really well because he does not gain Jingo stacks from these creeps, and he's not able to take them down as fast as he can take down a hero. So I think that was a little challenging for the Monkey King, and definitely a problem, that they can solve with their drafting phase right now. As you said, the best option is to just ban the Beastmaster, because he's been in meta for some time now, even though
Yeah,
the Rage
ban or
Pact
pick it.
has been nerfed. Yeah, that's going to be the best option that White Cat has. So yeah, so as we go into game two, we see White Cat and Reaper hashtag entering the drafting phase, and we see White Cat banning out Ember, Reaper going back to their Naga ban. So here, are they going for a Beastmaster early ban, or are they gonna pick it for themselves?
I mean, they have first pick. They can pick it if they want.
Yeah. So they go for a Broodmother ban like the last time. So similar bans on both sides, exactly the same bans, and they go for a Hoodwink.
I like that.
Interesting choice. Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink is a very versatile hero. He's able to, stun not just an individual but an entire group. Where, like, for example, Beastmaster and his creeps. So yeah, Hoodwink is a really good choice as a support.
Yep.
So do you think Reaper hashtag is gonna go for a Beastmaster again? Because it's been led through the pick and the ban phase as we go into the first round of pick for Reaper hashtag.
I mean, the win condition for Reaper hashtag was not the Beastmaster, although the Beastmaster was the MVP,
Yeah,
and we spoke a lot about him. Uh, there were it's just a general play style coming out from Reaper hashtag for which White Cat didn't seem to have too many answers. So
yeah.
I feel
I
like
mean,
uh, I feel like the adjustment is not about the hero, but about how the game is played and how effective the course can be on White Cat. I don't
yeah,
think like it. I mean, like if this was a best of five, I'm not gonna say that. Oh shit, they have a Beastmaster problem. By game four, they should be banning Beastmaster. This is not
yeah.
like the tight TA that Nigma or Liquid, ex Liquid are so infamous for. I don't think it is that kind of an issue. But yeah, maybe we see Beastmaster getting banned in the second phase. Maybe Grimstroke gets banned so that the Pangolier has a better game. So we, yeah,
There.
there you go.
There it
There you
is.
go. It's a second phase ban. Fair enough.
Yeah, good enough.
Are they
But
going
we
to
do
even
see.
ban the Grimstroke? Do you think they're going to ban the Grimstroke for the Pangolier?
But I don't think it's a necessity that they have to ban the Grimstroke. They can draft around it. But he does cause a slight problem to the Pangolier with his Soulbind and his Silence. But I think they can maneuver around it. But if they really don't want to play against it, it's not a bad ban. But I don't think they're going to waste a ban onto the Grimstroke right here. They're probably looking for, you know, some offlane bans like the Lycan, for example, which again is a similar hero to the Beastmaster, where they rely on their uh, creeps that they gather around them, providing them with the auras and just pushing towers. And White Cat decided that they do not want to, you know, draft against that, so just decide to ban them, which I think is a good idea. So, what do you think about Reaper hashtag going for the same picks as the last game? It is a flex pick on the Tusk, but uh, how do you think that them going with the same comfortable heroes that they're used to? What do you think their playstyle is going to be this game?
I mean, the, the playstyle really develops in this uh, pick phase, which is going to come after this last ban from Reaper hashtag. So
Yeah.
that's when we're going to get a better picture of the draft. What I'm a bit surprised about and what I'm happy about is White Cat going with the Pangolier again.
Hmm.
I don't think that Pangolier is a problem. Pangolier is a
Yeah.
great hero to have, and he did pretty well in lane last game. Uh, it's just that in the mid game later on, like his effect and his effectiveness was a bit questionable. And
Yeah.
this is something that I asked a while back, like, does Grimstroke need to be banned or is it okay? And
Hmm.
White Cat have decided not to ban the Grimstroke. They banned the Lycan instead, and they let the Grimstroke through,
Yeah.
which is, you know, the problem I have with this is Grimstroke is a very strong hero in the offlane, and that
Hmm.
ultimately, eventually, like even if you don't pick Beastmaster, which seemed to be a big performer for Reaper hashtag in the previous game, most melee offlaners and Grimstroke are a big problem for anybody playing
Yeah.
the safe lane. So yeah, let's see
Definitely.
what White Cat pick up because they have two picks ahead of them. I didn't see this coming, but I like it
Even I did not see that coming. It's a
because
really good
it's.
pick. Mars and Pango is always a really good combo to have, and not just that, it also zones out the Grimstroke ult as well.
How does it?
So
So,
like
when you arena,
if Grims yeah, like you can arena out like people who have been soul bound together, or you can use it as an aggressive arena against the opponents as well. So it gives time for whoever has been soul bound to wait for it to run out. So I think Mars is a really good initiator and a really good offlaner for White Cat. I think you have different ideas about him. What are you thinking right now?
I'm thinking it's gonna be a mid Mars.
A
Uh,
mid Mars?
yeah, but I could be wrong. Uh, it's something we see a fair bit. I mean, obviously, this is where they reveal their support. Oh, yeah, and it's going to be a silencer. I like this pick.
Silencer.
I
Yeah,
think it's been fairly strong in this tournament. Has one of the higher win rates in general in Dota of late, and
yeah,
just generally a combo breaker, right? Like now, since you
definitely.
pick silencer, if they hadn't committed to the Mars, they could have even gone with an Enigma, and the silencer is also going to block an Enigma in general because Enigma has snuck his way past all the picks and bans.
Yeah,
So that is a possibility that exists for White Cat. Just makes the draft a draft that doesn't have any late game in a sense. But yeah, and Reaper hashtag,
okay.
they're going to pick the same hero for Toy. Toy also happens to have the neat little captain's crown next to him in the draft. So I'm
Yeah.
guessing he's okay picking for himself and giving last pick
10
to mid or
seconds
offlane,
remaining.
depending on where the toss goes. So it's always refreshing to
5
see.
seconds
Uh,
remaining.
the next couple of bans are probably going to try and protect the Razor Excuse me, I just said Razor because I was just thinking Razor's good versus the Lifestealer. But the next couple of
Yeah,
bans are going to try and protect your most important cause.
Dire
Like
team
these two
battle.
bans are
yeah,
kind of telling. So the Doom ban
the
tells me
Doom.
that they want to protect the Pangolier, and the Doom is
Yeah,
also good with the Grimstroke Soulbind. So they're just trying to like ban a
Radiant
good
team ban.
Soulbind hero. The Slark ban tells me that they want to protect the Lifestealer.
yeah.
Slark extremely good versus the Lifestealer, and maybe from Reaper hashtag or hashtag Reaper we see a Terrorblade ban. Not quite sure. This
Who's
ban is
also
also going to
good.
be
10
rather.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, Terrorblade, excuse me, is also good versus the Lifestealer.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
So this one, I think the last ban over here again has to be around the same things, protecting the Pango and the silencer. I mean, not the silencer, sorry, protecting the Pango mainly. Or, they obviously can go for really, really strong carry as well. So, who do you think is going to be an ideal carry? Do you think Faceless Void is still viable here for White Cat?
Yeah, Void is really, really good.
So that's what I was thinking. He's really
Void
good
is
against the
actually good
lifesteal.
this game. Yeah, yeah. You could go Void. Um, I mean, Void is like flat out one of the better carries out there just because of Chronosphere. And this
Yeah,
is not a bad Chronosphere game. Like even a Swashbuckle and a Hoodwink following up, just the Aegon shot bouncing off people or the sharpshooter coming in. So all of that is good.
Dire team ban.
Um,
yeah. Along with
even
the
the
silencer's ult as well, so nobody can really stop the void from doing it.
yeah, I think they banned Monkey on Reaper hashtag or Void. I
Radiant
mean,
team pick.
okay, this
Or
is also a
Morphin.
very legit ban.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
that's a good ban.
Very good versus all the heroes. Smart ban.
I I
It's a good
also
morphling game.
like I also like White Cat have the option to go for Wraith King as well. Although he's not
Dire
that
team
good in the
pick.
meta right now, he could still
Faceless
there.
Void.
Okay, it's gonna be a void.
You you said it first the right time. I mean, like Void is a really good pick. It's just
Yeah,
that this is a tricky Void game because there's Grimstroke with the Silence and there's Tusk and there's Crystal Maiden, but Faceless Void
10 seconds
fundamentally
remaining.
is good versus Lifestealer. Like what White Cat have
5
is just
seconds
ridiculous
remaining.
team fight.
yeah,
And they have to
yeah,
win those fights to win the game. They have Global Silence, they have Mars Arena, they have Chronosphere. And
yeah.
this is not the kind. I mean, there are very few solves for Reaper hashtag because it's mostly going to be a mid dusk. Um,
Hmm.
I'm just wondering
I
what
mean,
can you pick.
I'd say go for Wraith King. I mean, I know he's not
I
really
know
good
Wraith
right now,
King
but
is good versus Void, but you can't do Wraith King offlane. You can do Underlord, Legion
Choose
Commander.
your hero.
Legion Commander. I mean, not a bad pick on Legion Commander. I mean, as long as she gets a good timing on the blink and is able to solo out the void, I think Reaper hashtag has a pretty good draft overall. But again, White Cat has a really strong team fight centered draft in this game, which I think will be a little more favorable for them than the previous game that they had gone through. So yeah, basically Reaper hashtag has almost the similar draft as the last game except for the Legion Commander, and White Cat has totally shifted around what they are thinking and how they are drafting, going with an entirely new set of heroes except for the Pangolier. I definitely think this is going to be a much more interesting match, and with Lycan and Beastmaster being banned out, there's the ability to push towers really fast and aggressively has been cut down to a lower level. So there'll be a more dependence on the life sealer and Legion Commander to be doing the pushing work this time. And again, White Cat has a really good team fight, so they are going to be trying to get their timings right on their ults so that they can win these team fights and try not to stack up on ults by mistake. So yeah, let's head on to game two.
Yeah, I think sure you can look at ultimates and you can look at the team fight, but I think what's also very important to consider is the lanes. So Void
Yeah,
is going to have a hard lane. It's mostly an off lane Mars. the offlane Mars is going to be going up versus a lifestealer and a CM. So Mars is also the kind of offlaner which is strong, strong in lane in a way, but if wait, it is a mid Mars. Have I been right all along?
Have you been right? All it does look like that. Ken is playing Mars, so it is
Yeah.
a mid
So I called
lane
it.
Mars. Yeah.
Yeah, I called it.
Right.
I kind of sense this, but so okay, so it's an offlane Pangolier, and they've spotted that the Mars is going mid. Like, I mean, this play is happening by hashtag Reaper just to spot out where what the lanes are, and they have spotted out
Yeah.
the lanes. Now, an offlane Pango Hoodwink is strong, but it is so situational, and it kind of depends on how they play the lane. I think
30 seconds to
Lifestealer is
battle.
still going to go unchecked,
Yeah.
but
For a
the
long time.
the issue for the side of hashtag Reaper in this game is that Lifestealer is going to get kited, right? I mean, Hoodwink is going to have the Scurry, Void is going to have
Yeah.
the time walk, Pangolier has the Swashbuckle. So unless the silence from the Grimstroke, the duel from the LC, the control from the Tusk isn't spot on, this can be a hard game for
The
Lifestealer. Like, he
battle
could just be running
begins.
around in fights and not getting too much accomplished.
Yeah.
Small bit of action towards the bounty rune, but no one really trading too much HP. The Grimstroke dropping low. It's going to be first blood. Lucify will get the kill, and yeah, the Grimstroke just goes on a bit of
First
an
blood.
adventure and ends up dying.
I mean, both teams do get 2 runes each, but the first blood going towards the side of White Cats is a little advantage. But since the Hoodwink gets it, it's not that huge of an advantage, but it's still an advantage towards them. So the mid matchup again is two melee heroes, the Mars going against the Tusk, and I personally think that this lane favors Mars slightly just because he has the Spear of Mars and the God's Rebuke, which do quite a bit of burst damage again, where the Tusk has to depend on his tag team and Snowball again. So yeah, I think the mid lane might be in favor of Ken this time, and again, it depends on the timings of their levels and the timing of their items,
A
which
lot of
enables
actions
them.
on the side lanes. The Crystal Maiden is low, but like you said, I'm actually in agreement with what you said that the mid lane is a lane that does favor the Mars, and I think he's going to be fine and he's going to do well in that lane. Like, if you just look at the health bars, and this is
Yeah,
a nifty little replay of how the Grimstroke died. But yeah, I mean, Mars is going to be absolutely fine. Tusk is not going to be able to kill him without a +1. So the Grimstroke or the CM rotating can be really
oh,
helpful. But the CM's not going to be making any rotations. So now she's going to be sent to base, and she has to TP back or walk back slowly and painfully. As this Pangolier Hoodwink lane, it's not a lane that I've seen before in
yeah,
competitive play in the off lane, but
eh,
it is one that has a lot of kill potential because there are a lot of quick nukes. The bushwhack is always potent next to trees, and most supports like to play next to trees. Like, you're never going to
yeah.
stand next to your range creep as a support. So yeah, HY's advice might not be the best versus Hoodwink.
Also, I think this is what we wanted to see, early on during the last game as well, where these offlaners are more aggressive, trying to get these pickoffs as much as possible. I think at this ground, both the teams are doing that. As we see bot lane, Inkswell going on to the Legion Commander, but she decides to back off, and both the heroes just go back to farming. Yeah, I think this is what we wanted to see in the last game, where both the teams were being more aggressive in the off lane, trying to get kills and get pickoffs as much as possible. But again, in the top lane, the Pango Lifestealer lane, I feel that, obviously the Lifestealer is a much better laner than Pango is, especially with Crystal Maiden on the side, giving that huge magical DPS. Uh, but she does keep getting
The
low
Crystal
and
Maiden
she
died again.
falls again. Man, the burst
Yeah.
damage coming out from the swashbuckle, the shield crash, and the Aegon shot is so much that this Crystal Maiden is basically a creep to them, and she keeps falling so low and she just dies immediately as soon as she tries to take up a fight.
Yeah, the approach from Crystal Maiden has to be different. You cannot play like how the Silencer is playing down bottom, where he's constantly trying to force out regen. The Crystal Maiden has to like focus more on denies, keeping the wave
Silencer.
equilibrium, not dying, and just like securing the flag creep or securing CS. Because if she goes to trade with the Hoodwink, she can die because the Pangolier can connect at any moment with Swashbuckle. So
Yeah.
she has to be careful, super careful about her positioning, because all she has to do is not die, and the Lifestealer is going to do better than the Pangolier.
Yeah.
And the Hoodwink and the Pangolier can never really threaten the Lifestealer because he's always going to rage and turn, and that's when the CM needs to be in position. The mid lane, I've just got to say that I'm impressed that Madmaid is keeping up in terms of CS.
Yeah, actually.
And yeah, if he keeps us going, and if he just leaves this lane with a decent amount of EXP and maybe even an early Desolator, he can move around the map and cause problems.
Coin.
Yeah. And again, Tusk, I think, is mainly focused on hitting that level 6 and trying to go kill heroes in other lanes because he does not have the potential to solo the Mars, especially when Mars hits level 6. He's going to be really scary. Meanwhile, on top lane, Christian gets gone on again and he falls. He falls really, really quickly every time the burst damage comes out from the Spango and the Hoodwink. But again, the Lifestealer is not going to be really affected by it a lot. But again, the Crystal Maiden is giving the Pango and the Hoodwink a lot of XP and gold from just dying a lot,
Feeding.
which isn't always
Dying.
great.
Yeah, dying, not
No, no,
feeding.
no,
Yeah.
no, no, not feeding. It's not feeding.
That's not feeding?
No, no, it's dying a lot.
Okay. Okay. Just dying a lot. Okay.
Yes. Meanwhile, we see an engagement. Oh, Ken getting a regen rune. I think that helps him out a lot. But again, I think Mad Maid has to start rotating now and trying to get kills because I really highly doubt that he would be able to secure kills on this Mars either solo or with a support assisting him as well.
He can, depending on the Grimstroke's levels. But it's almost as if he heard him. He's rotated, and with the Phantom's Embrace, they're gonna get a kill. Level 6,
Yeah.
Madmain has impact. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
this is... Okay, I have to focus on top because Toy is gotta be careful. He's dropping low, disarmed. To see the lucky strike, he's walking back to his tower. The
Oh,
Scurry is there, and
beautiful.
the Scurry, well, not even needed. Seri will just catch him with the swashbuckle. And yeah, each instance of the swashbuckle hitting the Lifestealer with peak effectiveness, and the
Moss.
CM continues to just die a lot. And yeah, can find something elsewhere on the map. But what's a bit problematic was that in the midst of all of this, the Grimstroke in the middle of nowhere ends up dying.
Yeah. I mean, so far, they are having a pretty good game, pretty good early game. Lanes are going pretty well as well. So I think it just depends on how the heroes scale from here on and how effective Mars and the Tusk are going to be at rotations and securing these kills and enabling their carries mainly to have a really good farming lane. So as you see, as we talk about that, Mars is heading top lane, trying to get onto this Lifestealer who gets... Oh, that is a pretty close sound. But Pangolier commits onto that ultimate and he goes onto the Lifestealer and the Crystal Maiden. They're able to secure the kill onto the Lifestealer and they're heading on to the Crystal Maiden right now, which they will be able to secure as well. The Grimstroke is in a bit of a trouble, being chased by both the Pangolier and the Mars, but he's
Radiant's middle tower
slightly...
is under
Okay,
attack.
never mind. The phase boost just reduces the gap. But we get Man-Made coming in with the ultimate. He is not able to save the Grimstroke. So again, Wildcats are going out over there, getting 2 kills, and the Mars does go get his uh, job done and gets back into the lane, back to the farm.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane, this top lane from the side of hashtag Reaper has not gone too well, and yeah, I think this is probably going to be some dual victory damage
Yeah,
in favor of the LC. He gets the dual victory and he gets the dual win, but what needs to happen is that the Tusk and the Grimstroke and the Legion Commander need to move together, and they need to apply pressure on the Void, because
yeah,
you can't really make stuff happen on the map with the Life Stealer. It's
yeah,
not his job, but you can do it with the Legion Commander, and that's where hashtag Reaper and their POS 4, their POS 5, and their POS 2 need to move if they want to be aggressive.
yeah.
Otherwise, you just sack the Life Stealer and you just continue to farm and play the farm game. And the problem with playing the farm game is you're playing the farm game into a Mars, into a Pangolier, into a
Exactly.
Chronosphere. Two of them, the Mars and the Pangolier, have low cooldown ultimates which can always fight. And
Yeah,
your lineup is a lineup which has single target pickoff with the Tusk
yeah,
and the Grim and the Crystal Maiden and the Duel. So there needs to be, I mean, play to your strengths, right? Like get pickoffs instead of
yeah.
just standing. Yeah, I would like to see them
Definitely.
pop a smoke and just move bottom and kill the Void. Like that is literally the best play that they can do right now. Because you're not going to salvage that top tower. It's gone. Oh, she's actually going to TP. They cancel the TP.
Oh no, he cancels the TP. That's really bad
He,
for him.
Yeah, these moves are very weird. Now, if they kill the Silencer mid, they might think as if, might be deluded to believe that they've accomplished something on the map, but they are literally wasting time on the map right now. And
But on
diving
the
the
other hand,
Silencer could backfire. Okay, so because of the Inkswell, they'll get this kill. Do they get away with it though? I mean, Seri spotted out Midozaki and
oh,
the pushback doesn't land, but Seri actually switches targets, bangs into a wall, and eventually they'll kill Solo Dick. So
yeah,
both supports die. The side of Reaper hashtag did not get a single objective. So
yeah.
I'm a bit puzzled as to what they're trying
I
to do
mean,
on the map, and I don't think they're
I,
showing them.
I think if they had focused more on trying to secure the mid tower rather than going for the kill, they would have been more effective because that kill really didn't end up with them having any advantage at all. Whereas if they had tried to go for the tower, maybe they could have secured the tower before the TPs had come in.
Dire's
So
bottom
yeah,
tower
again,
is
like
under attack.
I think there needs to be more objective focus fights and more objective focus in general. And I think Reaper still has a chance if they change their playstyle and go more
Dire's bottom
focused on
tower
these
is under
objectives
attack.
and trying to get those single pickoffs as you said earlier.
Yeah,
We do
I don't
see a
know. I mean,
smoke.
yeah, it is Whitecat that dictating the tempo of the game right now. I mean, the Tusk has been a bit quiet, and ooh, he wasn't quick enough to snowball. He wasn't quick enough to snowball. Doesn't snowball at all. In
Uh,
fact, gets stuck in the Chronosphere. But I think this is okay for Reaper hashtag, because when you think about it,
yeah.
you forced out the arena, you forced out the Chronosphere.
Radiant's bottom
If you
tower
can fight,
Oh,
it's not a bad time to fight. I mean, now would be a time for them to smoke and look for a pick-off, because the Mars is low on mana. The Void doesn't have the Chronosphere. Seri's on the other side of the map. So,
I mean, in the end, do you think it's really worth it to use the Mars Arena and the Chronosphere just to kill the Tusk?
uh, if you kill the Tusk and you get the mid tower, it is truly worth it. If you
But they just
just
back
kill
off
the
after that.
Tusk, it's okay. But now, if you kill the Tusk and you lose someone on the map, it's 100% not worth it, because this is when the Whitecat lineup is actually exposed, right? No Chronosphere, no Mars
Yeah,
Arena.
Radiant's
It's very
middle
simple.
tower
What do you want
is
to
exactly.
do?
under
You want to
attack.
farm. And Reaper hashtag
Dire's
read
top
this.
tower
They've
is
smoked
under attack.
immediately and they're running bottom.
Yes.
So if Reaper hashtag take a fight and take a tower, it's a win now. But if Reaper hashtag go into this fight and Pangolin TPs with his diffusal and completely shits all over them, then it's probably not that worth it.
But I think on the other hand, Ken reads this as well. and he does not show himself in lane. So they are changing their focus in the mid lane where they will, I think, probably
Yeah,
catch out the silencer.
this is good. This is good. I mean, like they forced out the global. Uh,
Yeah.
I think Seri shouldn't commit. Yep. I
So
guess
they
it
are
was
now,
okay. Like if you kill the silencer, then you get the tower. It's worth it.
yeah. But again, they did force in rotations as well. So I think they
Radiant's
did
bottom
pretty
tower is
good. I
under
mean, I think
attack.
now is a really good time to engage because they do have their all their ultimates. Whereas there is no global silence and the void ult for a second. Meanwhile, Mars comes in with an ult going on to the Crystal Maiden, and the Hoodwink secures the kill. And they're trying to go look to get a kill onto the Tusk, but he does use his
Radiant's
ice
bottom
shards to
tower
space
is under
himself out.
attack.
But the Mars
Radiant's
is right
bottom
behind
tower
his back,
has
who
fallen.
uses the blink and stun swinging the wall, gets the kill onto the Tusk, and somehow Wildcats have come out on top of that entire fight. If they're able to secure this tower as well, it's going to be really amazing for them. The Pango goes into a roll trying to secure more kills here. He gets soul bound but does not bind to anything because he is in his
Radiant's bottom
rolling
tower
form.
is under attack.
And yeah, that
Dire's
just
middle
everyone
tower
backs
is under
off.
attack.
Rotations forced to the mid tower from the Reaper's side. Overall, a really good engagement on the Whitecats.
Yeah, good engagement for them,
Dire's middle
and
tower is under
it feels
attack.
as if this game might just run away from the side of hashtag Reaper.
Yeah, it does look like that. Like last game, they had a Beastmaster who controlled the tempo, but whereas in this game, they really are struggling to find that tempo, and it needs to be this Legion commander who has to be finding these duels, getting her damage up as much as possible, which they are trying to do right now, smoking up as a 3-man with the Crystal Maiden and the Grimstroke. They might just be able to find the void, but he does have a lot of backup. Where the just Oh, the Chrono coming in from the void, saving Hoodwink from that entire mishap, and the roll coming in from the Pango. That is really bad. Both the Legion Commander and Tuska did rolls going on, continuing on to the Grimstroke, who is trying to avoid it, but he does get diffused and get gone on. Mars focusing on the Crystal Maiden. Silencer uses the Arcane Curse on him as well, and he's going to fall as well. That is a really, really bad outcome for Reaper
Radiant's middle tower
hashtag,
has fallen.
because they just lost 4 heroes and gained almost nothing from it. They do get the void kill, but uh, that's gonna be that. They do not get the dual victory. They use the void ult and they get a kill on him, but not much on the Reaper's side.
Yeah. It's a game where Reaper hashtag need to be a little bit more proactive. They can't just be this reactive. I understand that they are just waiting for the right time because you want to take off. See, as this game goes harder, I mean longer rather,
Yeah,
it gets harder. You need stuff like Aeon Discs. You need the upgraded Yule Scepter, Wind Waker, and you need those kind of items to be able to survive in the Chronosphere, in the Mars Arena. Until then, you have to pick fights when Chrono is off cooldown, like on cooldown rather.
yeah,
So if they're just going to be, yeah, this is a good fight. I mean, the Legion Commander needs to do this much more often,
yeah.
and then it kind of works out. Okay, the Mars goes back in. He's got the arena and the double damage. Quick soul bind coming out. Inkswell as well, but they lose one. That's the Grimstroke dead. The Inkswell doesn't connect. The Crystal Maiden in the middle of nowhere. This arm can only run away as Madmate did get stunned up a bit. He gets dispelled with the Prestige attack, but he's once again stunned by the Rolling Thunder. Madmate will actually shard block his Crystal Maiden and uses the wall to control the Void. The Void falls. It's a huge kill for the side of Reaper hashtag, but at what cost? They lose their dust, they lose the Crystal Maiden, and now with the Infest, RDP gets a little bit of HP to fight, but he's actually going to run. Ken is playing with his toy, and toy, speared to the wall, can only watch and fall as, well, neither him nor the Legion Commander will survive to tell the tale of this rather messy fight as Cadalicious from the grave is tossing out tips. But all in all, it looks as if this game is slipping away from Reaper hashtag.
Yeah,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
it was a really good engagement. Reaper did need to
Dire's
do that,
structures
but
are fortified.
at what cost? Like, it cost them everyone, and it's really not worth it in the end if you look at it. They still are fighting in the mid lane, where Bangalore is falling really, really low, but he is able to swashbuckle out of it. More teammates coming in from the Reaper's side, and I think everyone's just going to disengage from this fight. But again, like, the Reapers, although they are trying to secure objectives, have been losing every team fight. And remember, Void did not have his Chronosphere that entire last fight. So although he did fall, he was not really effective either way in that entire fight because he has only a Maelstrom. So he's not going to be that effective either way at this point in the game. So he did not have his chrono as well. So that is his main point in the early game as well. So him dying in the early game, him dying in the early fight was not really a problem for Team Whitecat because they were able to secure way more kills and they were able to come out on top of that entire team fight. And now they must be looking to secure more objectives, which I feel like the Mars is doing along with the Silencer and Hoodwink, but
Dire's top tower
the
is
Void
under
is
attack.
obviously getting back onto his farm game where he has queued up a BKB, which he definitely needs during his Chronosphere.
Hmm.
Also, what about this? Like, you see the Reaper hashtag grouping up
Radiant
always,
are
but
scanning.
somehow they end up in a bad situation or they end up not getting into a fight at all where they are looking for one because the Legion commander really needs to have more dual victories at 20 minutes than, having two dual victories with 20 bonus damage. So, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, sure, his dual bonus damage should be more. It's not about the damage. It's like, even if he takes a duel and he ends up dying, I'm okay with that. But they're just not that active with the LC. It reminds me a lot of the Slara from the previous game. Uh, and the Slara from the previous game was
Radiant's bottom
kind
tower
of
is under attack.
inactive. And in the
Yeah.
end,
Has fallen to the
the
Radiant
question is
barrier.
like, if you're if you're playing an offlaner and you're choosing not to be active, which is fine, what do you contribute at 28, 25, 30 minutes? And
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm going to be asking the same
Radiant's
question of
bottom
the
tower
LC. I
is
mean,
under attack.
he's done decently well in terms of net worth, but I'm just looking at his items and he has a blink and a blade mail. So, if anything, it's go time for him. For now, that was
Wait.
a neat play coming out from him. He forces out the Mars Arena and he manages to blink away and TP away. So he kind of
Wow.
put two big
Radiant's
ultimates on
bottom
cooldown.
tower is under
The
attack.
only ultimate that's available for the side of Whitecat is the Chronosphere. But I don't know if
And the
Void wants to
silence.
be. Yeah, and the silence, but like, I don't know. Okay, they're fighting without their ultimates, and I don't think Reaper hashtag were expecting this. I think this is what caught Reaper hashtag by surprise. But just because they see both the Pangolier and the Tusk, Reaper hashtag are running straight at them. LC needs to find a
Dire's
duel.
middle tower
Has
is
no
under
Yeah,
vision.
attack.
she does.
First, they want to take control of the cliff. Oh, but there's a bigger problem. There's an observer near that outpost which has spotted all of them. The Radiant Observer one has spotted this entire rotation. So Ken and the others from Whitecat are just going to run away.
Oh, it's barely out of the sentry's vision. It's like a
Dire's
millimeter
middle
out of the
tower is
sentry's
under
vision.
attack.
That's such a good ward.
Yep.
Mars trying to engage into a fight,
Oh,
but Void coming in with the Chronosphere. I don't think
Chronosphere?
that does secure the kill onto the Life Stealer. Hoodwink coming in with a sharpshooter shot directly onto the Life Stealer's face. They are chasing the Chrysamidon, who does fall to the Pangolier swashbuckle. The Mars is chasing the Tusk and the Grimstroke, but I don't think they'll be able to secure any kills after that because the duel coming on to two people, and she does get the duel victory. And that one duel nets her up 76 damage from just 20.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean,
She
it's
she
one kill, right? Like, in the bigger picture of the game, still don't have answers for a lot of things that the side of White Cat are throwing at them. I mean, there's
Yeah,
still no solution for the Chronosphere. And the Lifestealer, he's got problems now because he's being burst very effectively in the Chronosphere. And
yeah,
unlike game one, Scadalicious is really farmed. And the Lifestealer gets caught again. He's probably going to die right now. I mean, the arena
yeah.
was not even needed, but they committed nonetheless. That's two deaths within the span of 5 minutes on the Lifestealer. And it's going to start to show. Like, if you want to keep up with the Void, you at least need to keep up in terms of net worth so you don't die in the Chronosphere, so that you have the right items to be
Dire's
able to
top
survive.
tower is under
Bit by
attack.
Yeah.
bit, this difference is starting to show, and just look at the map. They're purely reacting. The side of Reaper hashtag are spectators in their own lives, as there is
Yeah.
no play coming out from them.
I mean, right now at this point in the game, I think Reaper hashtag has gone back into a defensive stance, and they'll be looking to avoid dying as much as possible until their lifestealer gets enough farm. But they do engage with a BKB on the tusk, going on to the hoodwink, and he does fall. But at what cost is a BKB worth getting a kill onto a hoodwink, which does not result in any outcome? Was it? Is it worth it?
I mean, I think you take what you can get. I also
At
feel
this
like you need
point,
to smoke instantly, because sure, you kill the hoodwink, but the Legion Commander still has blink fuel.
true.
The problem, and I understand where Reaper hashtag are coming from. Like, if
Radiant
3 or
are
4 or 2
scanning.
heroes smoke,
Dire's
and if they
bottom
move into the
tower is
enemy
under
jungle,
attack.
and per chance, it's very hard to keep track of the arena cooldown. Per chance they walk into an arena, they're just gonna die to arena
Yeah.
pangolier or arena plus anything. So
They do
they
get into a
want
four-man
to,
smoke, as you told, though.
yeah, they want to smoke, but like, these smokes are being thwarted and they're not accomplishing much with these smokes. So I mean, I can sense the frustration in the team, because after the smoke, if they go back to farm, it's it's again just time wasted, and time as Catalyst is farming. This is the kill they need. This is exactly the kill they need. The global silencer is going to disjoint any follow-up, and in a matter of seconds, Reaper hashtag lose both the supports. There comes the Chronosphere and the turnaround from Catalyst. The sharpshooter being lined up, and it's going to burst down the task in a matter of seconds. The script is flipped, and it's flipped very badly for Reaper hashtag, as the side of White Cat now have 11k net worth advantage, and
I,
they are in
Dire's middle
complete
tower
control of the
is
game.
under attack.
I don't know if you saw the reflex on Scadalicious. Like, look at that instant BKB. He does not get to do anything. The LC just falls. Like, he's not able to do any damage onto the void, and the rest of his team falls. And then Scadalicious uses his ult on the LC and gets a kill back. So the timing of that BKB onto the void, like as instantly as he sees that Lifestealer, I mean the Legion Commander blink onto him, he instantly uses the BKB. That right there, guys, is what you call skill. It takes like years of learning just to achieve that.
I mean, Manmade gets a quick pick off, but I feel like these pickoffs are okay, but they don't mean much, because he's not opted for a Desolator first. He's gone for Blink BKB, so these pickoffs are not him building stacks on his Desolator either. They're just meaningless pickoffs, honestly. Like killing a Silencer, you're meaningless.
Yeah.
You're not
Dire's bottom tower
giving
is
Exactly.
yourself
under
any
attack.
time, any advantage in the game. If
But
that kill
but
on the Silencer results on a kill now, it could be huge.
but
Patience
also
is
he
the key.
uses the BKB to secure that kill. So is it even worth it? Like, do you, like
I mean, the
this is
40
Dire's
seconds for his
bottom
BKB,
tower
right?
is
Like,
under attack.
I feel like also his BKB usage can be like that. It is allowed for to a certain degree, because he actually snowballed into two people there. and he TP'd into a star and made that play without much vision.
Dire's bottom tower
So
Yeah.
it's better to just press your BKB rather than die and wonder whether you should have pressed your BKB or not. And also, the state of the game is such that he needs to press his BKB, otherwise,
Dire's
he's
bottom
going to
tower is
not
under
be able to even
attack.
get that one kill. And regardless, he doesn't know who's in that general area, so the Void can always Chronosphere him. BKB or no BKB, he'll die in the Chronosphere. So
Five-man
I can
smoke coming
understand
from
where he's
White Cat.
coming from. Yeah, 5-man smoke. Madmade on the high ground. Blinks away. Madmade with the reflex this time. There's the Chronosphere catches too. Madmade is in it alongside Toy. He does have a snowball. 2-man soul mine. There's the duel that's coming in. It's onto the Void. The Void is still alive and healthy. Seri will manage to get the rolling thunder. The Lifestealer dropping low, and with the Sharpshooter, he's dead. Even Hoodwink doing a lot of damage with the Shard and the Boomerang. Ken dropping really, really low. Somehow CM still in the fight, and there comes the Tusk. Cleans up onto the Mars, but at what cost? As Seri just rolls through them and gets himself a double kill with the rolling thunder and the swashbuckle. And now RDP all by himself in no man's land will get the silencer. 3 kills for the side of Reaper. Hashtag, but they've lost their entire team. And they've also lost access to the Rosh mid and their outpost. The good news is Reaper hashtag are showing some signs of life, but this
Yeah.
is something that should have happened 7 minutes ago actually.
I do agree with that. And also now that White Cat has 13k net worth lead, it's going to be really, really hard for Reaper hashtag to catch up with them. And not just that, this team fight has actually led to another tower takedown where they're not going to be able to, they are able to defend this top tower because the life stealer is back. So again, this void just negates the entire damage output coming in from the life stealer, and I think that's a really, really big problem that the Reapers are not able to answer right now. What do you think is an ideal option that the Reaper hashtag has against this void's chronosphere? What is the main counter to that?
I mean, I mentioned it earlier, right? Like Aeondis, Wind Wakers,
Yeah,
Glimmer
yeah, on
Caves,
this.
Ether Blades, Halberds, those are the solutions that you have.
But again, those are all late game options. Like they're still in the mid game and
I
they're
mean,
not
even
able
the
to do
Glimmer
anything.
Cape
So
helps, right? Like if somebody is
yeah, it is.
outside and has a Glimmer Cape, like the the Grimstroke does, but like they're not getting to use it very effectively. So
But even still, the glimpse just decreases the magic output, right? The magic damage output.
yeah, but it makes you invis, and you're hoping that like vision doesn't reach the Rosh pit. Like you have to kite, like or people who are going ahead have
Yeah,
to have
true.
ghost scepters and be ready to pop the ghost scepter. Or but you have to like at 31 minutes you can have an Aeon disc complete. It's not impossible.
Yeah, yeah. Aeon
It
Disc
just
is a
depends on who
possibility.
makes it. Yeah, Aeon
Yeah.
disc is the solution.
Radiant are
And then
scanning.
obviously if Void makes Nullifier, then there's nothing you can do. But this, we want to see more of this from the side
Yes.
of hashtag Reaper. Quick pickoffs. And this can,
Yes.
and knowing the pace that they play, yep, they're going straight into the Rosh
Straight
pit.
into Roche.
And White Cat are going to contest. Now, this is where White Cat are very strong. With the Chronosphere, with the Bushwhack, with the trees in the area, with the Pangolier rolling between the walls of the Rosh pit. So, Reaper hashtag have got to be super careful. There's the Aegon shot coming in. I'm waiting for the jump coming out from anyone from the side of White Cat. There's Seri lining up the rolling thunder. Doesn't go with the mid, but it's Cadalicious with the Chronosphere. He's found two and they're dropping low. The magic damage is a bit too much with that Maelstrom. And with the Boomerang, they'll find both the Lifestealer as well as the Tusk. The Legion Commander doesn't accomplish too much. He's going to be running away. And yeah, he's eventually going to get picked off.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant
Cadalicious and the others. I mean, they expected that outcome. And they got the outcome that they were looking for.
I'm sorry I overlapped with you over there, but I got super excited
no
just
worries.
looking at that play. I mean, that was a beautiful execution coming out from White Cats. Like, it was perfectly played. The Bushwhack
Dire's
coming
middle
in,
tower is under
like,
attack.
perfectly stunning three opponents, and Void coming in with that Chronosphere, securing the kills on them. It's a 5-man clear, like, all of them are dead. 4 of them are going to be spawning in a very short time, but they will be able to secure the tower and will back off right after that. And Pango has his Aghanim Scepter ready. At 33 minutes, that is a pretty good timing on that.
Yeah, I mean, like these timings are just bonus right now because sure the Pangolier has his ags, but like fundamentally, hashtag Reaper do not have solutions on the draft. And Scandal issues on
Yeah,
the high ground, providing so much vision. He can jump onto the backlines, goes on the Grimstroke. The Grimstroke has a Glimmer Cape, and sure, the Glimmer Cape does you a lot of favors. The duel is there onto the Pangolier. They get one kill, that's a 4. The Pangolier dead, but they're still fighting into the ages. The Void alive and healthy has taken care of the Legion Commander. The Boomerang causing problems. Mad Made dropping low as both the Grimstroke and the Lifestealer fall. It's just Mad Made all by himself, and he can't do all that much. 73 seconds without the tusk. Only 2 people have
that's
buyback on the
GG.
side of hashtag Reaper, and that's GG well played. Hashtag
Dire's
Reaper,
top tower is under
they
attack.
tried, but this draft was just a bit too problematic.
Radiant victory.
Wow, what a beautiful play from Whitecats. They played it almost perfectly, and yeah, I think Reaper have the right to call GG there and not try to fight till the end. Because after that fight, I don't think that they really had a chance to come back from that, even though slightly small. But I think it's a good call on them for calling it a GG and ending the game right there. Going on to game three.
Yeah, we're going all the way to game number 3. We're going the distance, and White Cat, their draft adjustments have certainly worked in their favor. I mean, the highest number of deaths are on the silencer, but if you just look at the side of Reaper hashtag, like everybody had a difficult game. I mean, the Legion
Yeah,
Commander with the least number of deaths, but in a sense, I'm not sure if it's that meaningful. Also, most of the heroes on the side of Reaper hashtag struggle to do damage. I mean, it was just the Tusk
yeah,
and the Legion Commander, which is a bit problematic. Like Grimstroke should be doing a little bit more damage, yeah, the supports. Like if you just look at Lozify on the Hoodwinked, 19,000 damage. That's a very decent chunk of damage. All
yeah.
of them on the side of White Cat just having a better game altogether.
Yeah. I also feel that, the LC especially had to create more opportunities than they actually did, because I feel like there was not enough duels in the early game. Although, the early game duels matter a lot, I feel like they did not engage enough early game. Although they did get on the in the later on games, they did get a lot of duels and did increase the damage. The early game kills do still matter, and the buff that she gets from her 10, 20, 30, 40 extra damage also matters in a team fight. And I didn't think the Reaper hashtag had enough early game fights, whereas White Cat Victory, having a draft surrounded completely around team fight, played the game perfectly to the point where whenever their cooldowns were off, they always used to be on the opponents. Whenever one of the cooldowns, that is from four ultimates that they could use, that is the Mars, the Void, the Pango, and the Silencer, whenever one of their abilities were available, their ultimates were available, they always engaged in fights, try to get a win, and get back out from it. And yeah, Reaper hashtag did try their best, but White Cat just came out on top in this entire team fight draft that they had.
Oh yeah, great stuff coming out from them. I mean, we just have to wait and watch what happens in game 3 and what adjustments are made by Reaper hashtag. Uh,
Yeah,
so yeah, Scandalicious with the Void having a really good game, and all of them are having a much better game in general compared to game number 1. So
yeah,
hopefully we should get this best of 3 turning in an interesting direction with game number 3. Anyway, folks, that was just game number 2 between Reaper hashtag and White Cat. The series is tied 1-1. You're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. My name is Vivek. With me is the Indian Llama. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with game number 3. Go get yourself some tea, get yourself some coffee, and come right back. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. I was just fixing out a small audio issue, but we are back and we are ready for game number 3 of the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. My name is Vivek. With me is the Indian Lama. And we've also got our wonderful gaming partner Logitech, fan of Fanclash, who are part of this event. We've got Reaper hashtag facing off versus Whitecat. The series is tied at 1-1. It is anybody's game so far, and I think I said this at the beginning that I predicted it won't be a 2-0 series. I also kind of said that it's it's going to be close and it's very draft dependent. So I think we really have to wait for the draft of game number 3. We've got some highlights, and I think there are a lot of smaller, finer details that I might have missed and that you might have caught on. And we'll come to the highlights later, but for now, Seri is our MVP. Is there any doubt that he was the MVP for you, Lama? Uh, I
Not really.
personally feel, yeah. Go ahead.
He really played perfectly. He used his abilities on point, and his ultimate was almost always the right choice. Like whenever the other ultimates were on cooldown, he always had his he always had his ability to use. So he made a very good play, and a net worth of 16k, hero damage of 24k is a really good statement for an MVP. And yeah, I think we are ready to go on to the next game.
Yeah, we are ready to go into the next game, which is, uh, I mean, reflecting on what an interesting day it's been, right? Because Neon
Yeah.
Esports, they had a close series versus Renewal, and now Whitecat versus Reaper hashtag. Like, I think all my prediction nonsense has gone out of the window. I I think I think I would lean towards Whitecat just after seeing Game Two and how they drafted and how they played. But again, like just just to refresh your memory, Lama, Game One was a super one-sided affair.
Yeah.
So anything, literally anything, can happen once again in this game number 3. And I'm gonna not make a prediction, and I'm gonna be sensible enough to wait for the draft and then talk about this game because we have to wait and see the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was one-sided towards Reaper, and I feel like the second game was slightly towards the side of Whitecat. Like, if you notice, they got their momentum rolling this game, and they were able to take Reaper hashtag on a roll, and using their abilities at the correct time, using and especially winning the early laning stages enabled Whitecat to carry on into the mid and late game. I mean, they didn't enter the late game, mostly onto the mid game. And I feel like Whitecat played that game really, really well, and especially banning out the Beastmaster and Lycan,
Ah,
from stopping the Reaper hashtag's push ability, enabled Whitecats to play more on their side, like, more in their comfort zone is what I feel like. And I'm pretty sure that this game, either Reaper hashtag is going to get the Beastmaster as an early pick, or something related to Beastmaster like a Lycan, or anything on the similar side. So yeah, let's see what happens in the uh, drafting phase as we head into the drafting phase right now, where Reaper hashtag has already banned out the Naga Siren, and Whitecat has banned out the Ember Spirit.
yeah, I think Marcy, Primal Beast, Tusk, Silencer, Crystal Maiden, these are the usual suspects in the first set of bans and picks.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, it might be worth considering just deny picking the Hoodwink. Uh, and also, when you come to the Tusk, it's kind of worked as an opening for the side of Reaper hashtag, but you have to show that you have more depth than just picking up Tusk
Yeah.
because there are issues that I foresee with how Reaper hashtag are drafting. That drafts need to expand a bit. Uh, the they need to have a deeper hero pool because right now, yeah. So there you go. Can you?
There.
I'll let me just pat myself on the back. They deny pick the hoodwink.
Yeah. I mean, again, the bans have been the same, but it's a good idea for Reaper hashtag to change up their draft, change up their outcome. Like they went for a very similar draft that they went into the first game with, whereas White Cat adapted and changed in the second game where they picked different heroes, and White Cat seemed to be going for a similar vibe this game with a silencer as their first pick, which nevertheless is always a really good pick because his global silence enables so much and also stops so much happening from the Reaper hashtag side as well. So do you think that the second phase bans are going to involve the Beastmaster and the Lycan again? Because White Cat quite a bit struggled against that in the first game. So do you think that White Cat is going to be repeating the same thing, banning them out in the second ban phase?
I don't think that is the problem really.
Radiant
Yeah.
team,
I mean,
radiant
it's
team.
it's not like about the Beastmaster per se. It's oh my god, Reaper hashtag are just denying all of White Cat's heroes. It looks like mirror mode or like yeah, not
Dire
mirror mode
team ban.
technically, but like they're just like swapping their drafts. Reaper hashtag didn't have Pango or Hoodwink, and now they're going to pick up Pango and Hoodwink, and they're going to give
Radiant
Tusk, which has
team ban.
been Reaper hashtag's default opening for
Yeah.
the first couple of games, and that opening is going to go over
Dire
to White
team
Cat.
ban.
Uh, and the bans are the same. You ban the Grimstroke, you ban the
Radiant team
Bloodseeker,
ban.
you ban the Beastmaster, you ban the Visage, you ban the Zoo, you ban anything to protect Pangolier. Uh, Again, these set of bans are okay. There's nothing
Yeah.
like worth highlighting that's very unique. I mean, the bans
Yeah.
are a bit obvious. You do not want to play against Zoo. You
10
want to keep
seconds
Pangolier safe.
remaining.
That's the thought process for respective teams here. Um,
5
what's going to be
seconds
interesting
remaining.
is after this ban phase where both teams decide to go with their draft because White Cat
Yeah.
needs a solid support uh, other than the silencer. Or maybe they run Tusk support, which should even be a very interesting way of playing this. And then what Reaper hashtag are looking for is to reveal another code
Yeah.
and pick up a support.
So, Reaper, the Whitecats have led through the Lycan, which I think Reaper hashtag might be
Dire
interested in.
team ban.
Not really sure, but I do think Reaper hashtag kind of like the playstyle around the Beastmaster, which Lycan is very similar to. So, I think they might either look for that pick or Whitecat might deny them that pick as well here. But again, Beastmaster has
10
been banned
seconds
out along
remaining.
with Visage this time. Let's see what Reaper
5
hashtag and
seconds
Whitecat
remaining.
draft in the second round of picks.
Dire team pick.
Lycan has been banned out again by Whitecat, so it does not slip into Reaper hashtag's picks phase at all. So
10
again,
seconds remaining.
I think the team Whitecat has
5
a
seconds
little bit of
remaining.
struggle or are not confident enough to fight the Beastmaster or the Lycan
Radiant
lineups,
team pick.
and I think they are just better out just straight up banning them in the draft phase. And Whitecat go for the Tiny as well, which did enable them a lot of kills and a lot of team fight potential. So they go for that pick right back again.
Radiant
Yeah.
team pick. Dire
Ooh.
team pick.
Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger.
I
Okay,
like you go first.
yeah, so there's a pretty confident dual pick right
10
off the bat,
seconds
like
remaining.
right one after the other, Undying and Drow Ranger. I really love both the
5
heroes.
seconds
Undying is
remaining.
really good against Tusk and Tiny, and the Drow Ranger enables a lot of engagements, especially with her silence. So yeah, I think Reaper hashtag is looking on the right direction with this lineup. All they need is a really solid last pick to
Radiant
go against the
taking back.
Whitecats. Oh,
Huh. This
hmm.
is a difficult game for the draw.
Yeah,
This is
Dire
a very
team
difficult
back.
game for the draw, and I mean the draw is like somewhat okay versus Enigma in lane, depending on who
yeah,
she lanes with. I I feel like it's going to be draw undying, and it's going to be a tricky lane.
10 seconds
But like
remaining.
Tusk in Enigma and Tiny, it's like a game where
5
there are
seconds remaining.
ways for people to jump and like kill the draw quickly. Uh, she has to be. I mean, you mentioned reflexes, like the Void's BKB usage, like her usage of Gust has to be spot
yeah,
on because that's what's going to
yeah,
keep her alive. Um, and of course, it goes without saying she needs a
Radiant
Hurricane Pike on
team
her
back.
first half, uh, and that's how she has to play. But the interesting thing about Reaper hashtag's draft is this like very weird synergy between Hoodwink and Undying. Like people come to hit the Tombstone and you can Acon shot and set up a bushwhack, and the fight can
yeah,
turn very
10
quickly.
seconds
There is
remaining.
like so much spread damage with the swashbuckle, with
5
the
seconds
arrows from the
remaining.
Drow Ranger, the Hoodwink with the bushwhack. So there are pros and cons, but I'm not seeing the answer to the Enigma in general, which is a bit
yeah.
concerning.
I mean, yeah, I mean, also there is from the White Cat side, they first pick the silencer, which again enables the Enigma to use her ult without being interrupted, unless Reaper hashtag has enough farm and enough time to be able to farm
Dire
a
team back.
BKB or a Yule Scepter, any defensive items individually, so that the silencers, global silence, can be mitigated. But again, so this final pick
Radiant
coming out from
team
Reaper
pick.
hashtag decides whether Enigma is being enabled or not. So mainly, I think the reasoning behind White Cat's Enigma pick is gonna be obviously the team fight control, and Reaper hashtag has to have some
10
answer
seconds
against
remaining.
that,
Dire team
and
pick.
their answer is gonna be the Sand King, who I think is a pretty good answer to the Enigma and their problem with the team fight ability as well. Because along with Sand King's ultimate and Pango's ultimate, he's able to also stun multiple
10
heroes
seconds
together,
remaining.
which I think will enable a lot of team fight ability coming
5
from Reaper's
seconds
hashtag.
remaining.
So, again, White Cat has the last pick. What do you think might be a really good option for them to have right here? I'm pretty sure they're looking for a carry as well. So, what do you think is going to be their uh, main go-to hero here?
You may now select your
I
heroes.
mean, nothing's changed.
Yeah, okay. Lifesteal. But why
Yep.
does it feel like they just like swapped around? Like White Cat just took inspiration from Reaper hashtag for a few of the heroes, because they went with the Tusk and the Life Sealer. Feel like they're really good options. And Reaper hashtag has completely changed around their entire draft for this game for the first time, because their last draft was pretty similar to their first game. And w- are you gonna give me a prediction on what the game is gonna be like, and who is gonna be your winner for this final match?
I think White Cat win.
White
I think
Cat
White Cat have
is
this. Yeah.
You are sticking to White Cat, cool. And I shall be sticking to Reaper hashtag just because you're sticking to White Cat.
Okay. I mean, do you genuinely think that Reaper hashtag has a better draft?
Not a better draft. I mean, I feel both the teams have really solid drafts, especially when it comes to team fight. But slightly feel like Reaper hashtag has a slightly better pushing draft with the Drow Ranger, and that's the reason that I'm gonna stick with Reaper hashtag. And let's see how the game carries on. But I'm pretty sure that you know one of the teams are gonna go mad in this game. Let's see who that is gonna be.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel that. Enigma goes through BKB. Lifestealer uh, is unaffected by magic damage. The Silencer
Yeah,
pierces spell immunity. The Tusk does that. And if you look at Reaper, there's nothing that does that. Drow is not the hero that builds an Abyssal Blade. Maybe the
true.
Pangolier might at some stage of the game. Also, the lanes are kind of suspect in a way coming out from the side of Reaper hashtag because the Sand King needs to lane versus the Enigma, and there are a lot of specific things that need to happen for
Yeah,
Reaper hashtag to have a chance in this mid game. So, like for example, the Pangolier Hoodwink lane needs to take off. The Sand King needs to do well. The Drow needs to not die. So, if all these things happen, of course, at like 18 minutes, 20 minutes, the game becomes
30
kind of even.
seconds to battle.
But as the game goes later and later, the Enigma just goes unchecked and bigger problems
true.
present themselves for the side of Reaper hashtag.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And hopefully, like, this is the third game, it's the final game. I want to see the best coming from both the teams. And I think we have a problem starting with RDP, and he has disconnected from the game.
Yeah,
And
I think I think we should be back shortly. I love the Enigma cosmetic, but
yeah,
yeah, it's a very peculiar draft because they picked Sand King, they picked Pangolier, and I didn't have enough time to process their laning. But it's a mid Pangolier.
yeah. I mean, I think RDP is back, and we can head back right into the game.
We
And
should be able to
yeah,
jump back into
so
the game soon enough. Is it a mid Pangolier? I'm just checking the.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be
It
a
is.
mid
It is a
Pangolier.
mid Pangolier. So it's
Yeah,
a offlane Sand King Hoodwink versus Lifestealer plus Silencer. So I'm not a
yeah,
big fan of that lane. Like Sand King is good and he might be able to apply pressure early on, but like I think the Lifestealer is going to be fine here. They're applying a lot of early pressure, but all HMY needs to do is carry enough mangoes and just keep trading. The mid lane, Tiny versus Pangolier, you can see that Ken is getting off to a good start. And as this lane progresses, Tiny will only do better. The off
yeah,
lane for White Cat, which is the Enigma and the the Enigma and the Tusk, is also a very strong lane,
Dire's
and this lane
courier
can
has been
very
killed.
easily kill the Drow. So
yeah.
yeah,
Especially since the Enigma is going for an off-lane role, which actually enables him more than if he did go for a position 4 or 5. So
Dire's
he
turret
is gonna
has
be
been killed.
pretty hard to deal with, especially in the mid to late game. So Drow has to make as much use as she can about her early game damage to take care of this
Hindu.
Enigma in the earlier stages rather
Dire's middle
than
tower is under
letting the
attack.
Enigma get the farm that he requires and being a problem in the mid to late game. So let's see how Drow and Undying are able to deal with the situation in the bot lane. And meanwhile, if you come back to the top lane, uh, Sand King is not really having the best game of his life, and neither does the Hoodwink. They're not able to deal enough damage or zone out the Lifestealer enough for them to have a really good lane off lane, but they are trying their best, and let's see how the game turns out later on.
the Sand King Hoodwink lane, yeah, I mean
Yeah, the Sand King Hoodwink lane.
it's doing okay. Like I'm not expecting much because uh, neither the Hoodwink or the Sand King can really deal with the Silencer. The
Yeah,
main problem in this lane is the Silencer. Like they have to kill the Silencer, which is what they're trying to do right now. And I'm sure you remember the Crystal Maiden game where the Crystal Maiden kept dying. All HMI needs to do is not keep dying yet. Yeah,
ah,
but
not a good
if
start
he
for that.
keeps if he keeps playing like that on the side of the lane, in those kind of positions where he gets caught out, and if he keeps dying, it's going to be a problem. This
Yeah,
lane, the Enigma Tusk lane, it's a lane right now which looks where it appears as if the Drow is doing well, But Enigma, just because of how Eidolons works, has like 9 denies. That is more than the
Yeah.
CS and denies of the Drow put together. So he's doing a lot better. And oh, look at this. I mean, this could be a kill. There's the Arcane Curse, a toss. Oh, Ken wanted the Silencer to walk closer, but they were more preoccupied on the bottle refill. Or wait, did he even? He had toss. He had level 1 toss, which is why they couldn't convert
Yeah.
that onto a quick kill. But maybe the Pangolier man-made could have died there. But if you just look at the mid lane
Amazing
in
what
terms
you'll
of
find laying
CS,
around.
the Pangolier is doing decent right now, but he's still going to, as his lane progresses, is going to get harder and harder. The other lane that's going to get hard is the Tusk Enigma lane, because this
Yeah.
Enigma has got an early earn, and once the Tusk is like level 2, level 3, they can just like snowball on the Drow and kill her. So there
Yeah.
are problems that are going to surface very soon. I mean, now it appears as if, oh, Sand King and Hoodwink got a kill, they're getting another kill at top, but as the game progresses,
Dire's courier
there are
has
going to
been
be
killed.
a lot of problems for the side of Reaper hashtag. So yeah, I mean, this is exactly the start they need, but let's see how long they keep the start going.
But what about this mid lane? We see Tiny having 29 last hits with 8 denies, but
Yep,
the
he has a
Pangolier
level
isn't doing
advantage.
that well. Exactly.
Yeah,
So
that
the
that is the nature of this lane. I mean, sure, Tiny is a low armor hero, but his base damage is just higher. His stat gain is better, and yeah, he is going to do better than the Pangolier. It is the nature of this lane. With the tree grab, Ken will always do better than Madmade. And this is where, at the 6-minute mark, we're going to see a lot of support rotations. Heck, we can already start seeing
yeah.
them now. So the bottle refills, the supports rotating for the power up rune at 6 minutes, all of those really make or break the mid lane.
Yeah.
I think it's also just very important for HMY and the Silencer not to die anymore, and for the Enigma and the Task find the right kills. I mean, this is an earn chart, so I think Seri will take what he gets.
Radiant's bottom
But the
tower is
problem
under
that Seri
attack.
and the Enigma is facing is that every time he starts building some momentum with the Eidolons, one multi-shot from the Drow is clearing out all those Eidolons.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem in the early game for the Enigma. But I think, like what I said before, the early game is where the Drow has to be dominant over the Enigma, because as it leads into mid and late game, when Enigma has his items and once he's able to, solo out the Drow Ranger, that's when he's going to have a problem. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Undying is going to get gone on, but Hoodwink coming in with a double stun, but the Undying still falls. The Tusk is going to hit the Tome, but I don't think he's going to last long enough. The Tome still survives, making the Tiny go really, really low and securing the kill on for the Pangolier. Well, that's a really good engagement for the Reaper hashtag, where they came out pretty much on top that entire fight. They were able to get 2 kills,
Dire's middle
and
tower
the
is under
Undying's
attack.
Tombstone survived throughout the entire time. So
Dire's
the
middle
the
tower
lanes
is
are
under
pretty
attack.
pretty much like how we expected them to be. You know, the off lanes doing off lane things, but I still feel like Enigma can be more,
Dire's middle tower
you know,
is under attack.
more
Radiant's bottom tower is
pressuring
under
in the
attack.
bottom lane,
Oh,
and I feel like he's
Undying,
not doing
Undying, I mean, it's almost as if they heard you. The Undying is going to die. The Enigma is applying pressure.
there.
And one earn
That's
charge
what
makes
was
all
really
the
good.
difference. And talking of pressure, look at Ken. He's moving up top immediately. There's action all around the map. If they find the Sand King, it could be huge, but they'll focus their attention towards the Hoodwink. They'll take the kill they can. HMI gets a little bit of in. Madmade with the rotation, looking for some sort of a counterplay with the Burrow Strike. Certainly HMI is dead. There's not a chance in hell he survives, but oh! Oh my god, that just shouldn't happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The
Now
jungle,
that's
the
sad.
neutral creeps have picked a side in the AMD Sky Esports Championship, and they're siding with White Cat for now. Down bottom, more aggression. Like Toy is dropping really, really low. He's got like 5 points of health, 10, and with the earn charge, he's gonna die as well.
Radiant's
So
top tower
good
is under
stuff
attack.
for White Cat
Yeah.
across the map. I mean, they were bleeding, but they've quickly equalized. Another fight. Madmade is running for his life with the rolling thunder, but he might just end up dying. He's using the bottle, and with the bushwhack, he will actually turn it around. He's going to find a kill onto the Tusk. So a lot of action, and I do not even want to click on the show fight recap button because like a gazillion people died, and it's not going to capture it very accurately.
Yeah, I mean, again, well played from the Reaper side. That the I don't know why the Tusk just stood there like waiting for the Pangos all to get over, and he just like stood there waiting for it. And the Hoodwink coming in there at the right time with the Bushwhack securing that kill onto the Tusk gives the Pango a slight edge over the rest of the team. And they're trying to look for an engagement here, but they just secure the rune and back off. Ooh,
Yep.
Sand King securing
This
a
is
lot of creep farm here.
huge though. I mean, but what's more important is this, right? Like, uh, even though in a sense White Cat are okay with this game going later, in a sense they are the ones dictating the tempo right now, and they are playing a faster pace of game. And in game number 1, we saw Reba hashtag play very fast at the same time. But this time they're just being run at. Uzaki is going to stand his ground with the Soul Rip. Eidolons and Zombies in another battle of their own. But it's Ken with the Avalanche. Ken catches a couple. Does Lozify get vision to go back in? Nope. Lozify is running for his life. TP support is coming in for the side of Reaper. Hashtag it's Madmade with the rolling boulder. But the eye shots are there. The black hole completed as well. Is there any meaningful follow-up? Can they kill the Hoodwink? Oh, the snowball save. It's on the money. Lozify with the blaze. Seri and Lozify with the turnaround. Can they find another? They've got earn charges if they need them. They won the Undying, but they don't have vision. Madmade is causing problems. The shield crash forces Lozify to run for his life. The shards were good to look at, but Madmade quickly just gets past them with the swashbuckle. And just like that, the plans for White Cat to take that tier 1 tower bottom have been thwarted. Elsewhere, the Tiny and the Pangolier in a little bit of their own battle. Seri gets caught by the Burrow Strike. He's going to end up falling. It can't clean up on anyone. The earn charge is there. RDP has got to be careful. He's being chased. A quick toss coming up from Ken, but it's just not enough. Madmade asking questions, making the Silencer run for his dear life. Will put an end to the fight. But at the end of it all, they did lose the Enigma. They did get the Undying, and they did manage to kill the Hoodwink, if I'm not mistaken. But just the
Yeah.
Hoodwink?
Uh, I mean, yeah, just the Hoodwink on one side, but the Reapers were able to get the Enigma off and the Tusk as well. So I think the Reapers came out a bit on top in that team fight, but I mean, it was not a team fight. It was a battle, I guess, between like 4 heroes. But yeah, I think the Reapers came out a bit on top on in that entire scrimmage that they have. But again, like these are not leading. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sand King jumps onto the Tusk, securing the kill onto the Tusk with the Pangolier giving the final blow. No, with the Sand King giving the final blow. Sorry. But this again, see, this fight leads to them taking the mid tower or at least attempting to take it, whereas the previous fight did not enable the team, both the teams, either of the teams to do anything. But the Enigma is securing the bottom lane where 4 people from Team Reapers are trying to get
Or the
the
Epi's
mid
being
tower.
channeled. Is he actually going to go in rolling thunder? Okay, they come in the Epi. Okay, a little bit of miscommunication between them, but most importantly, the tower falls. But even more importantly, the tower was denied. So a small back and forth. It's like following minute details to really keep track of who's winning and who's losing this game. And I think it's hard to say.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a clear winner. But what's going to make a difference is who shows up to which fight and how do these fights start. Because it looks as if the live stealer wants to get active, but the Drow
Yeah.
doesn't.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, it looks as if they're just going to group up and take this mid tier 1 tower. TPs are coming in at the tier 2. Scadalicious and the boys have got to be careful. The rolling boulder is there. Good pushback, tiny control, and so is the Tusk. There's the sharpshooter. The Tusk is dropped really low. He's got the shards, and the shards are causing problems. Quick infest as well. Logify gets HP. He wants to deal with the Tombstone, but elsewhere a two-man power strike. Perfection coming out from RDP, but that perfection not resulting in anything. Quick wall response, pushback to mid. Tusk will fall. That's the first kill of the fight. The mid-tier 1 tower still stands. Scadalicious is running for his dear life, but Miruzaki as well as Solotech are chasing him down. He's got the rage. He can run away. Elsewhere, another skirmish as the Pangolier is chasing and hunting for more. Bloodlust in his eyes. Who does he find? He wants Ken. Ken is dropping low. He's on the high ground. He's got an avalanche if he needs it. For the centaur with the stun. Quick avatar. He wants the Undying, but the Undying is a bit too tanky. He's got the Soul Rip as well, and now Ken, the mid laner for White Cat is on the verge of dying. The Sand King biding time, looking for who he needs to jump on. He's got the blink. He's got the power strike. Who do they wait for? Scadalicious and the Tusk. That's a decent target. There's the sharpshooter coming in. Two-man Burrow on the cards. Burrow perfect. The multi-shot there as well. They lose the Tusk. Death all over the map for White Cat as all they find is a pause 5 Undying, but they lose 2 cores and they do not even get the opportunity to use the black hole.
Wow.
Yep, there's the fight
And
recap
the
for you.
Pangolier survives through all that.
Yes. It is a bit concerning because again, like I'm just going to look at the Enigma's items. In the Enigma, he's got a Midas and an urn. There's another fight going on at the same time. No, they're just positioning for a pickoff. The Hoodwink and the Sand King.
Okay,
But,
also
yeah.
I need to ask you this, like, do you think getting the hand of Midas on the
single, yeah.
Enigma is
What?
the right call or not?
Do you think I got a problem with snow?
It is a very good question because
Yes.
he sees it as a game where he doesn't need to really contribute in fights. But
Yeah.
if you are Reaper hashtag and you have made note of this Midas, you can just run over the game.
Exactly. So that's
You
my
can.
main concern.
Yeah, you can. And White Cat are playing this weird trump card, which I don't like, which is we wait for this Enigma to do like farm what he needs to farm. I'm personally not a fan of playing around your offlaner like that. There's a black hole committed bottom. It's going to result in a kill onto Madmaid. But I
They
mean,
need
this
to
Midas
disengage
is
from this really quickly.
yeah. I guess they're going to TP. I mean, the
Because
Tusk
there's
is
a
in the
3-man coming
trees.
right at them.
Okay, this creep gives it off. So Seti's going to be able to TP, and the Tusk shouldn't be checked.
And he goes unchecked. He gets to survive.
Oh
He
my god.
does not have
That
a TP.
they
It's
might
on
check. They
27.
might check. They might just check.
Wait, no, that is not a
You think?
friendly ally, so it does not give
That's
them the
something
vision.
yeah, it doesn't give vision, but that it's like when you use the what do you call it? The digging thing.
Trusty shovel.
Shit. When you use the shovel, yeah, I think that's a shovel creep. So that was Enigma's shovel creep that walked out from there. And they don't know whose shovel creep it was, and they didn't see Enigma on the map. So they should have seen the Kobold move across the lane, and maybe they could have checked, but they were probably like, hey, it's not worth it, let's not waste our time. And yeah,
Maybe.
it's a fair move because the 3 of them are smoked, and they're running top, where they're going to run into a silencer. But White Cat have a phenomenal read of this. They have instantly just abandoned the top lane, they're all mid, and they're trying to pick a play onto the Pangolier's life. Ken has
Yeah,
been
I-
farming,
I
but
s-
what has Ken farmed though? That is the real question.
Yeah.
Wait, he has a phase and a gloves of phase. Are we seeing another Midas? No, he has a blink. Thank God.
Guess it's my shout.
Okay, they are going for the Roshan. I think this is gonna be a sneaky Roshan pickoff. But they do have vision over it. There is a ward over there. Tiny and Silencer smoked up, heading towards it. Tiny goes in, stunning all of them, getting a toss as well. And the Global Silence coming in. Toy falling really low. Lysel is able to get the final kill on him. The Undying is low as well. He falls. The Pango falls. And the Tusk is on to the Sand King right now. Sand King is able to stun away. but will they be able to
It's
find
not
another
even my
kill here? No.
birthday.
And that is a 3-for-2 exchange where the White Cats lose Lifestealer and the Tiny, but on the Reaper side, they lose the Drow, the Pango,
Radiant's
and the
bottom
Undying.
tower is under
Maybe
attack.
this could lead to them taking the Roshan, which is at really, really low HP, but they are not looking for that. Sand King goes in onto the Tusk with a stun, making him really, really low. But the snowball coming onto the Hoodwink, but he does fall to the Sandstorm. Eldion's on Hoodwink's ass, but they will go down along with the urn that dissipates soon after. They might be looking to take the Roshan again, Undying coming out with the Tombstone. Wait, what? The Pangolier swashbuckle kills the silencer in the backlines, and they do secure the Roshan. Going in at 18 minutes with 2 towers down on the side of Wildcat, they might try to look. They might try to look to push forward onto the T2s or maybe take the bottom tower as well.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I mean they get the ages, but Enigma is not participating. Now is when Enigma decides to participate. The Rolling Thunder committed. Who do they find? There's the sharpshooter. Black hole, perfect to look at. Catches two. The depths of space revealed, and space is not pleasant because RDP loses his life right there. Ken, though, is dropping low. He's going to fall one last avalanche, and that avalanche enough to secure the kill onto Madmaid. Madmaid dead. Seri is looking for more. His mind is actually useful as Toy gets blocked off with the shard. This is unfortunate. Toy in the middle of nowhere, trapped by the shards. The Malefice upon him. Scatterlish is waiting. The Eidolon surrounding him. The wall response there. Toy has a gust, but this is it. He's probably going down. He's dropping really, really low. RDP and the Hoodwink with the buyback, but a beautiful global silence. The epicenter interrupted. Sandking should fall. Scatterlicious gets the kill, bangs down into the Sand King. The Sand King does die. Unfortunately, the multi-shot gets the better of the Tusk, and now Toy is turning, and Toy is delivering the pain. If it's not him, it's Solotic. Solotic with the buyback gets himself a double kill, as somehow Reaper hashtag turn around this fight, but you have to remember they did lose the Aegis and it did cost them 2 buybacks. Heck, a dieback on RDP.
But again, if they convert this into a tower push, I think it'll be quite worth it for them. Like as long as they focus on the objectives right now and are able to take down towers and are not being stopped by Whitecats like they are right now, they would have had a really good advantage. But the backdoor is still active on this top tower, and there are 3 teammates from Whitecat waiting around on this draw. And if they are able to engage on her and get the kill onto her, all 5 have assembled on the top lane. There's going to be another fight where Enigma comes in with the Midnight Pulse, but I think when Draw Ranger is able to get away from that, Pango coming in the role, getting 3 of them, and we have a pause in the middle of the game.
Unfortunate. I mean, they had a couple of internet issues in game number 1, but this is like mid sharpshooter. Like the sharpshooter is flying. There's a 3-second timer, and yeah, I think it's been channeled for a couple of seconds, and
Yeah.
if it's hitting the Enigma, it just might be enough. I mean, that many seconds of channel is enough damage, and that many seconds is a lot for any Indian man as well. There you go,
Yeah, and
bang.
he does.
Someone with no face looks so
Okay,
But Lifestealer,
the Tusk is just going to go in, and he's going in deep. And oh, the pushback is beautiful. Hoodwink with the plays. It's a sight to look at, but is it enough? I mean, Toy's getting gone upon. He has a force star, but look at this. Catalicious as well as the Tiny will just converge upon time, but look at the reinforcements. RDP will keep his carry alive, and the tips are well deserved as Toy lives to see another day. You can
Dire's
see the
bottom
desperation.
tower
You
is
can
under
smell
attack.
the desperation on Whitecat. They want to kill the Drow, but they just can't. And the Hoodwink, I mean, she deserves those 2 seconds on portrait mode
Dire's
because
bottom tower
she
is under
has been
attack.
phenomenal for the side of Whitecat, for the side of Reaper hashtag in that fight. Multiple bushwhacks, a well-placed sharpshooter, and those reinforcements from RDP, the first half from the draw, all of that ensuring that Toy stays alive. And if you look at the network chart, who's on top? It's our man Toy.
yeah. And it was not just that, it's even the final second stun coming in from the Sand King that literally saved Drow Ranger at 10 HP, and they were able to turn around that fight only because the Drow Ranger was able to survive for that long. Meanwhile, Enigma is pushing the bot lane, and Reaper hashtag is not really focusing on any of the objectives right now. So, do you think that's a really good idea that they just dispersed after the fight without trying to take the top tower? Or do you think they should have really tried and focused on the top tower or the mid tower after that team fight?
I think that I think that taking the top tower was not a possibility right there for the side of Reaper
Okay.
hashtag. Uh, if they win this fight, it could be a possibility. They have phenomenal vision up top, which is why they're playing on this side of the map, which is the right thing to do. But this fight is crucial, and this fight is without Toy. I'm not quite sure if they have enough damage. It's actually Lossify with the initiation. The global silence perfect. Nobody can counter initiate. Ken with the toss. He tosses forward the dust. They play football with the Undying. The Undying dies, and now there's a bushwhack. Sharpshooter being channeled. The Hoodwink just wants to disengage, but there's the epicenter. Reinitiation perfect from RDP. Gets himself a double kill. Quick Avatos coming in from Ken. The Enigma not committing, doesn't have a blink. Toys reconnected with his team. Ken will die in the Enigma. We'll just watch. Patiently, he's waiting for the right time. But is there a right time, or is this game just slipping away from the side of Whitecat?
I really feel like this game might be slipping away from Whitecat until and unless they are able to pull something out of the bag and get this Drow Ranger out. Because Drow Ranger is literally the only one who is
Dire's
dealing
middle
the
tower
most amount
is
of
under
damage.
attack.
Although Undying was dead that entire fight, his tombstone still, which was kept alive, kept the entire team fight running, and they were able to secure a turnaround just because of that one tombstone. And if this Dow Ranger is not taken care of, then it's going to be a really, really big problem that the Wildcats will be facing. And also, like, if you look at these fights that they're taking, the silence is dead again. The Pango uses his role, which is on a pretty short cooldown when you compare it to for being an ultimate, and they are not able to do anything. They just have to watch from the backlines as their silencer falls down. Now that there is
Dire's top
no
tower
global
is under attack.
silence, I'm pretty sure that they're
Dire's
able to secure the
structures
top
are
tower pretty
fortified.
easily.
Oh yeah, I mean this is also problematic, right? The tiny's dying. There's the black
Oh.
hole, but what I mean, it's nice to look at, but what's the follow-up? The shards are there, but they just commit BKBs. They've got the Solim. There comes Catalicious. The infest bomb, the parcel delivered, and now Catalicious has shown up, and how Madmade running. Fortunately, he's got a haste rune. Now they can kite the life stealer, the purge from the diffuser blade, the DK, the swashbuckle, all of this in more, slowing down Scadalicious, bushwhack to a 3, he has nowhere to go, no friends by his side, as he's gonna die. They commit a black hole, a two-man black hole, and what do they find? RDP. What do they lose? Everything. And their tier 2 tower. This is not looking good for Whitecap.
I mean, I know that Whitecat's going to fight till the end, but I think this team fight dictates the rest of the match because I do not think that Whitecat will be able to come back from such a huge difference between the Drow Ranger to the Lifestealer, where there's like a 3k net worth difference, and the Sand King providing with so much team fight control. It's going to be really, 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 really hard for Whitecat to be able to come back from this. Their only hope is to fight the T2s in the bot lane, and if they win that fight, they'll be able to hold the their high ground, which in turn will might give them enough time to prepare for a late game or mid late game. So this is going to be really interesting how this pans out. And I hope that Enigma, does not wait for a 3-man 4-man black hole, but rather uses it calculate like really calculates the outcome of the black hole and use it on a particular hero. Meanwhile, we see Pango using a role trying to engage onto the silencer, uses the diffusal on him and gets the kill on him pretty easily. Drow Ranger pushing the bottom tower gets the T1s, whereas the T2s cannot be taken because the
Radiant's
Eldians
top tower
and
is under
the
attack.
Enigma are pushing the bot lane. So they try to push their focus towards the mid and top lane where Pango is going towards the Tiny, and if he's able to catch him with the diffusal, he blinks off right in time.
Yeah.
Okay.
uh,
Uh,
I think White Cat
Dire's
have
middle
bigger
tower
problems
is under attack.
yeah,
than
they
just
do.
the Pangolier and his diffusal. I mean, they are on the verge of losing the game, and I think the Enigma. There was a time in this game because you were discussing
Radiant's top
black hole
tower is
usage.
under
There was
attack.
a time in this game where they should have just been using the black hole and killing the Drow. And now
Yeah,
that he's gone Midas Aether, I mean, Aether Shard is a very understandable build. And
Dire's
okay,
middle
I can
barracks are
agree with the
falling.
Midas as well, but
Dire's
they
middle
can
barracks are under
only
attack.
concede one set of racks right now,
Dire's middle
and
barracks are
they have
falling.
to hold on until the Enigma completes his BKB. And this
yeah,
puts this undue pressure on the Enigma that the game for you right now is hitting that black hole, which is not
Radiant's
how
bottom
you
tower
ideally
is
want to
under
play,
attack.
yeah.
but which is how he's going to be forced to play. What's interesting from the side of Reba hashtag is that although the bottom lane is shoving in, they are not going to deal with that bottom lane. They want to pick off mid. Scatterlicious is going to be
Giants
super
are
careful
scanning.
because the initiation can be instant. There's a dire scan coming out, and it attacks the illusion and the Rosh pit. Okay,
Oh,
this
that's
could be
really
a
bad for them.
big gigabit. Global Silence committed. RDP has himself the Yule, so the Avalanche won't connect. Ken with his BKB taking a lot of physical damage. He's melting. There's the black hole onto the Drow. But
Oh
where's the physical
no!
damage? It ain't there. The bushwhack cancels the black hole. The black hole not doing too much. Silencer with the buyback. Lossify is also dying. It's all falling apart completely for the side of White Cat. Toy, well, there is no answer to this man. And him on the Drow with the double damage is just a bit too much.
Yeah,
And yeah, White Cat.
yeah,
Dire's top
This
tower
was what
is
they
under
had to do,
attack.
right? Black hole the Drow.
yeah.
Dire's top
But the
tower
problem is
falling.
they're not able to get on top of the Drow. There is no tusk initiating with the
Dire's
lifestealer in
top
him. There's
barracks are
nothing.
under attack.
So although the black hole hits and the black hole gets cancelled quickly by the
Dire's
hoodwink,
top barracks
there's
have
just no
fallen.
follow up.
Yeah, and also like this is the main reason I asked you if that Midas on the Enigma was the right choice to make there, because whenever like what comes to your mind immediately as soon as you see Midas on any hero, it's like, oh okay, so they're expecting a late game, we just finished it fast. And right now we see Reaper hashtag doing the exact same thing that people used to do a couple of patches back where Midas was in meta, where they whenever they see a Midas, they just rush the towers and they're not able to do anything because they expect to play a long drawn out game, especially when you have an Enigma, when you have a silencer, when you have a life sealer, you can draw out the games pretty long. But when you are facing a Drow Ranger who deals immense amount of damage with marksmanship, especially with the very few items like Manta style and Crystallis, it's going to be a really big problem facing against that Drow Ranger TP's bottom, pushing out this bottom tower, because so that's going to be their last point, like just take the bottom T2s, push the T3s, and then what is White Cat gonna do? Like they literally run out of options. Like in the last team fight, if you noticed, Enigma focused only on the Drow Ranger. Like as you said, if they had done that from the beginning, and if they were able to pick off the Drow Ranger when she was, wait a minute, Pango does fall in the bot lane. Tusk trying to get a TP out, but Sand King is there to secure the kill onto the Tusk. But in exchange for Pangolier, I think that's a pretty good exchange. So
Dire's
again,
bottom
yeah.
tower is
So
under
what do you
attack.
think is going to be a main counter for Drow Ranger at this point in the game? Because it doesn't look like they really have an answer to Drow at this point in the game.
I mean, the
Dire's
counter
bottom
is for the
tower
Drow
has
to
fallen.
split up. I mean, there are answers. Like, you want to find the Drow when her teammates are not near her.
Dire's
Uh,
courier
Yeah,
has been
actually
killed.
think with the Pangolier dead for 30 seconds, you actually go. You actually force a fight. Like, you immediately infest into the Tiny and you go looking for a pickoff. That's what the Tiny and the Lifestealer can do right now. But if you're just going to wait, if you're going to let the Pangolier respawn, and if you're going to wait for them to group up and push into your high ground, you can't expect miracles.
yeah. I mean, Enigma does have his ultimate back in 2 seconds. So don't you think it's like it's going to be a good idea for them to TP back and try to engage onto the Drow as soon as possible? Because Pango isn't going to be making back into into his team area within the next like 10-15 seconds. So and Enigma's black hole is back in the next 2 seconds, where and his TP takes like 3 seconds max. So don't you think it's like a really good idea for Enigma to TP right now and try to engage in this team fight against White Cat? I mean, against Reaper
Yeah, yeah, it
hashtag.
is. It is a good idea. It is a good idea. I completely 100% agree with you that they have to force a fight, uh,
Yeah.
and that's their way back into the game. They've also got to be a little bit more mindful about how they use global silence. They're
Hmm.
using global silence like in the previous fight. Like you're looking at that replay, they use the global silence to kill the Sand King, which is not going to work, right? Because the Sand King
Yeah.
has a Yules, has a BKB, even if I'm not mistaken. So if you're committing global for something like that, it's not going to work. If you can find now it's too late. The moment of opportunity is gone. Sand King's gone into the base, in fact, and Lozify fortunately keeps them alive. The Rolling Thunder has been committed in a moment of panic, and Madmaid will proudly announce that he's used it. But yeah, it is go time. It is the Tusk with the Lifestealer infested in him
Dire's bottom tower
and the
is under
Tiny
attack.
have to play together to burst one target. Ideally, the Drow.
But also it is 32 minutes into the game, and we don't have an Enigma with
They're
BKB.
doing that.
We
They're
we
doing
see
just what I
Tusk.
said. They're going on the Drow. The Drow has a 4-star. Lossify is trying
Oh
to kite, but
no.
he's been controlled with the Bottle
Oh
Strike. Now
no.
Scadalicious is forced to fight. Scadalicious in the middle of nowhere uses his rage in a moment of panic and falls back. Uh, White Cat, well, they have held on. They have a glyph,
Dire's bottom
but
tower is
they
under
have to go
attack.
again. This time they don't have the infest, so there has to be a better way of the life stealer getting there. Maybe, okay, this is another rage for the Tombstone. It's not going to work. Ken goes in, commits his BKB. Who does he find? Not anyone meaningful. That's a BKB committed, and Ken is dropping low. He's hoping for the black hole to come through, but there's no black hole to be found. RDP zoning them out with the epicenter. Global silence committed, but the rolling thunder, as well as the epicenter, are causing a lot of problems. Buyback coming out from Ken. Scadalicious again with this BKB. At best, he's getting 4 hits off. He needs another 40 to win this game for his team. Ken getting pushed back by the multi-shot. The slow is real. The shard on the Drow.
Dire's
The
structures are
hypothermia is
fortified.
starting to hurt. Glyph
Dire's
committed. They want to
bottom
go on
barracks
tower.
are under attack.
Can find the jump? Can they even kill Toy once through the ages? Toy spreading out, the infest committed, they kill Madmaid. Madmaid has got buybacks. Catalyst running about with rage, can't do too much. Bushwhack as well as the boomerang being tossed out onto the Tiny, and with the sharpshooter they'll find the kill. There's one go dead, no buybacks. This is the beginning of the end. The black hole's there. It's horrendous. It is genuinely
And
not
they
going to
call
change the nature
GG.
of this game. And yeah, they know it. They're going to call GG. As long as we stay positive, we win.
Radiant
The wise words of Fog being used in the voice chat at the end. But staying positive was just not enough for White Cat. They tried, but it was a game where I thought they had ways to kill the Drow. Like the Tusk, the Lifesteal, and the Tiny had to go at once, but they
Yeah.
just didn't find uh, the fights that they were looking for. And this feels like a big win for hashtag Reaper and a very deserved win as well because they played phenomenal.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, they did have a lot of opportunities to kill this Drow, but as I said, like the the mid to late game is where the Enigma shines, but he was not able to get those early pickoffs onto the Drow with the black hole, where he either saved it for a team fight or he did not use it on the Drow specifically. So I really feel like the Enigma could have done much better on focusing on a particular target, but both teams played amazingly well, and I'm pretty sure Toy had the best game, one of the best games of his life. He had 726 gpm that game with an 822 xpm that game. And not just that, I don't know if you noticed in the end when Enigma used the black hole in onto the Drow Ranger, he was able to use his Hurricane Pike to evade that black hole, which was a really clutch for Team Reaper hashtag, and it completely changed the game around. And I mean, obviously everyone played really well, but Reaper hashtag played that game amazingly well.
Yeah. In hindsight, I mean, the Midas also aged poorly on the Enigma. I think there's another
Yeah.
low key MVP, and that's the Sand King. 3
Oh,
deaths only,
definitely.
31,000 Edo damage. He's played a phenomenal game. RDP, and his Sand King is something you have to look out for. Hong also playing a very excellent game in the Hoodwink. Hoodwink just appears to be one of these supports that can output a lot of damage and provide a lot of
20.
lockdown. So a phenomenal supporting cast around the Drow, and Toy on the Drow. I mean, we can wait for the MVP screen if there is one, but like he is the MVP, goes without saying, and he has done a lot of damage. He died very less, and he literally toyed with his opponents. There's no better
Yeah.
way to put it. He's had the time of his life in this game, and White Cat, like you look at the lifestealer, he had such a difficult game, like Scatterlicious.
Yeah.
And I felt this in the Monkey King game as well that we saw in game one, where he was playing Monkey King. Like if if he's playing a melee core and he's not getting the correct lockdown or the correct initiation that he needs, he is struggling to lock down his opponents, and he's just not finding that lockdown. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I definitely felt that as well. Like even with Monkey King, even with Lifestealer, I don't think he was able to clear the gap that was necessary. Like with the Monkey King,
absolutely.
focusing on the heroes, and with Lifestealer just clearing that gap that he needed to with the Drow Ranger. None of the other heroes on his team gave him that ability to do so, and he was not able to do it himself. So I think there was a little like the draft was not perfected because they did not expect a draft to be so powerful, and they never thought that the Enigma was not good enough. And I feel like the Enigma could have done much better. Like even if we go through the entire highlights of the match, I'm pretty sure we can see a lot of Sand King and Hoodwink plays, because they just played almost like spot on this
Yeah,
entire game.
yeah. So I mean, this is where like the coordination within the team is a big factor, right? Uh,
Yeah,
just like how the Hoodwink and the Sand King played well together, there's an opportunity for the Tusk and the Tiny to play well together. The
yeah,
same opportunity exists on the other side of the map. It's kind of easy to pin this loss on the Enigma, but I don't
yeah.
think that's a very fair assessment of the game.
True.
Because sure, I mean, in hindsight, of course, we can say that the Midas was a bad idea, but it's just how they took fights, who they went on in fights, how they played the game. I think one small thing worth noting is that Ken got off to a good start, but then he got so preoccupied with the idea of making space that his
Yeah.
network started to fall off. I mean, what is he closing the game with? He's closing the game with a blink,
Mm.
haste, a BKB, which is not going to do much. And what was his last item that he was building towards? Nothing. Blink BKB
Yeah.
and 10 deaths. Uh, how many ever minutes? So I mean, I don't want to pin it's not that you have to find one person responsible. It's just the overall level of communication between the team. Like
Yeah.
in this game in particular, I don't want to pin one item or one black hole or one hero and his farm or his damage. It's just that overall in this game, uh, hashtag were just a better team.
Definitely. And it's not just about a better team. I think they had better communication and better understanding of each other as well. Because I
Yeah.
think the Drow, the Sand King, and the Hoodwink didn't even have time to communicate with each other by the way that they played. And they played like almost like they've been playing for their entire lifetimes together. Because the amount of times Hoodwink and the Sand King saved the Drow Ranger is like I don't even remember how many times they've been saved.
Yep. Yeah, there was a lot of communication and good communication uh, within the Reaper hashtag team, and I feel like this is something that we don't see, but you can feel that they they were on the same page,
Yeah.
and that made the difference.
And there we have the
Ah,
MVP is RTP. I mean, totally understandable. He has a 31k hero damage with only 3 deaths throughout the entire game and innumerable number of saves onto the draw. Like I really don't have a count on how many times he has saved drought that entire match.
Yep. And what we're not seeing in his itemization is I think he had a shard as well. So
Yeah,
Loki doing a lot of damage by just blinking in or walking into enemies. So yeah, great game coming out from him. Uh, he did see. I mean, you can play off lane Enigma, or you can play off lane Sand King, or you can play mid Tiny. It's about what you do on your core role. It's not about like sure you can say that Sand King is of course a more active hero that can fight with lower cooldowns than the Enigma, but RDP just played uh, a very good Sand King, a very textbook Sand King, and there are
yeah,
a lot of lessons in this game for us, like the Yules, the BKB, all answers to the Silencer, the Plate Mail, so that he has armor versus the Life Stealer. A very good game overall coming out from RDP. And normally, when you play Sand King, the issue that you feel or you face sometimes is that you go in with a Burrow Strike, but then you probably die after getting a two-man Burrow Strike. A very fundamental issue, but he kept getting off multiple Burrow Strikes and he didn't die all that much. So RDP playing really, really well, and just great stuff coming out from the side of Reaper hashtag. Phenomenal day. I mean, I expected 2-1s and we had 2-1s today, and I think tomorrow is
yeah.
going to be a very interesting affair as well.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone, if you aren't subscribed or following, please go ahead and do that. We will be back again with the games. And today I think both the matches we had today ended up with a 2-1 victory. All really entertaining games, and not one team is better than the other. Both the teams fought really, really well. And as we can see, we have the day one, day two, and day three announcements here. With today being, we see Neon Esports and Reaper hashtag coming on top with one win each, and we see Team Renewal and White Cat having one losses each. But do not worry, guys. Tomorrow we will see them fight again, battling out each other at 1 o'clock. And if you aren't following or subscribed again, please do, and let's head on to the next games, and hopefully they're going to be more entertaining and they're going to be better than what we have witnessed today.
Oh yeah, great games today. I mean, Neon and Reaper both winning the series 2-1. I mean, if you ask me when Neon plays Reaper tomorrow, is that a favorite? I do not have an answer. I think both teams are very, very good and they both
Yeah,
have their own strengths. Maybe I lean so tricky. I lean more towards Neon, but I don't know. We're going to
yeah,
find out who is the better amongst the two winners of today, tomorrow. We're going to resume the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 tomorrow at 1 p.m. IST and 3:30 p.m. Singapore time. My name is Vivek. With me is Sabka Mama, the Indian Llama. We're going to sign out for now. We'll see you tomorrow.